Mic check. Realm, how we doing? Sunday, Lord's Day. Let's get some mic checks. See how my levels are sounding. What's going on, y'all? What's going on? Y'all up in there early. I'm moving a little slow today. We getting it. What's going on? Roll call in the realm. See how we doing out here. What we got? Ghost Wolf, what's going on? He first. He's like, what's going? He first. Joseph Saga, stop hating. He won. He's the first. There's a thing here. Now let me stop playing. Shout out to Joseph Saga. Shout out to Zach Riley. What's going on? Early one. Yeah. Lydia Master, what's going on? J Mac, the OG. All hail the Iron Lord. Salute. 9 lives. The fans coming at me. Listen, man. I'm the villain. Sometimes I got to be a villain in somebody's movie. I'm the villain. Peak Fusion, what's going on? Pop Dop, Strange Love, what up? Oh, Robert Keller, they're here early. Welcome back, Solve. Having a more level-headed about the Xbox situation. Excited to press X later today. ILP is an inspiration. Salute. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate the perspective. Robert Keller again, 2 super chat. Anyone play Little Kitty? Game is so wholesale. I have not checked it out yet. No doubt. Elusive Mage, what's going on? No doubt. W Boy Gaming, let's go. Watch it define and do. Okay. Salute. No doubt. Dante X, what's going on? The man who got them horns. Haven't seen you in a while. Salute. So Shady, what's going on? Strange Love. Strange Love. He said it's my Salvi Wabi. I'm done. I'm done with you. Yes, you will get your Solve. You get the Solve is back. No doubt. Justin Davis, what's going on? Tina, what's going on? Father Gucci, what's going on? What's this? BVO. I'm doing good. What's up? James Morrison, what's going on? Yeah, we got to go on. You know what I'm saying? The Lords have reunited. We've all had a lot of stuff going on, but Solve will be back. We're going to have some fun today. Let me hit this last one. Hector the Macho Man, salute to down super chat. All hail the mighty Lords. Hope everyone that was giving smoke to Xbox last couple weeks keeps the same energy now. But it's cool to love Xbox. Just saying, don't jump ship and try to pop my. Oh man, you can't welcome them back. They was just having a moment. That was all. They was having a moment. They still family. Hector the Macho Man, like, nah. You in or you out. Gang up. Blood in, blood out. I see what you're doing. Anyway, yeah. So look, we're going to get everybody up in here. Long day. We've been recording things. We were up late last night, all of the Lords that I think you guys will like. And we're going to get Attic, get him back in here. Get the King. Spoke to him this morning. Feeling good. His spirits is up. And spoke to Saul. So that's always good. See my brother. But anyway, let me leave y'all with some bars. And he said some beefy ASMR. That's funny. I ain't go for it. That is funny. Hashtag blame Kanye. Yeah, blame me for everything. I'm the villain now. Anyway, let me give you some bars. I'll be back. Peace.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them reins. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got no, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. No, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. No, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got no, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. No, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
sick of
that going. Keep that going. No, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got no, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. No, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
sick of
that going. Keep that going. No, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show.
Proclamation of invitation. We're not on these. Yes, yes. I cry the
I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stunting, but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
About to be hot.
That's
Mike's
gonna
about
go
to be hot. Heated Mike's. Anyway, what's going on? Mic check right quick. Addict, since you were very hot, let's get a mic check.
What's going on, guys?
Yeah. What's that? The Steam Deck? Okay. All right. Playing on podcast again? I'm just joking. I was just joking. I was just joking.
How I
Shout out.
sound? Do I sound bad? Is it doing it again? It's trash.
Nah, you sound good. It's just I would just turn up a little bit. You can turn
Playing
up.
that Hades 2 on it.
Oh, that's clean. Soft mic check.
Hello.
Oh,
I gotta buy that game. Hades 2.
Yeah, you know they miss him.
Iron Bank.
Wait, what? No,
How you gonna yell out Iron Bank as soon as you see a new game?
Are we saying that we're acquiescing to being a beta boy? Is that what we're saying?
That's
Already. Ain't no 1.0. Ain't no 1.0.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's a beta boy for what he likes.
It's still in beta.
Yeah, you're the
It is.
beta boy now.
Early access.
Excuse my outburst. I'll take.
But I'm happy to have you break that.
No. I do Ghost of Tsushima, sir.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you, King.
Yeah.
It is technically in the preview program, but it runs and has more content than Hades 1.
It's more polished and finished than Hades 1 was at one point.
He said, "I'll take Ghost of Tsushima for 300."
Yes, sir.
Anyway, here, and we are live. And welcome to the iLords podcast at LordsOfGaming.net. Presented by PrizePicks. Download the PrizePicks app and use code IRONLORDS for a deposit match for up to $100. And this is episode number 353. Another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. And today, we've got Xbox confirming Call of Duty free in Game Pass. Here we go. Assassin's Creed Shadows. A lot to discuss there. New
Light.
You funny.
Light up on our news.
New AAA Xbox Studio announcement. And
What?
Yeah, new studio. It's crazy. SquareEnix multi-platform to discuss. So we
This
go.
is gonna be a great day.
Yeah, I already knew you gonna love the topic lineup today. This topic line is custom made for King.
This is what I come back to.
This is what you come back to.
Don't worry, I'm glad you're back on today. This is the Lord's Day.
No. So let's introduce the reunited four horsemen of gaming, the original gaming knights of the realm here at the round table. My co-host with the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, Lord of the Spin Clap, and the howl of the young wolf. My man, Lord Addict, back to back of the Addict Show. How we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. I was watching been the new season of of Demon Slayer's out, so I've been watching that.
Ooh, that's your peoples.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that show. I also been trying to jump back into Starfield.
Ooh, you saw that
But
new
I think I'm
update?
gonna wait for
The content?
the expansion.
Did you try it? Did you try the frames? Did you try it?
Yeah. I mean, I played it at 60-bit last time.
Oh
so-
yeah, that's right. Cause you was a PC Master Race guy now.
Yeah, it don't got 30. It ain't for me.
That boy got bougie quick.
Yeah, but Oh, I can't talk about that.
Can't talk about that. Be careful. I know what you're about to do.
I did play that on console last night. So.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
Oh, we can't reveal that we are playing.
No,
we can say
I
we're
almost said something.
He said something else.
Oh,
Yeah.
some the other stuff that you're doing.
Yeah.
I got
Yeah,
some of the
so
different stuff, too.
it's been a pretty good week, man, and my anime people in there.
Oh yeah.
If you're catching up on the new chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen, there's hope for us. There's hope for us.
Through you, I've learned a lot.
Might not be down.
Yes. Through you, I've learned a lot of the significance of a certain character. I learned. That's what's up. That's been it, sir.
Yeah.
No doubt. Shout out to Wagga Man in the chat. Salute. But he about to he looking into an NZXT, y'all. I'm just telling he was trying to make the jump. I gave him the link, let him know what's going on with the player series. But anyway, returning very happily, our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience, and also the Sostradamus, the Lord of Clarity, Messiah, and Lord Patriarch of the Iron Bank, PC Master Race's own Lord Sovereign. How we doing, sir?
I'm good. Glad to be back.
Woo!
At the table with my bros. I appreciate it.
Missed you, man. Missed you. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. Doing pretty good. Big shout out to everybody who kind of reached out just to check on me, make sure everything was going good. Yeah, man, doing good. Just some family stuff with my dad. I've mentioned it here before. My dad, has Parkinson's, and at the advanced stage, he kind of also suffering from dementia. So it's tough, because he's still fairly young, and now we're kind of dealing with things that I didn't think I'd have to deal with my parents for maybe another 10 years, if that. So it's tough, but we got him in a good place now where he's back home. He's on the medication that he needs. Nice. So that helps him out immensely. It helps my mom out immensely. We got the help in the house that they both, desperately needed in order to sort of be able to function day to day, because again, there are three of us in terms of siblings, but it's super difficult for us to be there during the course of the week. So my mom really needed that help, and thankfully both of them are in a good place now where they have all the help that they need, and my dad has the medication that he needs. So hopefully moving forward. So and you guys know me, I try to be an open book about this sort of stuff, because you never know who's listening that may need help.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I know I brought up some details of the stuff to some coworkers of mine, and they were like, they started asking. Well, one in particular started asking me a bunch of questions because they kind of go into the same situation, kind of at a loss of kind of what to do and where to go. So again, I try to be an open book about this stuff, but thankfully I'm back. Yes. Maybe some adjustments to some stuff that in terms of my time and stuff like that, but overall I am back, and I am glad to be back.
Yeah, good to have you back. Yeah, man. We had those discussions offline, and we were just like, as a family, or as a brotherhood, we all just say, hey, take as much time as you need. We know how difficult those things are, and obviously I gave you some of my experience with what I went through. Sorry, King, you saying something?
No, I was just like, yes. I totally.
Yeah.
No,
I appreciate you guys obviously holding everything down. I know how the super chats can get crazy, and the ad reads, and
bro, you
particularly the last couple of weeks.
You were sorely missed. I just say that. I was like, when the team, like, you miss your shooter, you miss your defensive scorer.
What I missed is I found out exactly why our chat is called the pause chat.
Yeah, yes. I know.
When you're not here,
yes,
none of that stuff transfers. Like, I've noticed, we've taped a huge dip in pay.
A huge dip.
Are you implying that the demographic had changed?
I'm just saying, if he's in a strip club, we not getting paid unless you're Beyonce.
We was Destiny Child. Beyonce's not here. No, we're not
here.
And we was a good 300 people minus.
Yeah. The Dark Avengers were gone.
I don't know, man. They was like, oh, Saab not here. I'm taking my money outside of Mr. Child.
Mr. Child.
No fear, I have returned to bring back the pause.
I saw some people in the chat talking about, yes, we are reviewing Hellblade.
Woo!
We recorded our our podcast review yesterday.
Yeah.
It will go up when the embargo goes up. So relax, guys. It's already recorded. I just have to spend the next 2 days editing it.
Yo, Addict. Yo, Addict. I had an idiot inside, like, because I posted the picture of the, you know, like the thumbnail or whatever that I was playing. Because remember, I told you I was using quick resume, so I was going back and forth. I can't go back to the title screen and take a picture. I don't feel like doing that. You know, per embargo stuff. Yeah. And let's say I got that same thing for my pre-download. You ain't playing it. I'm like,
wow.
You try to cut.
What is wrong with people?
That's
Like,
wild.
They got a lot of hate in their soul. They
That's
like,
wild.
I'm like, all right.
That's wild.
Yeah, we you know, I beat it. That's all I'm willing to say on that. I did beat it. So
No
Yeah.
doubt. No doubt.
Obviously, you probably beat it the same night. I'm just saying, your skill is legendary.
Yeah, King and I will have it finished by next week. So
I'm going to be finished by today. I'm not next week. I'm gonna get my joint today. But
I will have it finished by
yeah,
next week.
I guess we might as well say that. When we went to the review, me and Cog and Flame beat it, and Solve and King are more than halfway through it.
Yes, yes, no doubt. So that's been his
Yeah, man. In terms of gaming, again, been playing Hellblade, and what else? What else did I play? I had some things. So yeah, I had to. I haven't had a chance to comment on the things that have transpired the past couple of weeks, right?
Yeah.
So you know, R.I.P. Arcane Austin.
That is a point, man. You picked.
Yeah,
He missed some wild.
time.
Yeah.
some wild
topics.
moments. Yeah. So you know, again, Redfall was what it was, but that is also the team that made one of the greatest immersive sims ever in Prey. So I downloaded it to remind myself of how great it was. And playing Prey is amazing, man. Prey is amazing. And yeah, and you know, the Hi-Fi Rush stuff. So again, I wanted to jump back in and give some more love. You know, with Hi-Fi Rush, I had it on Game Pass, but I also purchased it. So, but again, one of those things where I played probably 4 or 5 hours and then fell off. So again, just giving it the time that it deserves post-mortem, unfortunately. But you know, just kind of remembering those studios and what they contributed. It's a very, very sad thing, but I don't know. We will see what the future holds for Xbox.
No doubt. No respect. And of course, we have the Incredible Hulk of this, aka the XS Gamer.
Ooh,
The prophet of Xbox.
Whammy.
King of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience and has ascended to the leader of the Xbox platform movement. Beloved. Lord King, how we doing, sir?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic, people. Absolutely incredible. I'm doing better than Tyson Fury.
Yeah, I heard.
Shout out to my man Usyk. And I told dudes, I said Usyk was gonna get in there. Like I said, he's a little honey badger. Usyk is the honey badger of the heavyweights. He's not gonna stop. He's gonna be relentless. He's gonna continue to get at you, trying to find holes. I thought Tyson Fury initially started the fight off wrong. I think he knew that he had less skills than Usyk and tried to clown him, tried to take Usyk out of his actual rhythm. None of that stuff was working. What was working for Tyson Fury was the jab, body combo. And I think he should have stayed to the body combo, bring it up to an uppercut and step across. He didn't. Constantly, we're going to always worry about Tyson Fury's shape and when he goes into fights. I personally thought he was in phenomenal shape. I just think his strategy was wrong. I think he knew who Usyk was and what he was afraid of with Usyk. Usyk himself knew who Fury was, and he knew he had to cut the distance. Anytime he did cut the distance, he landed that powerful overhand right and a nice left hook to the body. He's a southpaw, so his power hands is his left hand and his right hand. Very, very good boxer. His feet is very good. And he won. He won the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world. The last time we had that was Lennox Lewis versus Holyfield 25 years ago.
Big up, holy cow.
Yeah, for me and Cog, that seems like yesterday because we were watching that fight with Holyfield versus Lennox Lewis, and we saw 1 and 2, and to have both of those fighters in Dubai doing this. Shout out to our excellency, Prince Al Sheikh. and Turkey Al Sheikh, these individuals in Dubai are making boxing move. Right, they're putting the money up for the fighters, removing the barrier of the promoters, keeping fighters away from each other. Without them, I don't think this fight happens. I don't think a lot of the fights that are going to transpire happen without these individuals doing it. It takes big money to make big money fights, and we have Ryan Garcia and these guys fighting. It's just boxing is back as a whole and enjoying it. Like every week we have big major fights, and I didn't expect this year because last year we ended on a bang. So good fights this year. What I'm playing?
What you playing?
Obviously, I'm playing Fortnite.
Yeah.
It was a thing that I was doing inside Fortnite, right? And I'm inside of it, and we're playing, and I'm down. My team is down as always because I'm playing with a bunch of randos, and I got their cards. I got everybody's card. And I'm trying to get to the top of the island to reboot my people. Everybody knows the top of the island, if you play Fortnite, is a floating island that pops up midway through the match. Everybody fights for to gain access to the island, and then you can get good loot up there. So I'm by myself. I'm getting up to the island. The moment I'm getting up to the island, a cinematic happens. And it was this box that was in the middle of the map. And it broke open, and somebody broke out. Nobody knows who's this person that broke out, but it has to be a god because we're playing the God Rafts series. And he popped out, and he hopped across the map. You saw how strong he was, but we couldn't see who he was, who the person is.
Like a silhouette?
He was encased in some type of energy.
Okay.
And it just happened randomly while
That's
we
that
went.
Fortnite, Jay. They be doing all type of stuff in their world. That's crazy.
So he hops out and he goes into another space, but we don't know where he goes. And then the match continues. So I'm like, oh, okay. I still gotta get my people in. We lose. Came in third. But it's just the randomness
That's dope.
of something that's hugely important inside Fortnite. But that it changes the map later on for you because the map is no longer the same because that case that was there, broken open. And if somebody is playing at that time, for all the millions of people playing, it happened for us. Now, if you was there, it didn't happen for you, and it's kind of dope that it's just how real life it is. If you're not there in that moment,
It's like a thing. That's dope, man. Gotta salute, no doubt. Oh,
and I'm
else?
playing my my game. Oh, I can talk about it. Hellblade 2. I'm playing Hellblade, and I'm also playing another NDA.
You's an NDA beta boy now?
What's going on here?
What's going on?
I leave for 2 weeks, and this is what happens.
Beta boy requesting betas. What's going on here?
I can say this: the game is coming from Atari, and after I finish my review of said game, I'm going to be giving out codes for Steam and for Xbox. So right now I'm having a good time doing that, reviewing that at my leisure, and that's what I'm playing on my Steam Deck. I'm playing that on.
Salute. Real quick, Zach Riley said, King, did you see Undisputed coming to Xbox? They had a new trailer. Joint. And then Sinister has betrayed you. He said, sorry, King. He said, Destiny 2 Pantheon got me hooked. He hasn't played Fortnite too much, but he's got to get the crowns, though. He's got to get the crowns.
Yeah, I know, Sinister. I know when you're around and when you're not around. He pops into my games. When he's not there, I don't get my chicken dinners like I'm normally getting. And I miss your skills, sir. So I can't badger you too much because I heard Destiny is crazy right now. So.
No doubt. And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spread that realness in the realm of the ILP. Now tell you what you want to hear, what you need to hear. Sorry if I got background noise. They doing construction, so apologies early. Shout out to Mr. Matty Plays. Shout out to Defining Duke, talking all that announcements recently with Xbox and communication and Bloomberg executives and all this other stuff. We got that. Shout out to the last word when he bought this entire guy Travis. Obviously talking Pantheon, all the new stuff in final shape, the new trailers, all the marketing blitz that's been going on. And the Lords, as Addict said, we're talking about we're playing Hellblade, and we'll give you guys our feedback, soon in an embargo time. And me, Destiny 2 Pantheon a little bit. Oh, shout out to HF Studios. Let 'em cook. Let 'em cook came out the early access joint demo, and it's on Steam right now. Obviously, we had them on last week. Having a ball, fantastic, man.
I played it. Downloaded the demo.
Tell me what you think.
I mean, again, I'm a Vampire Survivor guy, right? So to take that premise about the chef and the tech, it was, to me, everything about that game is so it's just on point. The name is on point. I love the enthusiasm those guys showed. Support that game, man.
Yeah,
Support that
bro.
game.
What it is for me is, I mean, obviously y'all the vampire survivors do, but what I like that they did, I like the B for the dodge. I didn't know they had a dodge.
Yes.
So you could dodge through the enemies. Then they got builds. There's like, all right, I could get it's called like the sub machine, like a Subway sub machine gun.
Yeah.
I had the wine. The music is popping. I picked the exact, but Addict said it best. What sets it apart for me is you hire the little assistants, and then they got their food, and they be doing they look.
They got the little sous chefs on the side.
Yeah. And then you can fire dudes if you don't like them. Like, bro, for a first time game, I know. Look, yes, the Lords of Bias that came out of New York, we got to support. But for their first joint, the level of polish that Let Him Cook has, and then like you said, they got the best name in the business. I don't care what nobody say. Yeah. So shout out to them. Shout out to Judge. Shout out to Manny. Obviously, if you missed out, check out ILO's podcast last week and go check them out. See if you like it. It's up on Steam. You can check it out. And I think we'll see them again soon. And I'm out there in DreamHack. So I've been doing that. And then what was the last thing? So I'm also an NDA boy. It's one other game that I'm playing that I cannot talk about, but I'm very excited to discuss with you when the time is right. So we got that. But Sav, I think your voice is needed on Super Chats.
That is correct. I'm back. Shout out to everybody in the chat showing love. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. My family appreciates it as well. Let's start off with Robert Kellett, $5 super chat. Blessed day, Realm. Welcome back, Sav. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for DMing me. I realized that once again, our friends over at Teespring have not.
Oh man,
brother.
Months? Is this like months again?
It's like a month, bro.
Jesus,
like a month.
man, won like 3 scribes and still ain't get.
It's like a month, bro. It's always when I'm doing something that I can't pay attention to it. Like this stuff happened and I fell off of like just watching it and paying. And all of a sudden, people come to me like, hey, man, I haven't gotten the same thing for C Unit. Chris, same thing. I'm just like, dude. So now with Chris, I'm going to have to resend it to the new address. So it's like, my apologies on behalf
Not
of
your
our...
fault. On behalf of one of our partners, we will have to have a meeting with said partner.
We might have to just start looking for other
situations. But we'll discuss. We'll discuss.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Robert Kellett, $5 for chat. Bless his day, Rum. Welcome back, Sav. Having a more leveled head about the Xbox situation. Excited to press X later today. ILP is an inspiration.
Salute. Okay.
Yes.
Appreciate the balance, brother. Appreciate it.
Then we got Robert Kellett once again, $2 super chat. Anyone play Little Kitty? This game is so wholesome.
King sound like he playing that.
Little Kitty, Big City.
Hey, the Big Kitty, ooh, with the king.
I said that even hit Game Pass. I was like, yo, this is a PlayStation joint.
Nobody will play Little Kitty with the king.
It's a sequel to Stray. Let's get it.
That energy over here. We good.
He good. You don't want to do that.
Then we got Craig Hooligan. Shout out to Craig Hooligan. Put the crest in the chat for Craig Hooligan gifting 1 ILP membership. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Salute. Hoolies on deck.
We got Hector the Macho Man, $10 super chat. All hail the mighty lords. I hope everyone that was giving smoke to Xbox the last couple of weeks keeps the same energy now that it's cool to love Xbox. I don't know where that happened, but okay. Just saying. Mm-hmm. Don't jump ship and try to pop bottles now.
Gang.
Popping for gang, because of the new studio.
Yeah, dudes popping off, games is dropping, the Hellblade Co. You know how it is. You know on one side's like, yo, don't come back now. You know how it go.
Let's put the crest in the chat for Cedric H, member for 46 months, Lord Silver.
That's the homie.
Cedric H.
Yeah, salute Cedric H.
Then we got Panic is Boss, $5 super chat. My NZXT computer comes today. I can't wait to play Hellblade on my new upgraded Xbox system. That's right. It's the ecosystem platform.
The platform.
Let's put the crest in the chat for Lord Bronze Wagerman. Welcome to the realm, Wagerman. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
That's a fan fest.
This is fan fest. I remember meeting Wagerman on one of the first lines that we stood on.
Yeah, he's the first one I bet. My very first one, 2015.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And we got Suicide Kings member for 42 months, Lord Bronze. I didn't know Starfield on my C1 would be fire like this. Hashtag I blame COG. Shout out to all the Iron Lords and the chat. Shout out to the Hoof Bros. Hashtag they not like us. Gee, there's a whole bunch of new hashtags coming out in the past couple of weeks.
Yo, I forgot to mention that. Shout out to him because I don't know. Have y'all fired up Starfield since this update?
Yes.
I
No,
did
I
last
haven't.
night.
Bro, solve. I know you PC Master Race. I get it. Put it on if your
On the
OLED,
Xbox.
bro. Put the Series X drain the OLED. Put the unlock the frames and the VRR 120. It is a whole new game. Like there's a part of me now like, man, if this would have launched like this is a 1.5 more points on the review.
Yeah.
That's how beautiful and smooth this thing looks. It is insane. And now the customizations, anything you don't like, you're like, all right, I want to be able to carry more weight or whatever. You could they'll minus XP gains for things that you do to make the game easier, but you could truly play it how you want. And one of my biggest things I was telling Attic is that I like the ability that now I can move loot and stuff from the ship anywhere. There's a lot of quality of life stuff. I'm just talking about the very little bit stuff that I'm telling y'all.
You can eliminate encumbrance completely.
Yes, you could do. It is so much combat difficulty.
Now that doesn't remove achievements and stuff like
no,
that, right?
it's not.
Like
It's not a mod.
or
It's
something
literally
like
when
that.
you press start. It's in the gameplay options.
Nice.
It is, man. There's a part of me now is like, should they have waited? It is that much of a game changer. Graphically, it looked like a next gen game now. With how smooth it looks and crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think one of the biggest reasons that Starfield got hit a couple points was because of the performance on not NVIDIA.
Yeah.
Because remember they had that deal with AMD.
Oh yeah.
I remember when Starfield came out, NVIDIA cards were like not running the greatest.
Oh, you trying to say that was the deal? They had to get that PC Master Race deal.
It's not that it was deliberate or like intentional. It was they were putting so much time into the AMD version because of their partnership that obviously they're not going to be able to put the same amount of time into the other one.
Yeah, so it's funny what more development time to do. Mm-hmm. Anyway,
Then we got, let me see, Dr. Strange Love, $2 super chat. Solves milkshake brings all us boys to his yard. Damn right.
Here we
Better
go.
than yours. Yeah, keep them coming.
that man pulled the Khalees on you.
Let's fill the coffers, shall we? And let's put the crest in the chat for Lord Bronze Ender 8412. Shout out to Ender 8412. Welcome to the realm.
Salute.
Then we got Brett Bingham, $5 super chat. I'm not gonna read this exactly as it is because the homie. Let's just say Tim took things way too hard about Xbox. I guess he wanted to take them harder. Pause. So he switched to PS5. No diddy. Come on, man.
Let that man live, man.
Listen. There's always more to every story.
Exactly.
It's not just about gaming. It's more than that. But
if you're having fun, let the man live. That's all.
Yeah, but one thing I want to point out, man, is those mans that attacked Tim for years. Oh, they over their wide open arms. Come on, Tim. Come into the PlayStation camp.
Oh, you talking about the other side? Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. You saying like gang. Oh, it really wasn't no beef. And they just want you on the team.
they literally opened up the gates like, we have a 5-star general coming.
Nah, when you are op, you become a trophy, bro. And that's what I said about him and a certain freckle-faced master.
Oh, come on.
Bro, they are trophies to be hung and walk around.
Why are you acting like somebody got physically captured?
How do you know we didn't send Tim Dog over there as a double agent?
Y'all
is informant.
Y'all are pelts and skins to be wore, and it's y'all ain't never getting me.
Oh, hold on. Oh, Gene LogNet. He said King is next. They said all they're gonna take is a PlayStation bag, and you gonna be the new representative. We gonna hang the King the front line.
I'm gonna keep it up.
Keep it a buck. PlayStation throw the bag.
If PlayStation ever hit me with that bread that makes you say, ooh, that bread, like Xbox, I've been telling y'all I've been taking me for granted for years. You've been taking me for granted.
Oh,
here it comes. The heel turn.
I didn't get a concession speech for losing the head of SIE.
Yeah.
We need a concession speach, sir.
They needed 2 people to beat me, so it is what it is. As long as y'all had to hire 2 to do the job of 1 man, I'm good with that.
You gonna be pledging your fealty to Lord Herman?
No. Not at all. You know, I'm gonna keep banging. Pause. We won't stop. Can't stop. Won't stop. No diddy. Yo, I'm gonna tell you the worst thing that would happen to Microsoft is if Sony ever gave me a bag.
Oh, it's over.
Think about it this way, guys, and I want to see because I know I got Microsoft dudes watching right now. Think about this, right? Think about this for a second, for one hot second.
Let's go.
All they say, if anybody is on our side, all they say is hold the line.
Oh, that's the signal. That's the bat signal.
Because that's all they say. That's all they say. King, we holding the line. We holding the line. We down. We holding the line. All right, cool. All the opposition all they ever says is something about holding line.
Yeah.
They fear the line.
That's true.
If the line was ever to move to the blue side, it will be devastating and soul crushing Microsoft fan base.
Yeah.
I tell you,
Little kids will be crying. It'll be like when Hogan went heel. It would be.
But Microsoft has been doing what they're supposed to do for me, so the kid would
So the kid is good. The kid
But I'm just saying though, you know how Sony locks stuff up. You don't.
Oh, you try to make sure your contract is secure.
So Iron Lord's podcast is definitely purchasable.
And well funded, I hear.
Yeah, so come through with the bag so the line stay exactly where the line.
I can't. Don't do that.
Did you see when
What's
we
up?
got Hellblade 2 codes? People were joking, saying, "I guess you guys were well funded."
Yeah. That's the words on the street right now. Anyway, what else we got? Son? This man is out of pocket.
We got Matt, member for 4 months, Lord Bronze. Can't wait for PlayStation to become an app. Hashtag no PS6.
I love that. That's what I'm talking about. See?
Yo, Country Big Stu, he said it would be PlayStation's Bash at the Beach 96 moment. Remember song when you pulled out?
Yeah.
Yo!
Oh my God.
Crazy.
Bro.
That's an old school wrestling joint right there, Country Big. Love.
Then we got Brett Bingham, $5 super chat once again. College football returns. That EA Sports College Football 2025 trailer was fire.
Yeah.
Despite 2023's leading rusher, not in it, Ollie Gordon the second. So I guess I got to pay that boy more.
Yeah, good to see. College sports.
We got Dr. Strange once again. $5 super chat. Sav, I heard you like Assassin's Creed. Well, I can penetrate you with my unique hidden blade. It's very thick and beefy.
Yo, that's
Thank
wild.
you for your unwavering patronage and support.
Yo, that was a beefy situation. That was crazy.
Oh,
That
my
was crazy. That man said he had a hidden blade.
I know that. I know, but I don't. Did you guys see what's his name responded to the Cassie videos? All I'm gonna say.
Oh, we gonna move on.
He did?
Yeah, he put the apology out today.
Oh,
Yeah, I said I'll put it in the ILP chat. I'll put it out.
wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's things are happening.
Everybody's apologetic when they caught.
Oh yeah, of course. You know how that go.
Apologetic when you're not caught because you're too busy hiding. I'm just saying.
Real talk.
Then we got Geek the Sneak, member for 6 months, Lord Bronze. Can't wait to play Hellblade 2 on my PC next week. Yes.
That's King wants you to play on the platform.
And just so that individual knows, Saul did play it on Steam.
Yes, I did.
Yes, he did.
He is the turncoat. No, I'm just joking.
But I keep forgetting to just ask for an Xbox code because it's everywhere. I'm nervous that it's just the console port and then I don't have time to play it.
You have time to play it. Nah, you good. You good.
Then we got Jorvar Ingi, $5 super chat. Hellblade hype. When I heard them talking about Icelandic lore like the saga about Grettir Sturgi, yes, you will. Yes. And not just Vikings, like everybody, I got hyped.
Yeah, a lot of Iceland. I will say Iceland's in the building. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Yeah. Then we got, let me see, Darn Thread with the 50 sex. Shout out to the sex.
Shout out to the sex. The best. I love that currency. I love that.
Pay me in sex.
Hey, Cog, I've been a bad boy. Go easy with the whip, Big Daddy, please.
Wait, that is not a super chat. Stop lying.
That is absolutely.
That is not a super chat. Lies. This is too. Who said this?
Darn Thread.
Seize him. What this man said?
He's paying in sex.
Oh, he seize him. Oh, they out of pocket. Good.
Let's put the crest in the chat for Lord Bronze Chosen One PR. Shout out to Chosen One PR. Welcome to the realm.
Salute.
Then we have gamers play HUD X0 or HUD Zero. So I can always say X0. HUD Zero. Member for 41 months, Lord Bronze. What's up, Lords? Listen, you think Xbox was listening? Call of Duty Game Pass Day 1, Hellblade 2 this week, Starfield with the 60 FPS patch, and next Doom, question mark, hashtag Xbox World Order.
Yeah, we're going to talk about it. We got things to talk about that Call of Duty situation. Salute.
There we got, let's play with each other's joysticks. $5 super chat.
I haven't seen that in a while.
Salve, mi amor.
Ooh.
It's great to see you back. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you. I'm very flexible and can get into any business you need.
Hey, yo, they are back in full force. Solve comes back. They are back in full force.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
When someone asks me what do I bring to the podcast, that's what I have to say.
We're going to put this on the new promo kit.
On the new
Solve arouses the audience with his
Latino heat.
Latino heat.
I'm gonna have my own section on the deck. That's great.
Whoa!
On the deck. Not deck. It doesn't sound.
It sounded wild for a second. It sounded wild. I just wanted to make sure. I wanted to protect you, to make sure you knew what you was doing.
Then we have Robert Keller, $2 which I feel is sweating hearing the general's warnings. The general's warnings about
PlayStation sending that back. See, hey man, it'll be crazy as hell.
We got to keep our generals well funded.
Yeah, can't have sedition over here.
Exactly.
Xbox is definitely handling their end of the stick.
No question.
Then we have Father Gucci, member for 1 month, Lord Bronze. King gonna become Anakin if Sony gives him the bag, for sure.
No, he definitely throw it on his Hollywood Hogan that day. I better not act. I better act right.
Sith ever. Like Darth Vader was the wildest Sith ever. He was the greatest. He was the chosen one.
You and Tim Dog together.
Man. Like, you want to talk about move the needle?
Yeah. Oh yeah. That'll be the whole slate then.
Word.
They got all our generals.
Then we got Robert Kellett once again, $2 super chat. How surprised y'all were seeing Lord Sonic cover? Lord Sonic cover.
Yeah, the new train, right? What train you talking about?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll be quiet. Moving on.
Then we got JD Gamer gifting 5 ILP memberships. Shout out to JD Gamer.
Shout out to
Put the
JD.
crest in the chat.
Salute.
Then we got Hollywood Rules, $5 super chat. Happy Sunday to my new NYC and West Virginia cousins. The Best Games podcast going, prayers and love to the Ninja King. What the drinking in Cali? What are they drinking in Cali? Shaking my head. Hellblade 2.
Nah, they drinking Drake juice. Put that on a beat.
Put that on that beat. Oh.
Put that on a beat.
Oh my God. JD Gamer, $2 super chat. By the way, pathetic Port Megan Pony still got no games. I was waiting for that.
We
one.
knew that
Thank
was
you,
coming.
JD. I missed that, JD. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Strange Love, $2 super chat. Sav, you can ride my deck.
He's back.
Yeah, he's back. He's back.
Dog definitely loves that Steam Deck, though.
Yeah, he do. It's his favorite.
Hollywood Rules, $5 super chat. Not only playing Hellblade 2 on Series X, I'm buying my copy because you know Game Pass subs don't buy games, we rent. Shaking my head.
Oh, man. Going into it. I see what we're doing. We good?
All right. Yeah, we're caught up for now.
So we got some Patreon questions. I'm sorry, guys.
Real quick, I was going to say, once again, I want to thank everyone last week that donated to help get King to LA.
Oh yeah, shout out.
King gonna be in them streets. He's gonna be at the Fan Fest, the Summer Fest. He's gonna be all the fests.
Fully kitted up.
Yes.
Army fatigue down.
Yeah. Shout out to Microsoft. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to everybody that just supports us. Again, I'm still shaking my head. My wife is still shaking her head about it. Like, wow, that was crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But I'm gonna be in there full garb up.
Yeah. It's gonna be lit now. Salute to the
Facts.
community, man. Again, totally
Listen,
amazed by that.
the Iron Bank will take the will take the abuse for this one. The Iron Bank had the whole firm because pause. We trying to go to Japan next year, so
Facts.
you know.
No, that's
Spending
real.
has to be kept to a minimum. So
keeps us in
the
check.
fact that you guys came through was absolutely bonkers to me.
Yeah,
I was with my dad, and just kind of just listening, and I was like, I can't believe this is going down like this. But you guys came through. It was amazing to see.
Best community in the world, the Lords, the realm of the Lords.
And one more super chat. We got $1 super chat from Father Gucci. I love that name, Daddy Gucci. Like, what's up?
No doubt.
That's it.
All right,
That's it.
good. No doubt. All right, so we just saw 2 Patreons. Actually, no, 3, because we couldn't read last week. So Tazuichi, he's back. Good morning, Lords. Let's cut the ish with what happened this week. Do you guys have faith with any IPs being brought back, like Banjo, Crash, Killer Instinct? Truthfully, I don't, but let's discuss. Have a last 2 New York playoff teams will lose and break your heart kind of day. So, any IPs, any faith in any of these IPs coming back? Addict, set it off.
I think Banjo for sure, because they already, he's pretty much came out openly and said everything about Banjo, but it's being made. Like when they were talking about bringing older games back, he specifically brought up Banjo. I don't think that's like a coincidence. Now, obviously, you can get to the kind of feeling it's like they're canceling all these all these other games. I don't necessarily consider the same risk of like establishing newer IPs as bringing a game such as Banjo, like a remake of the first one. I don't think they're the same type of risk. I think remaking Banjo is a way lower risk than a brand new IP from like Tango Studio.
No doubt, no doubt. Solve. You think they bringing anything back, or it's just Call of Duty Salt Mines?
No, I think it just depends on the circumstances for it, right? We already saw that. It's got to be the right circumstance. For me, obviously, you're not going to have only huge games in Game Pass, right? So Game Pass is to survive. You need those smaller games in the interim, right? My hope, right? If Game Pass is to survive, you kind of need those smaller games in the interim. And unless they want to go back to paying millions of dollars for third-party exclusivity for however long, they're going to have to be making them internally. But the thing is, these smaller games, they have to figure out a way for them to function within the grandiosity that is, Microsoft.
Good point.
Because it's like we talked about before, like if you take a game like Control or something, or Alan Wake 2, you take that same game that costs like less than $100 million to make for Remedy, you take that same game and you give it to Sony Santa Monica that makes God of War, it's going to cost you more to make the same exact game just because of the circumstances. So they have to figure out within the umbrella of Microsoft how to make these smaller games for less money, which is difficult to do within an established already structure. So I think that the timing has to be right, the price has to be right. But yeah, I think like to Addict's point, going back to certain IP that are well known, smaller game, smaller budget, it can happen, but everything has to sort of fit properly, especially now where they're looking to cut pinch pennies for certain things. So
no doubt. King, thoughts? Any you think they bringing back some old IPs? Or
I'm gonna specifically talk about Banjo.
Okay.
That they allowed Toys for Bob to buy themselves out of the contract, that alleviated whatever stress and strife that they needed to have with holding that studio to do stuff. Now, I honestly believe that was like a fail move, because him playing strategy right now, he has to play offense and defense because he has to pay back the bread that they got from Sati and the team. And at the same time, he wants to get these franchises that they do have back up and running. But he also understands that Sati and the team only wants some big type of games to push that needle to start getting bread back in. All right, so Toys for Bob is on deck to get cut or whatever. Let's go over to them. Let them go, and then let them buy out of their contract, and then sign a deal with them to lend them IPs that they can make and put those IPs all over. Because what you want to do is have those IPs be as large as life, right? Banjo will be larger than life if it's on PlayStation, if it's on Nintendo, if it's on Xbox. And Toys for Bob can have the brunt of that. They will be looked at as like, oh, Bob's back there, a little savior, this, that, and the third. I think
Actually,
creative ways in order to get those IPs that y'all want to come back without worrying about Microsoft fitting the bill. So that satiates Satya and them, that gives Microsoft goodwill and stuff like that. Game comes inside Game Pass for the Game Pass subscribers. He's trying to hit it from all different angles, Paul, but at the same time, staying true to what his initial mission is. His mission is not the same mission as Amy Hood and Satya's. His mission is, as a gamer, for the stuff that he wanted to do, was to make sure that the Xbox platform is solid. And I think that he's going about it in a smart way. You got to also remember that when people is coming through looking for their cred, they're not fund certain projects. Find a creative way to get those projects done, because remember, they said they're okay with lending out IPs to different studios to make games. That's letting you know we're open, people, so that we don't have to worry about putting that money on our books. The money will be on your books, and we can fund the project slightly by promotion or whatever deals that we could do. I think it's a smarter way to go about it. And I think that's how they got stuff done.
The studio like actually Toys for Bob as well, though. Like they have expertise in Crash as well. They have expertise in Spyro. Like there's a number of different games they can make for them.
I was actually told that Toys for Bob isn't working on Banjo, so another studio's working on Banjo.
One. Yeah. No, to King's point, Phil, what's the Hove line? You got to learn how to move in a room full of vultures. You know, Hove's got to. I mean, Phil got to move like that. But look, I think we'll get a few. I'll be honest though, I still think that big franchises is going to be a lot of the focus. And obviously we got a couple topics talking about that, but I do, based on what we've seen from Phil and other hints, there will be key franchises, like Addict said, that I think will come back. Anything that he's had a t-shirt on, I think is coming back. And I think Banjo, because it's been mentioned way too much, is coming back. I would like to see Crash.
Anything that could be made in 2 to 2.5 years.
Yeah. Low effort, you know what I'm saying, as far as that's concerned. But that's it. But we got more. Dip Down Games anime's back. The War of the Lords continues. This one might get out of hand. I'm not sure. Hopefully it's a fair contest. Anyway, it will be COG in Team Video Games versus Addict Team Anime. Same rules apply.
Oh, I've already won.
All right, I'm about to get you out of here. Assemble your team. We're about to battle. Assemble your team of 4. Plead your case. Solve and King will decide. Chat will be the split decision. Only one rule. No crossovers. So example, COG, you can't pick Goku because those are Dragon Ball Z games. Because there are Dragon Ball Z games. And Dragon Ball Z is known as an anime. Let there be blood. Let there be death. This is ILP. Addict, you got to share your thoughts on My Hero so far, bro.
My Hero?
Yeah, set it off. Set your thoughts off. And then Team Video Games versus Team Anime. I got to get you little blue-haired dudes out of here. Let's go.
So, question, does he want me to share my thoughts on like the My Hero anime? Or?
Yeah. He wanted real quick balls.
I haven't.
Oh yeah, we got to it yet.
Kept up to date with My Hero.
Okay. Got you. It's all good. So what we doing? All right, Xbox. What we doing? Gaming, video games.
Did we do multiple or just one?
We get 4. We get to pick 4 people.
Okay, 4.
Plead our case. So I think Curb's on the team. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The one that eat up everybody can't be beat. I'm rock with him.
Kirby.
Yeah.
The one who eat Kirby. Okay,
Yeah. He can't be beat. And then let's see.
Never expected him to go to Nintendo.
We got to get with Nintendo's one of their champions. You know what? I'm a side. I got to get Solve's vote. I'm gonna have Akuma on my squad. Since he can't, supposedly is allegedly can't be beat. Allegedly, so we're gonna do that.
All I know is that his stage in Street Fighter 6 has a bunch of graves behind it. Mad graves.
Let me see. What we doing? Man, it's so many. Let's see. I got thoughts. Let me see. 2 more. I'm gonna go. This is an old school. A lot of people ain't gonna remember this. Maybe Solve and King remember. I'm gonna go with Dark Force. kind of like the never-ending villain of the Phantasy Star series that always comes back in some form. And damn, they said Doomslayer, Cog. Nah, I ain't going with Doomslayer. I had a thought. One more. Something. Let me see. Video games. What we doing?
He's licking his chops, son.
Yeah. I know he looking. He got things cooking.
He got one guy that y'all guys can't beat, and it's just not gonna work for y'all. I gotta say too.
What it is a bunch of people. But I'm trying to think off top the best choice. You know what I'm saying? It says Suruk, said Kratos. Nah. Let me see.
I would tell you to think of gods.
That's what I'm thinking too. Is so many. I mean, Kratos is lit though.
He is a god slayer.
He's a god slayer. He's a god. We need PlayStation. We need some PlayStation representation.
But
For now. I right now it's probably somebody I'm forgetting. I know I'm forgetting at least 2 or 3 people. But for now, that's the 4. So what you got? What's Team Anime doing?
So I got to get rid of Kirby, so I'm gonna pick Kira from Death Note. He's just gonna write his name in his Death Note. He's dead, so he's gone. He can actually probably kill all your people, but we're not gonna go too much into that. I'm gonna pick Gojo because Gojo literally can't be hit.
Oh, that's the dude that died. Isn't that the dude that just died? He died last week, right?
There was extreme
They killed him.
circumstances why he got killed.
Okay. But we not confirmed that your man
it's
that you bring
unfortunate
him back.
you couldn't use Sukuna, or you probably could have beat him, but you didn't. So you're fine.
Just want to make sure the guy that died was on your team. Okay.
My third is probably gonna be the universe creator on Dragon Ball. He literally can make anything out of anything. So yeah, good luck with that. I don't even think I need 2 more. But like we'll go with 4.
What's the 4?
The 4th one is probably.
Where you going?
Let me think.
Who the hell is Zeno?
His name is Xena.
Okay. Somebody said One Punch Man is a rap. How come y'all got all these
I don't
suggestions
think
for him?
One
Y'all ain't had
Punch
that
Man gonna
suggestion
be
for
like
me.
that. I don't think One Punch Man gonna be like that. I'm gonna be real with you. One Punch Man is powerful, but I don't know if he's the type of thing that I need on here.
One more. Let's see.
There's characters, but I need OP characters.
Folding something.
There's one character that I haven't played this game, so I don't know.
You know what? I'm gonna pick Moroku from Inuyasha to get rid of Kirby in case Light can't, because he'll just suck him into the wind tunnel. So he's.
I'm not.
Okay.
So where you at, Attic? You on 3?
He's on 4.
4. So there's one character I have not played this game, but on 2 separate lists, he's number 1. And this is the Demi Fiend from Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne.
Oh, yeah, them Persona guys in the Shin Megami. Yeah. Yeah, there it is.
It says the character said, while the character starts the game as a human reborn as a low-level demon, he becomes the most powerful being in all creation by the end of the story.
There you go.
The character has multiversal power that can resist fate and create and destroy the universes.
It's over. It's over for your animes now.
The Demi-Fiend has omnipotence and is capable of fighting and defeating God.
I love omnipotence. I love omnipotence.
The problem with this question is these medias were never compared to fight each other, so you could never is Zenmans, which is like the creator of all things in Dragon Ball, is his version of creating stuff stronger than his. Like there's no way of really anticipating the equivalent of each
what's
one.
homie name? What's Lord
Omnipotence
name? What's Lord Omnipotent? That's what we call him. What's his name?
It's just the Demi-Fiend.
The Demi-Fiend. Yeah.
So disgusting.
That's it. It's over.
I'm gonna pick my 5th one's gonna be Aizen from Bleach.
You got Puff Daddy energy.
Yo.
My 5th one's gonna be Aizen from Bleach. I feel like between Light, Moroku, which Moroku's a weak character. We're just using him for one ability and then he's done.
I don't want that
Zenmans from Dragon Ball. I probably butchering his name. Then we're gonna be using Aizen from Bleach and Gojo.
Gojo. All right. Like I said, we got the omnipotent Demi-Fiend.
You pick your people.
Yeah, no, I said we got out there. We just going through the line. So now it's up to King and Solve to decide if they are split, then it goes to the chat for the win. So who y'all got?
So
basically?
I don't know
someone said
anything
Yamcha.
about.
Someone said the main antagonist for Bleach. The reason I'm not using him is because I feel more confident in Aizen.
All right, so
Because the main character in Bleach can like kind of see the future, but Aizen like kind of made him see a different future. That's the reason he lost.
All right.
what we got?
What are your four, Cog? What are your four? Because I don't think.
Yeah, I know what you was gonna say.
I don't know anything about anime, so I don't know how
that guy.
these guys are.
The guy you said, Kirby, Akuma, and I got Dark Force.
Dark Force. I mean, I gotta go with you just because I don't know.
Yes, because we
the other
biased.
ones.
That's good. We biased. Come on in. Come on. We like bias. Okay, continue.
Your characters can't mess with Addict's character.
Oh,
I was going to take one character that would just definitely obliterate them all.
Ooh.
He didn't. It's so many different characters that he could have used just from the Naruto universe himself. Like, it's just literally.
I was trying to keep it fair.
See,
Why you should have just picked the one that beats everybody.
he could have just threw you in the jitsu and the rest of your team is just done. But honestly, seriously, he picked it so it could be an open battle.
Okay.
Don't think those characters that you picked to beat him. Once he eliminates Kirby, see, Kirby is the strongest dude on your team. Being honest with you, like he done ate you.
What about Lord Omnipotent, the Overfiend?
And I think that the majority of my characters are faster than the Kirby can suck them in.
Oh Lord, that's pause.
I mean, Kirby wasn't number one on any of those lists. On 2 lists, it was the demi fiend.
Yeah, I got that for Akuma when he turned his back. The no hado joint.
I love that. See, but the thing with Akuma is he got to get up in your circumference to do his little fight and stuff. And a lot of
that we didn't even get to Oni Akuma when he turned into the god itself.
But the thing is it doesn't matter because he literally wouldn't be able to kill Gojo.
Yeah,
he wasn't able to kill a god either. This man never lost. I heard.
But anyway, he never lost.
But anyway, so King betrayed me. It's cool.
So it's up to the chat.
Shout out to the chat. So put a non-biased poll. Team Addict versus Team
I don't know what
Cognito. You're gonna learn what non-bias means, and the chat got figured. And we'll round up the votes at the end of the show. I mean, at the end of the topic. But y'all got it, no doubt. And then while we getting that going on, all right, I see T Cogs in there. Yeah, keep it up. Just there you go. He set up Dr. Strange list said, "I'm voting Cog because anime is stupid." Yo, you are disrespectful.
We said non-biased.
Non-biased. Oh, Steve Kelly said, Team Cog is done. Team Addict. Yeah. Geez, Cog, because I'm tired of anime. Zog, he says, Addict got this one. He said, Bleach characters are stronger. All right, the votes are going up. We'll tally them up. Shout out to Dip Down, always causing beef amongst the Lord. All right, this is the last one. Donald Taku. Cog has struck again. He has intentionally blacklisted any Nintendo talk from the podcast. But don't worry, I'm here to reconcile these heinous acts.
Someone said Bleach characters of the week. That's why I didn't pick Ichigo. I picked Aizen because Aizen's ability is to literally trick you into thinking anything. If you see Aizen's sword, he can literally make you think anything or see anything he wants. He controls all your senses.
So he says, I'm here to reconcile those acts. The Nintendo Switch successor has officially been acknowledged by President Furukawa and is planned to be revealed between July 2024 and March 2025. The specs also leaked from shipping and customs data. The specs include a 1080p Samsung display with 4K support docked, NVIDIA Ampere chipset capable of DLSS2 super resolution and DLSS 3.5 ray reconstruction, 12 gigs of LPDDR5 RAM, big for Nintendo, he says, 256 gigabytes of UFS 3.1 storage, max 2. I love how he's into the stats now with Nintendo. According to analysts, this will put the Switch successor above PS4 in handheld and right behind the Series S docked before DLSS. This is definitely more powerful than most imagined and outside of Abacus territory, KSRT. Damn, he threw KSRT under the bus. My question to the Lords, if the specs are true, has it exceeded your expectations? And what is the one other feature or spec you need to see that will make you excited about the successor? And then he has a parentheses, besides basic online and communication features, we're being realistic. That was good. Shout out to the dog. Shout out to the dog. So yeah, like if these specs are true, you know, how we feeling? Does it exceed your expectations? And will that make you excited to see, you know, the successor? So whoever want to jump in.
I was always excited to see the successor, regardless to what. I'm a hardware junkie. Whatever they're doing, they're going to fall in line and compliance with what Microsoft is bringing for the next gen or current gen Call of Duty. They signed the contract, so I never was in doubt of them being capable of running Call of Duty at a high spec rate. So Call of Duty will have to be able to be played on the Series S. So it has to be at least as strong, if not as stronger than the Series S. So that's what I expected, regardless to what. So if anybody expected anything less, that contract already told you at least 2 years ago what it was going to be capable of doing. So nah, nothing surprised me. It'll surprise me if it doesn't have a decent online capability. That's what they need. But to play Call of Duty, to be in compliance, you can rest assured that you will be able to do voice chat. You will be able to do all the type of communications things. So I think Microsoft, them signing a contract with Microsoft, help elevate the Switch to the base, at least to be as where we are currently.
Hottest man in the poll got me losing. My name is Losing Cognito, and his name is Winning Addict.
Because
this is out of
the
pocket.
outcome of the poll.
Out of pocket. Anyway. The man to recount. So, where you at, man? You the DLSS guy, you know? PC Master Race.
Is this stuff confirmed?
Well, basically, according to Don, yeah, this is the leaks from shipping and customs data. Right. So people feeling strong about it, but again, not officially confirmed, but these are leaks.
Yeah, I mean, again, they have to. It's going to be an interesting piece of hardware, right? Because there really is. They had to take whatever the second generation Tegra thing is and kind of make it their own, because NVIDIA themselves hasn't really done too much work to it. So they had to kind of jump from that and do their own thing. So it's going to be interesting. I think the biggest thing in order for it to be comparable is obviously for all of these sort of upscaling technologies to be, built into it from the ground up. And B, the power consumption stuff, because when you talk about being able to match a Series S,
good point.
On the graphics point, you can spec wise, you can shrink stuff down and figure that part out. But if you're not able to draw in the same amount of power, you're not going to get the same performance. It's just not going to happen. So that's why, I'm interested in a lot of the stuff regarding the dock and what that means. And if we start getting weird things while, this game will run at 60 docked and 30, and we're going to see that. It could be a situation where we see that. But again, to King's point, Call of Duty, the expectation is that it's able to run natively on that machine, right? That's the hope. It's going to be interesting what the actual stuff is. Obviously, they got this, so it's probably true. But at the same time, it does seem like more than Nintendo would be willing to. It's a bigger jump than what Nintendo would normally do. But I've said this time and again, like, the kids are kind of in charge at Nintendo now, right? So it might be a little bit of a different look in terms of what they consider to be important. Who knows? I mean, Nintendo has never lost money on a console launch. And maybe they're willing to do it now, because they know they're going to sell so many of them anyway. So in order to be able to give you a piece of hardware that's a little bit more forward thinking. So let's hope.
Yo, shout out to KSRT and Don Taco in the chat. KSRT said, wake me up when they could actually play Cyberpunk. And then, they are going at each other in the chat. It's wild funny.
The only thing that I'm like, I hope Nintendo realizes they have something with the Switch. And it's okay, let's move on to the next gimmick. I'm hoping I'm pretty sure they won't, but with Nintendo, you never truly know what Nintendo's going to do until Nintendo does it. As far as like the power of the thing, I don't really care about none of that. I feel like Nintendo's going to pick what Nintendo needs. It's always going to be underpowered. But I'm going to like their games, and I think at the end of the day, depending on what those launch titles are, like, that's going to determine if I want to play a Switch 2 at launch or not. Zelda was there at the beginning of the Switch's life cycle, and I don't know if I would have bought it if Zelda wasn't there day one.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, obviously I would have bought it eventually. I just don't know if I would have bought it then.
Yeah.
I feel like the Switch has been a massive success in terms of hardware and software. Almost every year they at least have a Game of the Year contender there. So, and I don't think that's changing anytime soon, because people, they say, well, I just don't like the type of games they make. Well, they know they don't care about you. They got a massive amount of people that buy their games every year,
Facts.
and they keep appealing to those people because they know they're going to show up in drones.
No, salute, yo, the PC Master Race guys are going at kids. That's the allegation. Nintendo guys are mad at the slander. Look, I don't got too much to add. I will say that I do like that they still continue the relationship with NVIDIA. We have to give them credit as far as, being able to squeeze every amount of performance out of that original tech. Wasn't that the Shield at one point?
It is, the Shield.
Bro, like, you got it. They were working sorcery over there. So salute to them. And yeah, the DLSS technologies is and upscaling stuff is really cool. If it's comparable to the Series S, or at least on some level, that's fine. But as I will always stand on my square, the greatest feature they need is party chat, messaging, basic communication and functions and online gaming. And then me and Nintendo's beef will finally be over. So, we'll see what's up. But these specs are cool. We'll see. That's what's up. And then let's get to the poll. Last week's poll results are in, and the people have spoken to the question: with the latest studio closures by Xbox and Bethesda, what has you most concerned about the future of the brand? The winner of the four-way poll at 55% of the vote was executive communication and mismanagement of studios. Coming in at second at 19% of the vote was smaller Xbox game studios potentially being closed. In third place at 16%, as long as consistent quality games continue to release on the platform, they will be fine. And at last place at 8% of the vote was Game Pass going away group. Shout out to all the Lords who participated. Lord Sav, you are back. Didn't get a chance to talk to you much. The Lord, they're concerned about executive communication and mismanagement of studios regarding the future of the brand.
I think we all need to just get used to being gamers again and stop caring what these execs say and just play the damn games. Microsoft needs to shut up and just deliver games. I don't want to hear anything. Let me just care about the games, care about the studios, care about the people making it, and leave all the business semantics to the side. Like, when something happens, we'll talk about it. But the fact that is the most concerning thing to a hardcore gamer, instead of, hey, these games aren't going to be there anymore.
Losing track of the games,
You're losing track of what you should be caring about. So I don't really care if they talk to me or not anymore. Honestly, I prefer that they don't.
I actually agree. I feel like they're being too comfortable the past few years, and especially after seeing like the Sarah Bond interview right after the closures, it's like maybe they do need to take a step back, because I feel like they're starting to get out of touch on like how to speak at these things, because like the lady literally asked Sarah why'd they close the studios down, and she said a whole lot of nothing. So it's just like, maybe stop doing the public appearances, after this IGN thing, because that's clearly already going to happen.
Yeah, the film with Ryan.
Yeah, it's just it's sad, because it's like we loved that aspect about them, but I do think it's getting to the point where them coming out and talking is hurting them now more than helping them, because it'd be different if they didn't shift so drastically as a company, but they feels like every year and a half there's a new business model that they want to do, and it's hurting them really bad, because us as consumers don't care about their business model. Why are you trying to drastically change the way you told me you're going to do things 6 months ago? So it's just like the best way to remedy that is just, lay off the talk. And that doesn't mean they can never talk. It's just like, stop giving definites when you don't know yourself.
When you talk about the games. Don't talk about your strategies. Don't talk about this. Talk about the game. Make it about the games. And then you can't get called a hypocrite for things. And that's it.
The sad part is the majority of the people that do these interviews don't care about the games. They're going to ask them those questions because they don't care about the games.
Interesting. No, it's a fair point. And I'm a person that is a huge fan of them talking, but I have to admit, I could see a situation where like stuff is being utilized against them, and what is it? The internet does not forget. They will pull up the quote, they will pull up the tweet of what you said. I guess for me, the reason why I do like the talking, even though I can admit I could be wrong in this part, is that I just like learning about the gaming industry and how they come to certain conclusions. But Alex made a fantastic point in the sense that what we're seeing now, that if they course correct or there's a internal change, then people are going to pull up the receipts of what you said last. And that's unfortunate, but it is what it is. I'm with the games.
What I like is I told you guys that they was gonna stop talking to you
You did
people.
say that.
What did they do?
Yeah.
When they gave you the announcement of Call of Duty going to Game Pass, they got in contact with the Wall
Street Journal. Yeah, good
and
point.
let the other people find out through that avenue.
Yeah, that is
That's
true.
a good point, King.
That is true. They're gonna stop. We've already seen sometimes what the gaming media will do and take things and sort of editorialize things that are just supposed to be a factual
so you're saying
thing.
they're going to the people they can actually trust to write a story correctly?
Oh,
just,
man.
just to put the facts in, right? Just to put the facts in, and then you let us run wild with it if you want to. But it's not going to be based on something that we said, or it's not going to be based on something.
I mean,
that...
to be honest with you, you guys know I love doing this, so I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna take the shot. The way IGN handled the Kai thing, I don't blame him. I don't blame.
We got
him.
a super chat that asks about it.
I personally believe that Phil felt burnt. He's been trying very, very hard to be, and I don't want to use the word accepted, but at least given the benefit of the doubt with you gaming media, because he's a gamer. So it meant a lot to him for you guys to start giving Xbox praise on their hard effort. The fact of the matter is, it's a cult. It's a group hive mentality. You guys think that you're part of some gang thing.
Why am I throwing up?
The fact of the matter, because y'all be in the background like gang.
Why I gotta be all the media outlets throwing it out?
The thing is, though, Cog, it's like people always ask me, why are you so disrespectful to the media? Because they do nothing but disrespect me. So I'm not going to sit here and act like there's some nice goody-good. Like, I don't have an issue with everyone in the media.
I was going to say, we broad-stroking everyone? Okay.
Oh, no, the majority, yes.
Okay.
The majority, yes.
Damn.
Now, there are some good people in there, but the majority of the people I've heard from good people that trust, that like me, they talk about you over here in this building. They doing this over in this building. I make simple tweets about stuff. Got mad people from IGN unfollow me. So it's like, look, you can be in your feelings. That's false. It's not going to make facts right, and it's not going to matter. Like, because that's one of the biggest things that just annoys me the most with the thing. Like, look at the Kai thing. Like, instead of celebrating that man did something good in the industry, he put so much eyes on Elden Ring. We're talking massive eyes. We're gonna talk about something that he did. Not I will agree he should have did better with that, like more thought process with that particular situation. But we're gonna sit here and ignore the fact that 150,000 people every day watched Elden Ring and put all this focus, and not to mention Kai is real tuned into the casual audience. A lot of his audience plays 2K, Madden, and he was introducing this new world, because he even said it. If you guys watch Madden, he's like, at least give it a try. And instead of celebrating that, the first thing we're gonna say is, oh, he started riots.
Well,
it's like
par for the course when it comes to certain things. We're going to get into that later on with the Assassin's Creed thing, but I think it's more to it than just the small thought process of bringing a man down and bringing up his past. I think it's way more than that, to be honest with you. And Kai, if you're watching, I love to have you.
Come on over.
Coming around. All right.
That's how us Bronx boys do. And I know your story intricately from the come up to everything. So I really follow the kid is dope.
I do believe, and this is my personal opinion, that a lot of the media don't care about the industry. They care about what they can get from the industry. And it's sad, because a lot of these people that are like this, they're the ones benefiting from the industry. It's like I said multiple times. The industry only cares about numbers. They don't care about how you get it. They don't care about the schemy tactics you use to get it. They just care about the numbers.
Schemy tactics.
Anyway, Haddock that smoking. He just put it out there. So, that was that. And we got any bills to pay, or are we ready to jump in? So
we're not gonna pay this bill just yet. We do have a couple more super chats.
Get the super chats before we get into the joint.
They love.
Solve is back. It's a whole different day.
We didn't have none of this.
None of this was last week. Last couple of weeks.
We got let me see, Filipino Beast, $20 super chat. If COD comes to Game Pass, does it move the needle with the recent concerns? Make Game Pass Ultimate $24.99 with day one games. All Bethesda and Activision games are multi-platform, and Xbox Studios is still exclusive. Problem solved for everyone. I think it's inevitable. Obviously, that price goes up at some point. I think it's to me. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it later.
Now. Yeah, literally next topic. We got it.
Yeah, so we'll talk about it in a second.
Wilhelm Scream, what up? See you, brother.
We got Spartan Go 17, £5 super chat. Thoughts on the country boys being mad at Yasuke? Seems like power fantasies are only bad if brothers are painted as leads. Shaking my head. Also, IGN coming at Kai. We just talked about that. We will talk about Yasuke in a few.
We will talk about Assassin's Creed Shadows. We know y'all want to talk.
All that on deck, all of it.
No doubt.
Then we got Eliot Shlomovich.
I love that name.
With the 15, I forgot what this currency is called. My apologies. My apologies, Eliot. It's not sex. It's not sex.
He wants it to be that currency.
He wants that sex.
Money.
Happy Sunday, Realm. June, we get COD on Game Pass and Gundam in Call of Duty in Season 4, according to Bamco. Twitter, June will signal the big push for Xbox. Pause. Big push. Then we have Lotus Esprit, gifted 1 ILP membership. Put the crest in the chat for Lotus.
Salute.
Blessings.
Then we have Omer Tawar, member for 4 months. Lord Bronze, I'm with Saab. Just play the games. Yes. Let's just care about the games and people that make the games. Yep. And
they can't though, because they gotta change up their narrative and switch it up to bucks. Weirdo.
That's it. We're caught up for now.
Oh, wow. All right. We got the first topic. It is King. I'm going to set this thing up for, man. The big one that broke Canada this week. Call of Duty, y'all. Microsoft plans the boldest move yet for the Activision as far as changing how it was sold. This is from the Wall Street Journal. So I got a couple of bars I got to read from them. It looks like a major shakeup, and they're going to be putting Call of Duty, latest installment, into their subscription service instead of selling it a la carte. The plans, which make the biggest change to Microsoft's gaming division since it took over the Activision deal, $75 billion takeover, expect to be announced at the company's annual Xbox showcase next month. According to people familiar with the matter, consumers will still have the option to purchase the game outright for playing on consoles or computers. And then they said that the Microsoft's hope is that it will draw new users to Game Pass who will end up paying it more over the long term. And then they talked about, obviously, how this was central to regulators. You know, the whole situation, Call of Duty was central to regulator concerns over the acquisition, which closed in October after 21 months. And they talked about Game Pass in 2017, earlier this year, said the service had 34 million subscribers, up from 25 million in 2022. Since major game releases can still garner premium prices, sub-analysts argue that subscription services pose too great a risk of cannibalizing a la carte sales. We strongly believe that an overall shift to a subscription model for the industry would negatively impact value creation at the publishers. That was T.D. Cohen, this analyst, wrote in this report. And then Michael Pachter responded. He said, adding Call of Duty at launch would signal that the software company is committed to the subscription strategy. So, yeah, big game changer. Obviously, this was there were talks about it, you know, whether or not internally they would actually follow through with it. So, King, this is your topic, man. Call of Duty will be in Game Pass. Day and date.
All you got in this world is your word and your balls. And my man Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spitzer, first of his name, is outside. Told you it was coming. And he was hella hot water. It was gonna get there. It was you pony dudes. Oh, you can't use that word here.
We use that word here.
It's you weirdo hoof guys that was sitting there fearing the inevitable. Now listen, this doesn't bode well for you guys. This right here is actually the apocalypse happening to you dudes, right? Honestly, because from what we noticed, since y'all like to talk numbers and stuff like that, and the numbers will be today. It's over 125 million of you guys, and let's say 60 of you million dudes. It's on your PlayStation 5s, and you got to say 60 million plus. It's on PlayStation 4 that didn't make the jump over because they didn't see the value in the console, right? Because they still playing on Call of Duty, they still playing Fortnite, they still playing Minecraft. Microsoft owns two of those, right? So let's say now that this game is this generation only. Is put up a shut up time. This is the best time to get them. This is the best time to get back the fallen ones that went and lost and went astray, that went over there. And the Xbox One went to PlayStation 4 because y'all didn't see the value in the Xbox One console. But now value is back. value what you like to play. That Call of Duty, I already got a couple of people telling me what they're going to do. They're going to get inside Call of Duty, and the money that they saved off of that, they will buy more skins. They want more skins. So the money that they saved, they're going to be putting it all on skins. I'm gonna tell you, microtransactions is gonna be crazy, and for all your distractors talking about why would somebody go over there where they could just buy the game and keep it in perpetuity game? Because over here there's value. You just don't pay $17 and just get one thing. No. You get the thing that you love, the thing that you crave, the skins that you want to get, and you got more money to see more things. So this is where we break their backs. And I told you it was going to happen. And I told you it was going to happen so fast your head was going to spin. He was like, it'll never happen because they're never going to give up that money over there, King. To you now, the money has been given up and they don't care about what you think. And Call of Duty is inside Game Pass and it's going to be phenomenal because I'm going to play Call of Duty for the first time in years. And I know you can say they got Warzone and King, they can do that for free. Nah, they want to do that over here for the fee. They like it. And Call of Duty is going to be the assassinated to break that back. Because I told y'all before, it wasn't about your exclusives. It was about these games. And I think COD calls them the Sinister Six.
Yes, the Sinister Six.
Right. 2 of those Sinister Six. And soon we're going to have 3. We're going to work it to win all the top 5 games are Microsoft games. And y'all going to pay. But now what y'all could do, y'all could pony up and put that in your service and get value.
Supposed to say pony.
Well, no. That's a saying. That's not.
Oh yeah.
But it is a what?
So, okay, this is King. How is the CEO of SIE set feel about this?
Well, the CEO of SIE. It's a dark time for us.
Really?
This is a very dark curtain. Because as we've noticed, we tried so hard to get these PlayStation 4 guys to move over to the PlayStation 5 platform. We did slim, we did fat, we did big stuff, we did digital, we did non-digital, we did everything. We put VR, we put Portal, we put over there.
Portal, I heard, is doing well.
They have not come over, and this right here might be the turning point, might be the tipping point in getting that scale over there. And I'm terribly afraid and frightened. I don't know exactly if this is going to be the catalyst to our demise, but I tell you this, people, what I will do for you, I will raise prices and give you no value. I will not put it in our service. I will not put that money over there. No, what I will do is I will double down on taking away stuff from people that purchase Helldivers and companies in places that they can't play it. I will do the most to make sure y'all get to work. Shout out to Nixus. That's my heart.
Shout out to Nixus.
Game on PC, but you can't play the multiplayer in 178 countries. But I'm just saying, I'm going to do the most to get the least from you guys, and you won't come over. I'll see you over at Xboxes. I know that's exactly where you're going.
You're ridiculous. Thank you, Lord Herman Host, for your new promotion. Appreciate your contribution in building the faith in the stakeholders. You surely set the tone here. Yeah, all right. Lord Addict. The thoughts, this was a big one, whether or not they would actually follow through. It was actually a big point of contention. I believe, shout out to Tom Warren, friend of the realm. We did hear that there were internal debates or discussions, so to speak, as to whether Call of Duty would put in the service. So now that the dust has settled, and it looks like they sent it to Wall Street Journal, they sent it to the top to let the world know they are doing this. What is your thoughts?
I think when it comes down to it, is there a chance that
Your camera's
this
frozen.
could hurt? Oh, my camera's frozen.
Yeah.
Hold on. All right, is that better?
Yeah, you back.
So, I mean, look, I do think there is some valid concerns on, especially seeing how stuff's been going on here recently with the industry. And, a lot of people feel like the reason that this is going on is because of the after effect of Game Pass, with sales going down, not necessarily hardware. So I understand, the concept on this might actually make things worse, because it could, but at the same time, to me, people are like, oh, this is going to be a chain reaction that Call of Duty is going to sell worse and worse every year, and it's going to lead to more and more layoffs. You don't know that. Right. And I feel like at the very least, Xbox spent a lot of money a lot of money. I don't blame them for at least trying it 1 year just to see. Like, and here's the thing, like, putting Call of Duty on, even if, like, long-term wise, it would affect the industry in a negative way, 1 year ain't going to affect nothing. Just to see, and what's funny is, all it's going to really affect is the Xbox. Like, the Xbox sells. PlayStation's still going to sell good. PC, I'm pretty sure that's on the battle. Did they put it over on Steam yet?
That's a good question. Why am I feeling not?
Or is it still just on battle? Because I know they've been doing things differently a little bit, so I don't know if they're changing the stuff when it comes to that. It's like, look, I think Microsoft needed to try it once. Now, if they decide, because the sales,
Lucius Augustus says yes. Call of Duty says he says it's on Steam.
Okay, now we know where these Steam people going. Like, they ain't going because people are like, well, on Game Pass it's on PC too. We know where these Steam people going. Let's stop this. Like, they ain't going to no Game Pass. They buying that on Steam. So it's just like, look, like, if the only thing this is gonna affect is the Xbox. Because obviously people have multiple systems. It might stop people from buying Call of Duty on PlayStation. But at the same time, Microsoft put a lot of money into this. They have to at least try it. Now, it's like I said, if they don't hit their projections and they feel it's because they put it in Game Pass, they might change stuff next year. But I'd rather them try it and find out what the after effect is than never trying it at all.
Fair enough. Lord Solve. This is a big one. They are doing it. Many questioned whether they would follow through. So what are your thoughts? Call of Duty, free $99. Latest installment on Game Pass. What's your thoughts?
So consumer hat on. Boom.
Okay.
Yay!
Hey, I'm going to prestige this year.
I'm good. Exactly.
It's not even consumer ad. I'm still not playing that.
I'm going to play a Call of Duty campaign this year. Wow. You know what I'm saying? Consumer hat. Consumer hat off. Boom.
Okay.
He
took it off quick.
That's all I wanted for the campaign.
That's
I don't care about anything else.
Campaign. That's it.
I just don't. It kind of feels like if we look at the idea that Game Pass is the subscriptions are sort of flattened out, right? And they're trying to get growth in Game Pass. And if the powers that be at Microsoft, notice I say Microsoft, say, hey, okay, we're going to give you this 1 year. Put it in there like you promised.
Right.
If we see significant growth from the biggest game that you have in Game Pass, then it makes sense. But you have this one shot. If we don't see that significant growth, regardless of how many sales we get on other platforms, which we know are going to be more, I think after this year, it's probably a no. If the powers that be at Microsoft have something to say about it, as opposed to the Xbox powers that be. I really do think it is this one shot because if we're looking at the idea that there's no growth in Game Pass or as much growth as they want to see, especially at this point in time, you're going to look to your biggest game to give you that growth. That's the one that's going to tell you whether people are going to come over to your service or not. So, and it very true, they are in a position where in some ways it may not matter because the same people that have been playing on PlayStation are going to buy it on PlayStation. The same people that have been playing on Steam are going to buy it on Steam. That's something that we've already known. But what worries me in this scenario is if that doesn't happen, they put it in Game Pass, they don't see the growth that they want to see, then Game Pass maybe isn't long for this world. Because if you're thinking about,
if the biggest game can't push
subscribers,
maybe it's a wrap at that point.
It's a good data point for sure.
And then the recent move.
The only pushback I got off of that is the majority of the people are still playing Call of Duty on Xbox Ones and PlayStation 4s.
Okay.
And Game Pass is on those.
Yeah, but this time it's only available on current gen.
This will only be current gen.
Is that confirmed? I'm not sure. That's a good question. I am not sure.
Available.
Chat, let us know because I'm not a Call of Duty guy like that. Used to be back in the day.
I ain't playing it regardless.
Yeah, I'm interested this year, but I'm not. Is it a next gen only Call of Duty? That's a good question.
My word for it.
You know what's funny? I was given the last Call of Duty, and I was like, "You guys want to play zombies?" Oh, that's all I'm playing. I ain't playing anything else.
I'm playing nothing else.
Yeah, but I think this is the one that they needed to do it with this because you're going to see the most growth. You can see where the market tells you are at this. who's going to make the jump over. Now, I think maybe it'll be cloud only for the PlayStation 4 and for the for the Xbox One. But I believe that this version is only current gen.
So the chat said it is not confirmed yet. So these are the rumors. There is no confirmation. We'll find out at the showcase.
At the showcase,
if the Xbox One and the PlayStation 4 will still have this or not. So that is a good question.
So my biggest worry in all of this is where does Game Pass stand, right? Because if we have anything to go by over the past couple of weeks, what's happened with these studio closures, it just seems like the Xbox environment has become more hostile to the smaller game and the smaller developer. And if that was supposed to sort of be the Game Pass was supposed to be the home for those types of games, and we're seeing less of those. If you see a metric where your biggest game isn't pushing subscriptions, what hope do smaller games have in that? So again, thinking as somebody with a suit on at Microsoft, do I look at that and be like, hey, there's no point in continuing this if we're not bringing any growth to it with our biggest games? And our biggest franchise just showed us that regardless to what people are going to want to play this game elsewhere.
Right.
So that's just my worry with that. I'm glad that they're kind of, considering that we can't trust a lot of stuff that is said lately. The fact that this is still going to be the case, I'm happy as a consumer, right? I want to see what it does. And again, they have to take these big swings. They promised it, and they're going to come through. And again, we just got to see if gaming in general and gamers respond to it. Yeah. If not, we might see some more changes that we are not happy with.
Yeah, it's a big one. This is a big one, man. I mean, I've stayed. I have to give myself credit. I stayed consistent through the heart of the storm. The Realm of the Dukes. They gave me, actually, the Realm of the Dukes gave me love, but some of the comment boys were not happy with me. And I told people, I said they would see this through. They would put this in the service. I think, to Addict's point, I agree 100%. I think it's one of those things where we know that they have pivoted since the Xbox One generation to the Game Pass model, right? So if you're going to do this, you have to put that chip that you fought for, all that litigation, into the service. And they, obviously I know messages change and things can happen, but they literally kind of set it under oath. These were the things that they were going to commit to. That's why 10-year deals were signed to make sure, hey, we're going to put it in our service.
They also said under oath the reason that they were fighting for this was exclusives, and we saw how that went.
True. But as far as Call of Duty, I had no, I didn't waver on that one. I figured they're going to see this through. And obviously we saw the signs because, obviously we got a showcase and we got a direct with Call of Duty being the sole focus, the way Starfield was the sole focus. So we do know that Starfield did move the needle for them as far as MPD and things of that nature and some subscriptions to the service. But you need games like this. You need, as I call them, as King said, one of the Sinister Six, right? You need to see those games that people live in this service day and date, what that does. I am not guaranteeing that it will completely move the needle, but we need to see. And they also know that their hardware sales are really down, right? So to me, the key is going to be putting this in the service, marketing that it is the home of Call of Duty, letting people know from a console perspective that it's there. And I think it's one of those things that, I'm sorry, you were going to say something? I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I'm curious how they're going to market this.
Yes.
If they're going to market it mainly console-wise, or they're like, okay, we'll let you put this on Game Pass, but we don't want you really stating it out loud you're going to be on Game Pass. I'm kind of curious how like the mentality's going to go, because there's a lot of debate on whether or not how effective they're going to market Call of Duty not only on the Xbox platform, but also on Game Pass as well.
Yeah, no, this is the number one game every year, even in their, worst years. COD is always at the top of the chart. So, yeah, it's going to be key how they market it. It's going to be key what they say. I think there's some early data points, but I don't want to read too much into it from Amazon when people are saying that Xbox consoles are being sold. But I didn't do the research for that before me to make that a definitive statement. But I am curious to see what that does. But this is to me the most important part. What this shows me is I think we all agree, based on their messaging and everything that's been going on recently, there's internal debates and struggle in the building as far as the long-term messaging of the platform. I think we could agree that, right? What this signifies to me is current leadership still wanting to see it through. Because to Saul's point, stakeholders would like to see this a la carte, if you ask me, Stakeholders would be like, yo, so yeah, we got the biggest game, and okay, PlayStation. So why don't we sell that? Give it to them later. Get back, or, you know what I'm saying? Or if not at all, you know what I'm saying? So it is interesting to me that it still went through, because we do know they're in this inflection point, because we do know what 4 games came over that they said that as a test bed, the Hi-Fi Rushes, the Pentiment, Sea of Thieves, whatever. So you have that thing, right? And then now this. And to me, this to me represents the dichotomy. This represents, okay, there's still people, leadership in the building that wants to see this through. That's why, again, when people were coming for me, I'm saying I rather at least, the reason why the Xbox, in my opinion, the Xbox community is so frustrated is because they're like, yo, y'all got the games now. Y'all got the studios. At least, to Addict's point, see it through. Let's see what happens, as opposed to the multi-platform strategy, we need ROI immediately kind of things, because people are worried about the long-term damage that could happen to the brand. And I think that's a legitimate argument. I think both sides have legitimate arguments. So I think part of it is that, internally, if this current executive leadership is fighting to keep this on the service, right? I think it bodes well that there's still some gamer sensibilities in the building. And to Saab's point is, I'm a consumer first, always. And for me, as a person who has not played COD in a long time, I am very excited to see it in the service. I will be playing it, and I'm curious to see, as long as they market it correctly, which is a huge if based on Xbox's console marketing lately, how it does. So that's where I'm at. Attic, you gonna jump in?
I am nervous on, it's a lose-lose situation regardless what happens. If, let's say, even if we had 10 million more Game Pass subscribers sub for, Call of Duty, I am nervous that the other end of the room is going to be like, okay, you got this, but why'd you only sell 1 million copies? So it's just like, once again, because of what we saw with, companies coming out, saying, stuff like Hi-Fi Rush met expectations, but still was penalized. That I am worried a little bit on, unless the jump is extravagant, like extravagant right, in Game Pass subs, they're going to look at like, you gained this, but we didn't sell almost nothing on the Xbox hardware in terms of Call of Duty. I am nervous on the fighting on what, because we said it on this podcast, like, if you want to measure success, you got to be honest on what your measurement of success is. And I'm curious on what their measurement of success on Game Pass.
Absolutely.
Sacrificing what they could have potentially sold the game for $70 on Xbox.
And I hear what you're saying. And this is my slight pushback, is that when this deal was made, we have to remember the condition of Xbox at the time. This deal was made at a time when Xbox consoles were selling. They were giving us consistent Xbox Game Pass growth numbers. Hey, we went from 20, we went from 15 to 20, we went to 25. They were at a time when they, in my opinion, already did the math. If we acquire them and we put this in the service at that time when we expect this growth, here's the numbers. If I don't know, clearly there's an internal metric. I'm just making up a number right now. But let's just say the number was 50 million Game Pass subscribers, right? If we could get to 50, then that long-term maths for us. And this makes sense. And there is in my opinion, you don't make those type of deals unless you've already done that type of research. So the key is, like you said, they have to show that, is this going to be a spike enough to keep that trajectory to where they want to go? Or, hey, we did it, still didn't move the needle, and maybe we regress back to multi-platform strategy. It is a key point, and we're going to see. But I just like the fact that for a lot of the Xbox community that wanted to see this vision all the way through, that at least this represents the start of that. You know what I'm saying? And now we just see what happens. So I can't predict the future. I don't know. But just please market the damn thing, please. That's where I would like. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they have to. Like, one of the things that kind of bothers me about the way they market Game Pass, it just feels like they don't market Game Pass. I don't see. So sometimes you still have to go back to the old tried and true and like show me Game Pass commercials on TV with all these sporting events, and playoffs and stuff. I'm not seeing Xbox marketing specifically for Game Pass. You can market specific games, right? Like I've heard people talking about the lack of marketing that they see for Senua's Sacrifice, Saga. Yeah. But I don't see just pure Game Pass. Like a lot of people, that have Xboxes that I know, like people that I work with, they don't know about Game Pass. I'm like, are you serious? How do you not know about Game Pass? It's weird. Like, so it's just in general, I think they have to fix that because again, and obviously maybe Call of Duty is the thing that really makes them say, hey, we have to
do it. Oh,
let people know. Yeah.
One big point that I forgot to mention, and this is for King. Shout out to Tom Henderson. I don't know if y'all saw the article he just put out. So apparently there's some trusted sources that saying that this is within the Activision / Call of Duty camp. That another factor here is that the new Xbox, the next Xbox plan is 2026. And the rumors are that it's very likely that Call of Duty 2026 is a day one release for that console. So, yeah, that's very, because apparently 2026, the developer cycle will be Infinity Ward's turn. So they're saying that, shout out to Tom Henderson. He put that out. Developed by Infinity Ward. He says we're doing that. Ghost of Hope. This is the leak. It has sources within Activision. Apparently, I don't know this gentleman. Apparently, he had some reputation as far as sources in the past, and that this could be a next generation roadmap where they're focused on delivering that technological leap with Call of Duty launching also with it as a day-to-day service. What are your thoughts on that?
Let me address this chat. People, adding doom and gloom again. Me being concerned on the inconsistency of how Microsoft judges success as not doom and gloom. Everything is not doom and gloom in this world, guys. We'll sit here and talk for weeks at a time on whether or not their metrics of success is what it is, because they'll sit there and they'll say that they're not really measuring our Xbox hardwares because they're not pushing it. They got no exclusives going to it half the time. They put stuff on PC day and day, but then they'll come out and complain that the hardware sales aren't what it's supposed to be. Like, two can be right.
King, your thoughts on the Henderson rumor now? Does that add any perspective to you with a 2026 launching with a Call of Duty as an Infinity Ward new Call of Duty with it?
I think they're gonna take a book out of the Dreamcast, and that next hardware, it has to sell. And I think they're going to stack the deck, see what it does. I'm pretty sure that they're going to talk to Peter, the great competitor. I'm pretty sure they're going to talk to him about stagnating certain games at launch and how to cultivate that around the Game Pass launch. But I think you're going to see probably one of the greatest launches in history and the largest technical leap that we have, because I believe that AI, like I said, is going to be heavily involved into the next project going forward, with Qualcomm coming out and what is it? What is that? I don't buy the Surface team engineering this machine. I think it's going to be poised to do something incredible. So with Call of Duty, that does not surprise me that they're going to have their biggest guns on deck. Also, the remake of Halo is the reboot of Halo is going to be available then as well. So I think it's going to be all hands on deck with that launch, and then that launch is coming. So I surprise me at all.
1,000 in chat. Hit the like button. Only 293 likes. We having fun out here. We talking future stuff. Solve. I need you, Attica, real quick before we move on. Yeah. I need you again. This kind of, I won't say breaking news, but
wipe your feet when you're walking in my door. Subscribe button, and make sure that you share this out to your friends, because why are you having all the fun by yourself? You selfish.
Easy.
You give that out. Is 1,000 of you in here? I want 2,000 because you got a friend. Don't you know somebody? And I want that somebody to tell somebody else. Get it over here. Stop playing with me. I see what you're doing. Hit that button. I don't care if you don't even like me. Share it to your friend. Let your friend hate me. But both get a chance to hate me at the same time.
Hate you equally. No.
The hate with you. 2 hates is better than 1. I need another hater. Go get him.
I'm done with you. Anyway, Lord Solve, the Tom Henderson Inside Gaming rumor. Call of Duty 2026 lining up with Infinity Ward. Game Pass.
I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense if they're coming out 2026. They want to try to, King mentioned Dreamcast, and we talked about it before. I was like, I just hope the Fate isn't Dreamcast Fate, right? I hope it's a 360 thing where it's like it gives you, you have a year up on your competition
to yourself,
and to yourself. You have hardware that moves the needle, that impresses people, and you have software that people can't say no to, right? that's the combination there, right? Problem with the Dreamcast was that it was an in between. It was great. It was amazing. But when people saw PlayStation 2, we're like, oh, damn. And that was that. So that's my worry. But the fact that they're poised to do this absolutely makes sense. And if you say, hey, the new Call of Duty, then you can play it in its very, very best state, day one, on this brand new hardware. Obviously, if the hardware is that step above, it's going to look and run and play better on that new hardware than anywhere else, except for maybe the highest end PCs. That's a selling point, right? That's a selling point. So, yeah, I absolutely believe it's happening. I think they have to take this shot. So what I do appreciate about them is that they're seeing the things that they have to work on. They're seeing the things where they're lagging behind, and they're trying to do the things they have to do to get back into conversation. So I appreciate that. Change is messy, change is destructive, and you're never gonna like it, right? If you're in the middle of it, because things are gonna change that you don't want to change. But at the end of the day, I think these are moves that they have to make. So I 100% believe it's happening. I really do want to see what this hardware is, because for them to stay on that, again, and we talked about them maybe shutting up and not saying a lot. This is a point that they've continued to sort of reiterate, like, yes, it's going to be the biggest hardware leap you've ever seen. That means something in a world where, Moore's law is telling us that everything is sort of plateaued and we're not getting those changes anymore. So we'll see, but I absolutely believe it, and I do. Again, I want to be hopeful for it, right?
Yeah, not for you. I'm sorry, okay.
One thing.
Go ahead.
OpenAI has a new partnership with Apple and iPhone. Their partnership seems to reach its apex is coming out party in 2026. Microsoft has a partnership with OpenAI. OpenAI, this is the part of the conversation that people didn't understand with Sarah Bontham when she couldn't talk about AI. But if y'all looked at my interview with Brad, Lightchap from OpenAI, the COO, he elaborated a little bit more. 2026 seems to be a big coming out party for OpenAI. Now, I don't know if that means ChatGPT 5 is going to be introduced into these consoles, into these phones and stuff like that. But if 3 power players are pointing to 2026 as a big leap in far as tech and everything goes, this makes sense. And if Microsoft betting on iOS to have opened their borders by 2026, this all is starting to align to one unified console-like space. I think they're going to reach so many different people, and I think that 2 billion, as far as reaching them, is going to be achievable at that point. I think 2026, if you're looking at the tea leaves and looking at everything that's laid in front of you, I think AI is the biggest key, and I think that's the biggest jump.
Yeah, I want to ask Attic, just before we move on to this last topic. Attic, I think me and you are on the same page when it comes to it's all about these damn games, right? And my question to you is,
can I answer the Call of Duty thing?
Yeah, I was going to lead. I was tying that in.
Okay.
So I was just going to be like, my question to you was that if the rumor is true, right, with 2026 Infinity Ward, Call of Duty set to launch. And we do know, based on what me and you both hear from Xbox Game Studios and the way things line up, you know what I'm saying, for them with future games and stuff like that, being also in that same pocket, with a situation like the Series X that didn't have Halo Infinite at launch, right? Does that change your thinking as far as like that might be a good move, or you're still kind of skeptical, like I need to see what they do in terms of this, if the rumor is true, how they handle it?
I think it's going to be a good thing regardless, because having Call of Duty there at the launch of a console, I don't think it's to be as good as people think it's going to be. I mean, look at the situation they're having now. The Sinister Six, Call of Duty's one of them, and no one's upgrading because those games are currently available on last gen. I highly doubt that Call of Duty is only going to be on next gen hardware. So I do think it's going to be a good thing where it's like, look, you can go out and get the new console. Maybe they'll do some like huge improvements for the next gen hardware. But I do think for the audience that Call of Duty attracts, they're not going to care to upgrade just for a couple features. They're just going to buy it on Xbox, the Xbox Series S and X, and the PS4 5.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, it's gonna be key. It's gonna be key. And I'll move on. This is a good one. Last point I said is I think King is right. We got to see also when's the cutoff point, because I think what those Sinister Six, those games that people live in, a lot of them are still playing it on PS4 and Xbox One. And when we see situations that, again, if Call of Duty, this new one, this is the cutoff with next gen only. We do know GTA is doing it. GTA is like, you got to get in. This is where we at. So it'll be interesting, man. Something to watch. But yeah, shout out to them. I'm excited for them in the service. And Saul, if you want to finish it up or somebody else.
When it comes to stuff like Fortnite, Minecraft, because that's a Sinister Six game.
Yes.
The majority of these games, the reason that they're part of the Sinister Six crowd is because they're easy to run. You can run them on anything.
Flexible engine.
And I don't see that changing anytime soon. I think Fortnite and maybe Fortnite will change because I feel like they're a little bit more comfortable just telling people, like, yo, you upgrade or you just don't play. So I think they might do that. Not anytime soon. Minecraft can run on a box.
Facts.
So I think that's the biggest issue here. The bulk of the player base that play on these 6 games, Roblox, all these games, they don't necessarily need to ever upgrade effectively. They could play Fortnite probably on the Xbox Series S and X for the next 7 or 8 years. So I don't see it necessarily like improving. Like these console manufacturers, especially like PlayStation and Xbox, if you want people to upgrade, you're gonna have to do it with your experiences. Stop trying to snatch people from the Sinister Six, force them to upgrade. And I feel like they don't necessarily do that as much. Look, there's been good experiences on both platforms this gen, but I would say that there's not one, if I was not a hardcore gamer and got a console at day one, that I would necessarily upgrade just for that one particular game.
Right. Yeah, if these games these are your living games, and then you get that decree that, okay, this is the last one on this one, especially with Call of Duty is more, I think, applicable to do it because of the fact that it's a yearly thing, and then eventually there always is a point. I don't remember if Ghost did it when it first came, but eventually there's a Call of Duty that's like, all right, guys, no more 360, no more that kind of thing. So we'll see. It's going to be interesting, man. That's all I got. Let us move on. So if we got any bills or anything we need to do?
Yeah, we got the super chats. Let's do
I got to turn that here.
All right, cool.
I would say let's do the bills after the next topic.
Sure.
And let me get these super chats.
No doubt.
All right, let me see. We got oh my god, we got to run up. Okay. Oh, so shout out to Eliot Shlomovich. It was shekels, 15.
It's the shekels.
The shekels.
Salute.
I always forget that. All right. Danny Passion. $5 super chat. Sarah said all AB games will be day one on Game Pass. I guess a lot of people didn't notice that they were too busy talking about Hi-Fi Rush is going to PlayStation.
I did say it. People, I have to admit this. People were getting a little. I get it. I was angry, but now it was like nothing. You can believe nothing they say. I'm like, all right. I'm standing on my square.
I won't necessarily attack the people for thinking that too much because they have been drastically changing their business model here lately. So changing like Call of Duty going to Game Pass wouldn't be too far-fetched to me.
No, I get it. All I want is them to say, yeah, Cog, you was right.
That's it.
I'm just being petty. Because I was right on this one, and I just want to say, you know what? I was emotional that moment, and Cog, you was right on that.
I can't wait for them to come out and say that it's this gen only, and that
would be interesting.
Laugh because
I think it's about time for it to be this gen only.
That's right. Get those PlayStation, those stragglers that left the 360 for the PlayStation 4. Get you back home. Get over here.
The biggest thing that these console manufacturers, maybe they need to start having conversation with these companies. What do we got to do to make you convinced that switching to a next gen only title is the right move now? Because you keep letting them go wild for 4 or 5 years. Obviously, that's a huge thing to ask a company, but it's it's like at the same time, if it's hurting the console market to that degree, you know, maybe bring that up.
That's the thing. It just feels like those numbers those sales they're getting on those consoles are remember, like PlayStation and King will combat this. There's 50 million plus PlayStations out there. So you know, it's not the same as 150 million PS4. So,
and the thing too is, like, you know, I think the reason this gen is so far behind on like the metrics that they have with consoles is because we haven't had no price decrease. Actually, consoles have went up $50 in a lot of regions. We haven't had no you know, mid-generation refresh on the model, not like a Pro or anything. You know, by now we would have seen a Slim, but we don't even see that. Like they haven't, besides like the deals they give in the holidays, they haven't reduced these prices at all. And let's be real here, like we in a recession. Ain't nobody trying to spend money like that. Like, and you ain't giving people deals either. So
I'm glad that you can say that, because that gives you a highlight of where we are as a society. We aren't in a good space right now. Debt is at its all-time high. You know, prices on food and stuff is at an all-time high. Manufacturing tech is at an all-time high. I was trying to figure out why the hell is game development so costly when tool sets is supposed to mitigate that, and nobody can give me an answer for this, because if you bring out an Unreal Engine 5 and it's supposed to make the workload less, why is the prices going up when developing these games?
You know what I think it is, King? Sometimes we think about it in terms of the tech that they use, right? That's the costly thing. The costly thing is paying for however many people in the dev studio, right? Paying their salaries, paying their medical benefits, paying to keep them in a building, right? That's the stuff that we don't talk about. That's probably the reason if a game, you know, and if said game takes, you know, instead of 3 or 4 years, it takes longer now, 6 to 7 to make. All of a sudden now, all those numbers double.
A lot of the situation too, when it comes to that, is, you know, we're just accounting for a game that has a good, you know, development process. You know, what about the 343s with Halo Infinite?
Right,
you know,
the games that
the games that Bungie, BioWare with Anthem. Like, when it comes to games that are in like development hell, like, though it's 10 times worse. They spend, you know, I won't go too much in detail. I've been told by people that there's been whole roadmaps on Halo Infinite that was scrapped. Years of work just not used. Like,
that's crazy.
Why don't they just make it smaller teams? Because we're seeing excellence that is coming out of smaller teams. Why don't make it smaller teams and stop trying to, we got 500 members. Okay, that sounds nice, but just raise the budget. Like, let's support the team, the dev size, and let's get to it. I don't, man, I'm just trying to figure out an answer, because I don't like to see the layoffs, and I just don't like to see games coming out incomplete. How come you got 500 people making a game and the game still comes out incomplete?
And the problem is that the powers that be look in the opposite direction and say, okay, let's keep making the big games in hopes of getting that one that sells however many, or the one that we can infinitely monetize or whatever. They keep looking in that direction, because in their mind, if they hit with one, that's all they need. But then when you get the one, you can't be happy with just the one. You want to keep trying to get there.
Though, isn't it a sickness? It is mentality. I'm gonna put money into this blackjack table until then, when they hit, I can walk away. No, they don't. They go right double back.
You know what's funny?
Double down.
Call of Duty, Fortnite, Minecraft, because of games like Roblox spawned. These 3 games evolved the industry in drastic ways, and these 3 games ruin the industry in drastic ways. Because you could put GTA 5 in that too. People want the money these 4 games bring with so much envy. They probably be having nightmares they don't get this kind of money.
That's the bag.
And that has led to this giant. We're gonna make clones that aren't successful. We're gonna make games as a service because we want that money. And then one at a time, these companies keep messing up, because I've said it over and over. You can want that money, but you need that kind of product. And not to mention with games as a service, I only got so much time.
Yeah, that's true. That is again.
Is the bandwidth is
People don't have enough bandwidth to be able to play all these games. So the living games are taking a lot of that time. That's a good point.
Yeah, and that's the worry with Xbox now, right? I know you guys talked about this, but again, the minute you get Call of Duty in the fold, and it's like, okay, now we're not looking at the game with envy from the outside. Like, can't we get a game like that? No, you got the game.
You got it now. Now you got
the game. So it was foolish of us to ever think, of anybody to ever think, and I'll go by there because they were gonna look at it and be like, how can we make it better? How can we make more of it?
More of it,
answer, it's really the answer that comes out of it.
That's a good point. That's why they get too gassed up with all the old stuff is coming back and they're going to be reviving all these IPs. Because at the end of the day, we know why you did the deal. It's this game and King. Let's be real. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I was like, I'll just be happy for my back compat and you do a banjo or you do a crash here and there, whatever. But I wasn't getting too crazy. You know what I'm saying? With everything coming back and everybody's going to be released and free from the salt mines.
Listen, I've said this. The answer to making Call of Duty better might be to add a studio. Add another year to the cycle.
We're going to talk about it.
Yeah, remember when people were saying they were going to let Call of Duty rest for a year?
Oh, yeah. You're right. I kind of rolled my eyes on that. I was like, I don't know about that.
I was like, you guys are out of your mind if you think they
give them
like. They're like, oh, they're gonna let some of these Call of Duty studios make their own games. You really think that? You really think that? Like,
what you say, King? You muted, I think.
But it's definitely gonna be on side. Whatchamacallit.
Oh, there you go. You go. I get you now.
Yeah, gonna be inside.
End up having situations that are like. Undead Labs stated K3 was good, but you on Call of Duty. You on Call of Duty.
Oh, man. Good.
You're on Call of Duty.
What else we got?
Compulsion's next game, it was good, but you on Call of Duty.
They can't do Xbox Game Studio.
Y'all got this map right here. We'll go ahead and do that.
Hold on, Ninja Theory. We need chill. Don't do them like that. You're gonna banish them to the slave mines. What else we got?
Then we got Juan with the 500 Dominican pesos.
Woo!
If Xbox is not worried about people using COD and Game Pass instead of buying it, why should us gamers be worried about it? I think people just like to create drama. I don't know exactly. When you put your gamer hat on, it's about your pocket and where you're willing to spend your money. And that's it. If they want to give me that.
I do agree, but I will say that if you are concerned with the health of the industry, it is a conversation to be had.
Enough of that. Continue. What else?
Then we have Donald Taku, $5 super chat. Xbox should drop Xbox One support for COD, but not PS4 support, so players have to upgrade on Xbox. But no one needs to upgrade on PS5.
That's actually ingenious.
That would be wild if they did that.
Do you know the outrage? Just
Bro,
for the sake of outrage?
As Maddie would say, that would be evil villain Microsoft. Like that's mustache twirling.
You know what's funny? King, they should do that. I'm gonna be real with
King,
you.
You know he would. Let me hear this. Let me hear why, King. Why they should do it.
Why they should do what? I'm sorry.
You good. You good. You good.
A lot of sense.
Oh, okay. No, what we tell him, so tell him what the theory is.
So this is Donald Taku's super chat. Xbox should drop Xbox One support for COD, but not PS4 support. So players have to upgrade on Xbox, but no one needs to upgrade on PS5.
Hell no.
Oh, King is for the people now.
No. First of all, I'm not outside disrespecting my Xbox dudes.
Hey, you know what they do on top of that? They have more features for the Xbox Series X version.
But King, you want the hardware sales to improve as a stakeholder.
Yeah, you're a
what a sure way.
Yeah,
platform. What a sure way to get them to.
You've ascended.
You've ascended to the next generation.
You told people to get a PC if they want to play Hellblade 60.
You just said they were going to put it in the cloud on Xbox.
Wherever you can get it to play it at 60. That's what I told you. I said this allows you to do that, and we'll talk about that at some point in a couple of weeks. But this cut off both of them. Both of them, like cut off. I'm firmly in the camp of cut those weak dudes off.
Oh,
y'all don't want to upgrade? No, get down and lay down. You love this? I want them to actually target you. I want you to let you know, like they send it out to you. This is the last couple of weeks for y'all. And I want them to cut off the service for you dudes. I want them to stop you dudes. I want them to stop them last generation dudes. You dudes that's holding back the industry.
Uh-huh.
Why the last Call of Duty had reused.
He's not wrong.
use spaces, right? Because Xbox One and your PlayStation 4 dudes is the reason why us current gen dudes can't get the elaborate scope of stuff in Call of Duty. Y'all are the problem. So what we have to do is take y'all off the kit and bring y'all up to.
I would 100% agree with King. I think the biggest issue with the console market right now is the fact that none of the Sinister Six have upgraded. Like you can play them all on last gen. So even if you put your foot, if you draw a line and then a box in front of the line and say we stand in here. You want to play Call of Duty, you got to get next-gen hardware. That would drastically, because right now, the quickest we're probably going to see a Sinister Six game move over is GTA 6 next year. Yeah, unless Call of Duty does
unless Call of Duty sets it off this year.
And if Call of Duty does it this year and GTA does it next year, that would start to move along.
That would be a seismic shift. 2 of the Sinister Six come over the next gen only.
Because Fortnite's not doing it. Roblox isn't doing it, and Minecraft's not doing it.
I don't know if Fortnite doesn't do it because it takes one of the big 6 to do it, right? Minecraft is probably the last.
Can you play real quick? Can you play Fortnite on
the old one?
You can play Fortnite on the
Fortnite could be everywhere because Fortnite's on Switch.
You play it on Switch too.
Yeah, Fortnite's on Switch.
I literally watched the dude play Fortnite with no textures.
Part of me thinks that it's gonna be a while before Epic decides to do that.
Yeah, Fortnite might be a while, man.
I see the money might be there. We have to kill them off now. Kill it off.
The thing is, though, is Fortnite's making so much money and they're doing so well.
You stopping the revenue
and that is one of the few games I can look at Epic. I'm like, I totally get it. I totally get it.
Around that's cool. I'm not worried about them. What I'm worried about is us pushing the industry forward. We've always. I think Call of Duty is the one. Target those PlayStation dudes over there. There's a lot of dudes that don't see the value in the PlayStation brand, and exactly where they are. They buy Call of Duty and they sit there. They buy skins and do that. Also, make their stuff cross progression, cross save. Make all that stuff easy. So let's they buy it over here. They can bring all their information over with no penalty. All they do is to their Microsoft account. Hey, Yawa, we want to be able to steal them at a high rate. All right, we want to be able to galvanize them, pull them in. Right. So listen to me, Xbox.
You gonna hell divers them?
I want all that. They coming.
Oh, you gonna hell divers the Call of Duty dudes?
Valid in 166 countries. All right, hey, bring you over here. We'll make you valid. You can't play over there, boo boo. We got you.
We'll see. Remember, you buddied up with Nintendo, gave them a 10-year deal, which also has specs similar to the PlayStation 4.
But also, it has specs similar to the Series S.
True.
Bring over here.
We'll see.
I'll believe that when I see it.
Yeah.
Hey, King, real quick, while we're still reading Super Chat, did you hear about this rumor that this showcase for PlayStation is actually state of play, not showcase?
Oh, really?
It is a state of play.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought he was getting a full showcase. Damn.
You know how they do it, Jeff. They Jeff got the tapes of the freak offs. So
yeah, chill. It's too soon. It's too soon. So we gotta stop him now.
We got MMac22TH54, member for 5 months, Lord Bronze. What do you think of all the hashtag mustard hearts are going to say when Xbox doesn't increase Game Pass's price? I don't know. I think that price going up.
Some point that price gonna go up.
Do you think it goes up before or after Call of Duty?
See, it has to. I don't know, man. I don't trust Microsoft to not read the room and be like, maybe there's not a good deal to do it right now. I don't trust them to do that. So
it'll be right around the time the joint launch. The dollar deal gonna go completely. The dollar deal dead already. Soon as the deal.
No, you can still get the dollar deal. I see it all the time.
Oh, you're still around? Okay. I think that's gonna be a wrap. What's Call of Duty?
It's not as often, but it used to be the moment it went dry, you can get that dollar deal. But I have noticed if you wait like 6-7 months without re-upping, they'll give it to you.
Yeah, that's gonna be a wrap, and then we'll get that nice little asterisk at the end of Game Pass Ultimate or what the new price.
I think the game usher in the new price tag is gonna be a Valve. I think. Drop a Valve in there, that's when the price tag gonna go up.
Chill.
Wow, Valve. Obsidian gotta get it. What they do? Why they gotta be the blame?
The biggest question that I have for you guys is: are they going to go back to a $70 price point for Avowed, like instead of the 50 that they do for Hellblade, or are they going to go across the board 50?
I mean, they may justify say it about as an RPG. It's not a 7 or 8 hour game, right? You're gonna get 25, 30 hours or more out of it. That's
And then Indiana Jones.
King, you had bars.
Yeah, no, I just feel that's what they're gonna do. It's just regardless to what it's gonna be $70. I honestly think when Avowed goes in there, that's gonna be like the next big.
You're doing that too much.
It's not hurting Avowed, but I think they're gonna roll out the family plan. I think you're gonna get. This is when because remember the family plan stuff stopped.
Yeah, I know why.
Right, so I think you're gonna hear the family plan structure because I think they were still trying to figure out and work it out because we had a setup. We will go. We had a setup.
Yeah, it was set up in other countries where the Game Pass subscriptions wasn't lit, and it wasn't no U.S. trial. It wasn't. I didn't get the family. Yeah, I didn't get the insider family plan. The family plan is Call of Duty's our fam now, and I think that's over with.
With the structure of it, they're gonna restructure how that thing goes because they get these PlayStation dudes away from over there. They have to. So by hook or crook, y'all gonna come back home. Y'all know what it is. It's gonna be current gen. This is gonna be the one that ushers in. And then next year, to further cement it, you're gonna have the Grand Theft.
Yeah.
And then you guys gotta come over. Y'all holding us back. We're looking at weak console sales. We're looking at weak infrastructure in video games. Like the verticality isn't there in video games. The texture reusage is at an all-time high. See the change, and everybody's saying there hasn't been a giant leap yet because y'all didn't come over.
Right.
Come over for us to start seeing these leap. I think this is our worst generation ever.
Damn.
Because I coddled you guys, and the games don't wow me like they're supposed to. Like I haven't had those moments when we go from one gen to the next, and it's usually a cutoff gen. It's like and we get a chance to see what's happening, and it's always something different. I didn't get that sense of feeling. It felt like from my Xbox One X to now, and my PlayStation 4 to my PlayStation 5. Yeah, the resolution went up a little bit, details, some 60 frame per second games, but it's still like we're still past, and this is not for us.
There's been very few games that you play like this. This is true next gen. One we can't talk about, but you know it's especially God of War. As much as I really loved Ragnarok, that game was so disappointing to me. I was like, it is what it is. Like I will agree, but I do think a lot of that is just the time we're in. Like I felt like the most impressive game I played this gen, I'm pretty sure isn't even a next gen only, well, current gen only game, and that's Elden Ring. So I'm pretty sure that's on Xbox One.
No doubt.
So it's disappointing. It is for sure. Like there's no denying it. Like this generation's had good games, but I feel like those good games were also playable on last gen.
And it could have been greater if they had the ability to just live in the current gen environment that we have now. We just have to shed ourselves of the weak Xbox One and the weak PlayStation 4.
And that's the biggest issue we're having with the sales on consoles.
Yes.
If we're saying this, what do you think casual audience is saying? Oh, I can play the games I've been playing. They ain't nothing special. I'm going to just keep my Xbox One.
All right. Time. I got to cut y'all because we got to switch as we got to the topic. We going up. This ain't even a topic.
Then we got Lucius Augustus, $5 super chat. Xbox putting COD in Game Pass just a year. Regulators would come after them. That was a core reason why Microsoft was saying it was a consumer good. So question, once the deal is done, can they, is it rule of law that you have to follow what you said to the letter? They'd be like, hey, extenuating circumstances, shifts in the market, yeah, we can't do it.
I mean, it probably would be frowned upon if you're looking for your next
I don't think that's a net acquisition.
Your next acquisition.
Frowned upon and illegal are two different things.
That's true.
I don't think Microsoft tries to buy anything big in any way, shape, or form.
I think they still acquire something.
She'll be fired by the time we come back.
I feel like they'll buy some studios maybe, but that's not no time soon because they're too busy on return investment. I don't see them just like, go here's $500 million, go buy something else. Like,
we'll see.
And we got Lieutenant Hulk, $2 super chat. COD Game Pass announcement boosted Xbox sales on Amazon. Okay.
Yeah, I keep hearing this, but I need to get official
number,
confirmation before I use that as a data point.
Then we got John Wolf, $10 super chat. Xbox is obligated to put COD on Game Pass because they specifically told the FTC that they would and would not raise the price of Game Pass. The only way they don't is if they nuke Game Pass completely. I don't know if again obligated. Deal is done. I don't know.
Gotta see.
Money good.
Space 23 BKNY, $2 super chat. Curious to see how much they'll raise sub prices.
That will be interesting.
Interesting.
And when?
Yeah, and when?
Whenever I'll come out.
Stop putting it on my. I don't like that. You put it on my game. Yeah, when your game come out, they gonna be the black eye of the industry. They gonna get the
more
smoke.
effective to do before Call of Duty than
Put it
Avowed.
on Call of Duty, damn it.
I'll come out and let y'all get used to the new price.
I don't like that. Moving on.
There we got.
I feel like COD's got the brand recognition to be able to survive
Let
that.
COD take that
True.
bullet.
Then we got Scott Woodford, $5 super chat. Call of Duty makes $4 billion in microtransactions. It's a win for Xbox. You are looking at this wrong.
Yep.
Cool. But there's always somebody in the suit saying, hey, why can't we get 100% of that?
Yeah, that's
instead
a
of
la
70% a la carte. Do
A la
you understand
carte.
what I mean?
See, here's the thing. What I'm worried about is the people in the numbers are going to look what PlayStation made on Call of Duty and be like, why didn't Xbox sell that many copies? Well, we got in Game Pass. Well, I didn't even want to put it in Game Pass.
Why'd you
Like,
do that? Yeah, let's not do that again.
Yeah, they gotta hit that target.
And say Game Pass is at 55 million.
Yeah, then that's what I was gonna say. Then it's a whole.
If
Then the
it makes
stakeholders.
that jump,
If it
yes.
makes that jump, stakeholders. Oh, you know what, Phil? All right. Yeah, we see it
as
now.
much as I would love, if it did that, I do think it would shut them up.
Yeah.
But man, that's like doubling the. I mean, if there's a game going to do it, it's going to be Call
That's what I'm
of Duty.
saying. So that's why I just like the shot. Let's see what happens.
Take the shot.
Take the shot.
Oh, you might bag her and marry her. Take the shot.
There we got Spartan Go 17, £2 super chat. King, work him. COD choking them, no Diddy. Okay.
Whoa.
Choking people with COD. Okay.
Okay. All right.
That's good. Then we got Don Otaku, $10 super chat. Xbox is third in terms of COD sales, split by a good margin. 90% of lost sales will only be from Xbox retail buyers going to Xbox Game Pass instead. You're assuming that's going to be the case. PlayStation/PC will still perform the same. I don't see a losing situation. You're assuming people will go to Game Pass.
Best once we yank them over here.
I just finished telling you there's people that have. I know people with current gen Xboxes who
Yep.
don't know about Game
No.
Pass.
Yeah, no doubt.
Ignorance.
King, turn your mic up just a little bit. It's still doing the cutting there.
Yeah, it's
like,
doing that
"Damn,
cutting."
We miss King. We're not hearing him as loud as we can. It's the thing. We're working on an issue with that. So we hear y'all. I see the chats, Royal Boy, everybody that's asking.
That's-
100 to now, I guess.
Oh my God.
Oh my Lord, he's overpowered.
Yeah.
What about now?
Yeah, it's better. That's better than what it
Cleaned
was.
up a little bit,
Cleaned
yeah.
up a little bit now. All right, what else? Super chat's good.
Then we got a few
Okay.
more. We got a shout out to Mash. Put the crest in the chat for Mash gifting 20 ILP memberships.
The
Thank you,
Monster
man.
Mash.
Appreciate
Salute.
that, man. It's awesome. Thank you.
What's up, man?
Then we have Lieutenant Hulk once again, $5 super chat. Yo, King, Hip Hop Gamer confirmed Microsoft and Sony partnership to use AI in the PlayStation 6.
Oh.
If this is true, the Microsoft will own the gaming market. Hey, I saw that yesterday.
Hip hop.
Okay, so that thing is real in the sense that they're helping them with the AI thing. Don't forget AMD and Sony is working on their chips, but Sony is also working on proprietary chips of their own. Everybody's working on AI chips, but Microsoft is leading the forefront with the established connections with OpenAI and like various other AI entities that's in the market. Actually, Microsoft is the largest entity working with multiple AI companies. OpenAI just happens to be one of the larger ones, and they're working on AG1, right? So that general AI is exactly where Microsoft focuses. You might see a bigger leap from the other guys, but that's true. What he's saying is absolutely true. Sony and Microsoft is working. That really has nothing to do with the PlayStation or the Xbox.
Yeah.
That's something totally different.
What else
Then
we
we
got?
got Gamers Play HUD Zero, $2 super chat. Devs need to focus on current gen first, then last gen. Gotta see where the we'll see.
About last gen, just let them die. Right?
Then we got Chris with the $5 super chat. Happy Sunday, Lords. Panthers beat my Bruins, so bang bang. Rangers gang, make those cats an endangered species.
All right, hockey game.
Out to the Rangers.
I see. I shout to the Rangers.
Then we got Dr. Strangelove, $5 super chat. King is right. Screw these TCL using poor last gen users. They're holding games back because they broke and smelly.
Oh my Lord, the slander.
My goodness.
Jesus.
Then we have Chris once again, $5 super chat. New AC looks great. Dual protagonist is lit. Weirdo haters should stay in the shadows. The only thing they're stealthing from is the touch of a female.
Yo, wow, that's crazy.
We will discuss.
We still got a voice off?
Yeah, we got a couple more. Right. Yeah. Spartan Go 17, £2 super chat. Is Phil fighting against the money man since ABK? Could be. Like I said, getting COD into the fold, is it changes the outlook. You looked at differently. It's just now you're not looking at the 800-pound gorilla in the room from the outside. You're inside the cage with the gorilla now. You're in charge of making sure that gorilla does what it's got to do. So it's a different look. Then we got Jonas the Dad, $2 super chat. Xbox was looking to get Sega before ABK. Do it now? I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know when
the
they're
odds
ready
of Sega selling after that whole Tango Studio thing is extremely low.
Yeah, that's just not a good look.
6,000 people concurrently playing is the highest point. That's not a good look. Next.
6,000 people playing what?
Hi-Fi Rush.
They're playing now?
No, at its peak.
At its peak.
It doesn't matter. The Japanese culture does not care. All they see is the studio was shut down with no short notice. If you notice, Sega, Nintendo, none of them do that.
Yeah.
Mitigating circumstances.
Then we got Black.
I mean, it's cute that you think that the culture difference doesn't matter, but that's fine.
Is it as cute?
Yeah. I mean, because like a day after then information comes out, people don't understand what condition stuff is in. It was a talking point in a vacuum with individuals that had fake outrage for something that they never supported, never cared about until they decided that this was a point to go at Microsoft. It was just pitchforks. That's all it was. So new studio.
So you're saying shutting down Tango Studio was just fake outrage and pitchforks?
For people? Yeah, for a lot of people, yes. For a lot
that's a crazy hill to die on, but you're gonna die there.
I'm just going to die on the hill by myself, and I don't care to have others around me. That's the problem. The problem is everybody wants to stand, talk about it, and he's outraged, and I'm going to be outraged because he's outraged. Don't be outraged for me. Don't. I wasn't outraged at all. They put it over there. They said, yo, if it goes over there and it sells, they stick around. It went over there, didn't sell. Okay,
but
now.
Game Pass was supposed to offset it, like they told us.
Game Pass did not offset it. You know what's supposed to offset it? It was supposed to happen 2 years ago. It didn't. They was in litigation for 2 years. Where's my money, B? Rent man don't care about what's going on with you. They want their money. They put out $70 billion. You were supposed to have that money by Thursday. Thursday done passed 2 weeks ago, B. Now we got to start beating feet. Stuff happens. So listen, certain stuff wasn't, ZeniMax looked over and said, okay, this didn't perform. The studio is in this shape. That has to happen. This is business. It happens. Not being heartless. I'm talking about as a businessman. Now, as a person that plays video games, oh man, it sucks. Maybe we won't get the next one. Maybe we will. From what I hear, that they forming another studio, or they took those people and they put them in different places. We don't know what the future holds. All we can tell about is what's going on. Actually, what happened is they closed the studio and they opened up a studio. That's it.
Yeah. As a fan, it's a bad look that they shut down their only Japanese
terrible
dev,
look.
right? That's terrible
look.
But from a business standpoint, if they didn't have a game,
I don't even think it's a good business standpoint. That was their only foothold in Japan.
Well, that's the thing. You see, that's the thing, though, right? We sometimes as fans we equate business with emotion too, and they don't do that. They remove that. So in that instance, I'm not justifying it because I'm more of a fan. Like I said, I care about the games, and that was a bad look. But from the business standpoint, if they didn't have whatever they pitched, once again, I go back to the point of, if you make Hi-Fi Rush under different development circumstances as opposed to a studio within the Microsoft umbrella, which has its own things added to it, you you probably are able to make that game for a lower budget, and return on investment doesn't have to be as high, or the expectations aren't as high. That's just it. I mean, that's just it. But we'll see what happens. Again, it just feels like the environment is hostile towards those games right now. They have to figure out how to be able to continue to make those games, or they won't. Like they said, they'll focus on the big games, and that's it. Yeah. And that'll be disappointing, but it's business. So yeah.
It is interesting. Last point I'll say, it's interesting that even though Microsoft's ultimately responsible, it is interesting that ZeniMax chose Tango as one of the studios to jettison. I find that very interesting. You know?
Yeah. All right, we got Black Road in 357, $10. Yeah. Who's playing as Yasuke? Yasuke. You say Yasuke, not Yasuke. Yasuke. And Assassin's Creed. And who's seen this Twitter video rebuttal to all the weirdos mad at supposed DEI and wokeness, but had nothing to say when Neo dropped?
We will discuss. We will discuss.
We will discuss. Then we got Donald Taku, $5 super chat. My point was that Xbox COD players will remain, but they will either go to Game Pass or keep buying like they always have. There's no loss either way. Okay, that's right. Just clarify, because you made it seem like they're going to Game Pass, and that's not necessarily the case.
Got it.
Splendiferous member for 27 months, Lord Bronze. Yo, so we done pony down concerts. Them cats and wine. Fix your mouth when you talk about Xbox and Game Pass. All right, blue guys, we all green over. Yes, sir.
Come on, rude boy. You can't be that strong on them like that.
We all green over. Yes.
Got the Xbox Yardy. I love you, brother. You be going extra. You be going extra.
But killing me.
No doubt. Live from Kingston.
Masoki, my God. $5 super chat. Senor Limpio Alex says, cheers, Senor Limpio. Says they should also merge the WoW subscription with Game Pass. That would be very interesting. Yeah, it just depends on where if the WoW numbers are sort of plateaued, why not? Absolutely, putting WoW in on the console would be something I think is cool. So we'll see.
Legendary Yobi just hit me up. Says Amazon ranks Series X console right now number 29 in video game sales, as if there's some spike going on with this Call of Duty announcement.
Yeah.
Has it been announced? Has it been announced? Yeah,
like
it's out there, like the general public.
Wall Street Journal got it
going on, but the problem is we got to see that be consistent.
True.
Like them moving up in the ranks of the Amazon thing, I got to see if they stay in that range or go higher for the next couple months. Like, just the amount of hardware sales they're behind, like one spike isn't gonna help. Like,
yeah. All right, we got, let me see, Robert Kellett, $5 super chat. Even if you might be right about it not selling, how can a Sega or Capcom trust Microsoft to keep their lights on? Trust might not be there. Yep, Alex said that as much.
The trust not there. Robert Kellett.
Trust. Y'all guys with trust. Like, did you trust Nike when you go and brought them sneakers and you put them on your feet? What is this trust?
Well, you know that a 5-year-old child made them? Yeah.
These guys have this selective outrage. You don't need anything. You need to play more games and stop worrying about the business side and listening to the talking heads. That's for stocks. That's for people that's looking to invest. Are y'all looking to invest?
So he can't be concerned that his favorite studio died. The game that made you, and they said they was going to keep these games. Like, they can't be concerned.
Crazy, right? Did Hi-Fi leave? I just need to know, when they terminated the contract, did the game mysteriously poof out of your account? What happened? When you ended it, right? Did you replay it on harder or something like that? Did you go out and do fan work? Did you go make a statue to it? Is this game your life? No, right? So now you're just a talking point because you're part of a mob. Remove yourself from the mob. Like, fuck you out of the mob, and let's look at you as you, right?
Why? It sounded like you said something else.
It sounded like you said something else. We're going to let it. We glad we saved you. But continue.
Why do they need to garner confidence in you? Why do you need that confidence? You don't feel safe with them? Then I would say, if you don't feel safe with them, leave. Right? That's what I would say. Because me perfectly, as every time I go inside, I turn on my Xbox, and my Xbox turns on, my Game Pass and stuff is there. The games that I purchase is still there. Everything happens, right?
But you're referring to as a consumer. We're not talking about that. That's not the conversation.
That's who I am.
But I would say
that's not the conversation, though.
I think it's easy to say, like, I don't want to undermine like a developer's, sort of position on this, but it is kind of easy to say that without a bag in front of you. If they drop the bag in front of you right here, right now, I'll give you this many millions to purchase your dev studio. There aren't a lot that are gonna hold the line and be like, nah, I'm good.
Listen, all of that conversation, the people in Japan are upset about this. We don't know anybody's outlook on this. This is all conjecture and our assumption.
It is speculation. It is some speculation. I'll give you that.
Is right. So we haven't heard them going to any Japanese developers looking for purchase. We haven't heard anything like that.
That is true.
Heard any developers come out and say, well, I turned down the money from Microsoft because I didn't like what they did to Tango.
And one could argue that we would at least assume that they didn't want to shut down, that it was a final option, and that maybe it was pitched. We don't know.
Like this is an isolated thing, right? Where was the outrage for Concrete Genie? This is what I want to know, right? Where was the outrage? I like Concrete Genie.
Why do we got to pivot on PlayStation when we're talking about Xbox? That's the better question.
Whataboutisms. I like to do that because
you just did a whataboutism. What is the outrage when it comes to Concrete Genie?
Whataboutisms. People like to say that whataboutisms is bad. I like whataboutisms. What about them? Y'all not outraged for them? As if you're not outraged for them, I don't want to hear your outrage for this. Until you're outraged about everything as a whole and stop isolating one thing that you want to be outraged with because you're good in a pack. Separate yourself from the pack, outrage about you with just stuff that you don't like yourself, and then I can hear you. But I don't hear you over the roar of the crowd. I'm
gonna start timing people out in the chat. Don't play with me. I'm serious. I'm gonna start timing people out in the chat. You're gonna get timed out for a day. I'm serious.
What's going on? No personal attacks? What's going on?
Nah, I'm just tired of this chat constantly saying doom and gloom stuff. See how doom and gloom I put this hammer on this chat. See, I'm not joking.
Let's be easy. We ain't gonna kill the realm now. But
I'll kill the realm. I don't care.
I'll murder the realm. The realm would be murdered.
Let us continue these super chats. Let's do that.
Oh, there you go. Put user in timeout.
And they're gonna purchase who they're gonna purchase. If you support the platform, you support the platform. You don't support the platform, don't. Developers, they will make their stance, right? Did you have that same stance when X amount of developers took a bag from another company not to put their games on another company? Conversation that you're having. So you support that, but you don't support this. What do you truly support? You support video games, right? Button your lip, play games. The other stuff really doesn't matter because it really doesn't concern you because all developers go where the money is. This is their job, right? I told you, if Sony drops a bag right now, I'm going to put on a blue hat. It's going to happen. And you're going to like it, right? Why won't you like it? But you know what you won't say to me? I told you ahead of time that these dudes should have wrapped me up, right? They could put a ring on me.
Oh, wow.
That's the conversation. Don't look for confidence in companies. Just buy games, man. What happened to us loving games and buying?
Well, I get that, but in fairness, everything you're saying is true. As far as selective outrage, it wasn't the same energy for this one and that one, and I guess PlayStation London and then EA and Take-Two had Leo. I get it. Also, there are people, though, that legit care about the health of the industry, right? And no one wants to see studios go away. But I understand your point. You say basically keep the same energy. I get where you're at. You know what I'm saying? And that is fair. I do. And to your point, I will give you this. There are some people who tend to overstate issues as if it's an isolated Xbox issue. And that part I will side with you. We are seeing industry-wide closures, layoffs all across the board. So we have to be clear with that. But also I want to be empathetic to Tango and the people who love those games too, because you're never going to get those games again. I mean, sequels to those games again.
Not saying that we're not empathetic to them, but it
ain't sound like you was empathetic though. It did not sound like you was there. I'm gonna keep it around. I gotta. You sounded like, oh well.
No, you know why? They didn't sell, so they got to get up out of here.
You know why? Because I look at the larger issue as a whole. It's a large,
fair.
More than just the video games. It's more than this that's going on.
Fair.
There are people losing their jobs that you know daily. Like that you can really identify with, that you know the dude that you shake his hand with.
Facts.
You think people hold a door for you at McDonald's when you go in and out because that's what they want to do? No, they don't have the other opportunities to do so. So it's other things that's happening. It's other things that's at play. The industry as a whole, us as a society, we're down. Get it? Like, it's just not a thing. And these dudes is worried about Tango, and it just blows my mind that this is point.
All right, fair enough.
It's just I guess Microsoft's problem is that they told us what they were. Again, they told us a lot of stuff.
Fair. That's what. Yeah.
Good point. And then so you know, as a fan, you hold them accountable.
That's the difference with the industry. The rest of the industry didn't invest into billions and billions of dollars into stuff. The rest of the industry didn't tell us we're investing in Game Pass because we want to take more risks. The rest of the industry didn't say they're buying these companies because they want to give them the freedom and ensure that the lights are on. Like, there's reasons Xbox is under fire.
Yeah, absolutely. We get it. We get it. I get both points. I don't definitely. We just got to be empathetic also and respect what's going on.
Heck yeah. My frustration is not with Tango. My frustration is with the talking heads.
The fraudulence.
With the same fraudulent talking points just because they safe in a crowd. You're not safe in the crowd.
My frustration is the misguidance that Xbox gives us.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they did give you a whole lot of guidance, but at the same
misguidance. They tell us one thing and then change it in 6 months, and then change that in 6 months.
Okay, when the conversation stop, and I'm telling you, it's gonna stop.
I'll be so happy. I don't care. I'll be so happy.
I'm here for the games, bro.
We made our bones off of having access to certain individuals. I just know the other end of that coin. Something King Thrash said on the show on Friday. Do we do reviews for PlayStation games?
Mm-hmm.
That we don't have a relationship with them.
Mm-hmm.
He said, oh, we won't have a relationship with Xbox at some point in time.
Mm.
Pullback is going to happen. The conversations is going to stop. We don't have a relationship with Nintendo to an extent.
Mm-hmm.
Pullback will happen. The conversations will stop. I'm watching it in real time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm watching y'all bash the individual that the biggest entity where corporate can come in today. Like, I can say something that I believe as the CEO, right? Let's say I'm the CEO. I'm going to bring these games and I'm going to do this and I'm going to do this and I'm going to make this happen. And this is me on record. Corporate knocks on my door the next day. We had so-and-so come from financials. We have to remove the budget from this. That can't go there. And we got to do this. Somebody bigger than me told me this is what has to happen. Now, what I told you is not a lie because when I said it, that's what I meant.
Right.
But something else larger than me changed that direction. And that's what your frustration is with.
But it's like you said, as a consumer, why should I care? You told me something and now you're not going through with that.
Both. See, what you're trying to do is have both. You just told me what you're upset is what they told you, right? And what he said. I just gave you the scenario in which what he said to you was probably real at that moment. But then when marketing comes down and whatever happened and they have to cut certain things, now they have to make a pivot. It's not the fault of the individual that was true in the statement when he said it to you was real. But now circumstances has changed. So what you would rather have is him not say anything at all. This is solve point. Don't say anything at all. So there's no rakes for you to step on. And I'm saying that this is going to be the action to this reaction.
Right.
There won't be any more conversation. Because now you're going to be fearful in saying something, knowing that somebody from someplace else can definitely override what you said to be true at that moment. And now it's no longer true. Then you're looked at as the liar. You understand? So this is the problem. That's why I felt for my man when he was standing out there taking slings and arrows for something that he believed to be true or something that was supposed to happen at that time. And then somebody else overrode him and he had to go out there and take the hits for something that he believed at that moment. That's where the frustration is at. So everybody doesn't understand that there's multiple moving parts when you're working in a company of that size. And it sucks, but they're going to stop talking. That's going to hurt us all as a group, not just a couple of individuals. It's going to hurt us all. It hurts us when Sony doesn't tell these guys that they're going to have a show. Microsoft comes out. Soon they're not going to do that. You're going to read about it. You know, it's going to be little things they're going to pull back and it's going to suck. And you're going to say, oh, they're acting different now. That's when you're going to lose confidence in them because you're no longer going to have the faces that you can have a confidence and have that talk to. It sucks, but it's going to happen.
We didn't do that. They did.
True. By being open in the beginning.
Yeah.
That was their fault.
That I think is fair that we all agree. You know, I think that can come back to bite them, even though we like those interactions. You know, that's the type of stuff that can be used to pull up on receipts, especially if things change internally. But we have gone long enough. We have not got to a time. We got super chats to finish.
Wow,
Jay
crazy.
Rembert, $10 super chat. COD going on Game Pass is the win-win. Either you buy the game full price or you sub to Game Pass, in which you'll probably either have to buy the S or the X. If Game Pass's numbers don't go up, the sales are still there. The sticking point is buying the X or the S. That's been the problem.
Yeah.
Hargi Chani, $10 super chat. Sega's already laying off people. They have challenges. Operations get streamlined if they are acquired. Game Pass gives them some cover, and they would be in an overall better position. Same with Square. Yeah.
No doubt.
Markman05, $2 super chat. Microsoft can close the studio. They still own the IP.
Yes.
That is true. That is true, and maybe they can find outside partners to kind of continue said IP.
I ain't feeling comfortable. My man John Johannes ain't there.
Yeah, facts. That's his baby, right? Robert Kellett, $5 super chat. Thank you for the earnest answer, King. Just hopeful that things get better. Love games, and I just want my favorite devs to stick around.
That's fair. Y'all came together.
And that's where I liked Hi-Fi Rush. I liked The Evil Within. I liked Dishonored 1 and 2. And the fact that I might not get either, definitely not getting anything from Tango. We still might get Dishonored like way down in the future from Leon after Blade. That's where I'm talking from. I like the games these studios produced.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. And I think that's fair. And I think to King's defense, though, he wants to see from not you, certain groups say, "Yo, when EA shut down such and such, you know, where was that? I like that." And you know what I mean? Like some people are not having the same energy for the health of the industry when these things just recently happened a week ago, 2 weeks ago with other studios. That's what people are saying, though, which is there's truth to that. People do overstate. Hold on. People do overstate sometimes when it's the company that they don't like or that they like. You know what I'm saying? But when it's something that they don't care about, they don't have that same energy for the health of the industry. That is true, too.
Now, if I agree with you 100%, but people do outrage on that. Every time these studios are shut down, I see constant people tweeting about it.
Not with the same veracity when it's the major
But we can't
platforms.
look at the people that we feel should be saying it and act like no one's saying it, because
I will say for a fact that I have seen complete less coverage when – I'm just going to put it out there.
But
when PlayStation, let me just speak for myself. I love PlayStation London. The stuff that they made, I fell in love with PlayStation with the wipeouts and
wipeouts,
bro, the diagnoses, and we had Chris Grinnell up in here, and I didn't see that level of energy when they shut that studio down. I love PlayStation Japan. I didn't see people riling up, and no disrespect to Tay, I didn't see that energy. So I do understand the frustration when it's something that you love that you don't see the same energy that people care about, but when it's something else, it's a different energy. So we do got to hold media accountable on that too.
Oh no, I told you, IGN's trash, GameSpot's trash. They've always been doing this for years. Jeff Keighley only talks about Xbox layovers. That's
the frustration of the Xbox community sometimes. People, I have to call it out. I've kept my quietness on tax. I just feel like I've always had this conversation with Colin behind the scenes, is that when there is a preferred or a lead platform where things happen internally, and when those things are people play there the most, those are the ecosystems they stay in, and they're not familiar with the other ecosystems. Thus, there is a level of inherent bias on that level. We can't ignore it. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying. If we're going to call it, like to King's point, and I'm not disagreeing with you at all at it, because you preach it. I'm devastated what happened with Tango. But to King's point, I need to see the same energy from these media outlets when it's these other studios that we love get shut down, get shuttered, get layoffs.
I guess to me, I look at that as a situation like I look at YouTube, Twitch. These individuals are never going to keep it honest about everything. They're either looking at relationships, looking at where they're going to get their next review code, and I'm always and I've gotten to the point where it's just like I just don't visit them. I don't acknowledge them. I don't follow them.
And me and you both know things, not to cut you because you cooking. Me and you both know things I can't say on this podcast about certain organizations and what they do as far as restricting access and negative coverage that they don't want applied to them.
Yeah,
and some people put
10 times worse.
I see you went there.
I'm gonna say PlayStation doing it 10 times worse.
All I say, there are organizations that if you speak negatively, your access the next time might not happen. I will. We know things off the record. I cannot talk about adding. You can do that. You can do what you want, but I can just say that.
No, I won't go into detail, but
Right.
the PlayStation, they do it worse. And the issue with the conversation isn't necessarily. I wasn't trying to tell you guys that like there's not negative. Like obviously there's not the same energy, but what I was saying is we know this at this point.
Yeah, we know.
These people
We
have
got
been like
receipts.
this for the longest time. Like I expect if there's some more layovers on Xbox, Jeff Keighley will be the first person on Twitter tweeting about them. But PlayStation could shut down 3 studios and he ain't gonna tweet about it whatsoever.
Look, it is what it is. We gotta move on.
Let's move on.
Let's move on.
Splendiferous, $5 super chat. The industry on a whole is in trouble. I don't want to go back to Tiger handhelds. I don't want people to come to my yard and mash up my controller rated.
Salute. No.
Then we got Pissed, $10 super chat. The studios that Microsoft purchased are the ones that they made the promise of smaller games being okay. The publishers they purchased still operate mostly on their own and have to produce.
It's a business. It's a
People
business.
saying I don't. I literally went on a giant rant about Xbox tax, saying that it was real. Stop it, guys. Just because I say something you slightly disagree, I was never saying there's not some weird bias towards Xbox. I was saying we can't just focus on the people not talking about it because there are people talking about
Fair.
it. That's all I said.
Fair.
I think you need to stop listening to the
Yeah, you
for a little while.
keep the guns
They
away.
they
Keep the
definitely
guns.
triggered me today, and I
Hey,
don't
yeah,
care.
Adam, keep the guns
I
away.
got
Keep
time
the
today.
guns.
I got time today.
Put the guns down, man.
We got Gamer by Choice member for 54 months, Lord Silver. King is correct. My company may have one vision, and 3 months later, visions have changed, and what was said is no longer the plan. Xbox is no different.
I feel you, but does your company talk about every vision, like every time they're on? Look, and it's not necessary. I've never said it was Phil Spencer's fault. I know it's the. How many times, Cock, have I told you, Phil's not lying? It's just the change in directory has
You
changed.
said that. You don't even got to
times.
keep explaining yourself. You said this.
Yeah, it's just
You're
you know,
good.
gaming is different, man. It's
Just
The,
put the
the
guns
problem
down.
is you can't keep talking about stuff you don't know if it's going to be
Right.
the direction of the company 6-7 months from now.
Yeah, we all agree. We all agree. We think the lesson
It's-
learned is could be the over communication.
Yeah, and it's different. It's entertainment and technology all rolled together. You know, if they change the roadmap for Ford cars next week, nobody's gonna be in an outrage over what they're gonna do. It's just different. Like the conversations are different.
no doubt.
Silent Cypher, $5 super chat. Shout out to the Lords on this awesome Sunday. It's been quite a week, and we start the new week with the Ninja Theory banger. Salute to you.
Salute. Lords,
yes.
Lords of Gaming and ILP will be having that coverage up soon.
At
Yeah, it's
4
a
a.m.
weird-
Put your
Yeah,
alarms
it's
for
4
4
days.
a.m.
It's-
I'll be so
gonna
nervous.
be-
I'll be like, can I say it? Oh, yeah, we can say it. Good catch, Slav. Good catch, Slav.
RDJ, $10 super chat. Don't need them to talk. Just bring the damn games. Thank you, Robert Downey Jr. I appreciate
Word.
you being in our chat. Appreciate that.
Good games, silence a
Or
lot.
at least just stop talking stuff into definitive statements. Like our goal. Like I feel like they be saying what we want to do.
I think King is onto something, though. This thing broke for Wall Street Journal. Interesting. They could have gave it to other outlets.
But I don't think that's necessarily on people like us. That let's be honest, that's on the gaming media because they know that the actual media, they have no like this isn't really something that's going to like benefit them. This isn't politics. They're going to report on that the way they should report on that. They know the gaming media, like we talked about the Kai thing.
Right.
We don't know how they're going to report on something.
Right.
Like,
No, it's interesting. I'm just interested if more moving forward because you know how Sony talks to GQ.
I can guarantee you that's how it's
Yeah,
going.
it'll be interesting if Xbox keeps doing stuff like that.
Right. Got RDJ again, $10 super chat. You mean like kind of funny not covering the Insomniac League because they don't want their water cut off?
Hey, yo, that's wild.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
That's wild. That's wild. Salute the calf, though.
Then we have Obito DVO, $2 super chat. TTS COD, keep that same energy with the other side.
Like I can only call it how I see it. That's got to be honest. You know me. I try to be balanced.
All right, we are finally
Wow.
caught up.
Jesus. All right, we got topic 2, and we got Attic. I'll set you up if you don't mind. Assassin's Creed. Shadows trailer dropped. Lot going on November 15th, multi-platform. And yeah, new Creed arises. Live the intertwined stories of Nanoe, excuse my pronunciation if I butchered it, an adept shinobi assassin from the Iga province. And correct me, Yasuke? Give me the correct one.
Yasuke,
the powerful African samurai of historical legend, against the backdrop of the turbulent late Sengoku period. This remarkable duo will discover their common destiny as they usher in a new era of Japan. So they talk about exploring feudal Japan, becoming one as a shinobi assassin, and also becoming a legendary samurai. So the trailer dropped. Lot of thoughts, it seems. So, Attic, this is your topic. I know you had a tweet that kind of broke the internet, which is interesting. Yeah. Anything about the game?
About the I'm excited for the game. This seems like it's going to be like a mixture of the older Assassin's Creed and the newer Assassin's Creed. So I'm hoping that this really takes off. As far as like the other side of the conversation, unfortunately, these days and era, like when it comes to what's going on with like Marvel and stuff, got people that will either overreact, or you got people just straight out being racist, or you got people that don't know how to convey their message very efficiently, so they sound racist. And unfortunately, all of them get put in one bowl, in one melting pot. It's unfortunate. The amount of people that DM me is absurd.
Really?
I had probably 2 death threats.
Wow.
So
over that tweet, all you just said was the assassin, because you put up, just for context, let the people know what you put up. You put up Assassin's Creed, which one?
Assassin's Creed Brotherhood.
Right. And then what was your comment there, just for the people who didn't?
The comment was pretty much, let me just say it.
Yeah, pull up the tweet. Your tweet went viral. We broke the internet.
Or do you want me to just put it up on the screen?
You don't have to. Just read it.
So I pretty much said. I said, people crying about historical accuracy. I'm pretty confident this was not accurate either. Just saying. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, by the way, this is not the hill to die on. It was a video of Ezio using the Apple of Eden on Brotherhood, which is essentially a god power item that sucks the life out of people. We saw like there's one I forgot to put on there. It's like the first or second one where they show a hologram, a legit hologram, stuff that isn't done really these days, but it's done in Assassin's Creed 1. So it's just like, look, my issue with this is if you have an issue of they could have picked, a different historical figure, that's more of an argument than saying historical accuracy, because this franchise has never. They literally got a machine take you back in your ancestors' time. How's that historically accurate? Like stop. What's funny is like racists be stupid. Like you could easily see there's better ways to essentially argue a statement because you're racist, but not seem like you're racist. But they just out it with it, man. They don't care. They just out with it. They just popping bottles in the front lines, and it's just like historical accuracy is not a reason to not want Yusei in this game. Now you can make an argument that you felt like they could have told a different story, maybe more of an Asian background since they are in Japan. That was more of a reasonable thing. I do think it's interesting that the female ninja is a made up story.
Right.
I felt like they could have did a little bit better job on that because you are in Japan and the Asian ascent is the one made up. You can make an argument on that. But you gonna sit here and tell me that because, first off, people have like this absurd overreaction on what a retainer is. A retainer is a samurai, you idiot. It's just pretty much more of like a mercenary thing, someone that is there specifically for war. So just knock that one out. It's just disappointing, man. This week's been disappointing me in multiple aspects. As a fellow white person, I feel like
what does the white delegation feel?
People that I know aren't racist that are speaking against this, read a tweet before you tweet it, man. Because it's just like I'm sitting here looking at it and I'm like, I know this dude's not racist, but damn, that looks racist. It's just like it's irritating because it's like we got so much racial diversity already going on, so much tension between races constantly, all the time. And you could have just showed a tweet to a friend. Yo, does this? Nah, that ain't it. Okay, let me reword it, because it's just. And I think some of this is because we see constant like gender swaps, constant race swaps in TVs and movies constantly, consistently. I think people are trying to paint everyone with the same paint. That's not what's going on with everything. I understand looking at it from the outside, looking in, that says everything is diversity, forced diversity. That's not the case with everything. Is it not possible that someone from Ubisoft said, let's not tell the same stories that all these Asian films have been telling us for decades. Let's tell something unique. How about a black man in Japan where he ain't supposed to be is a more unique story than an Asian in a place he's supposed to be?
It's interesting, right? It's interesting. Obviously, Yasuke is a historical figure, right? So there is interest there. The fact that the person, from what we know from all accounts, exists, and they went to chose that point. And then obviously you have a second protagonist, which is female, Shinomi and stuff like that. So yeah, we got to talk about it. We got to talk about it. It's a big one. Sav, I want to get you because you are the Assassin's Creed Lord. You are the person that goes extra hard. So where you at with it, man? This whole situation and the game itself, the trailer, did you get a chance to watch it and see what's up?
Yeah, first things first, I'm just glad that they finally took the leap and went to Japan, right?
In Japan.
And in Japan, I am excited to see and that they, hopefully focus a lot on the I'm personally going to play with Naue. I want to see, how they sort of evolve the stealth, if they do evolve stealth. That is my hope. So I'm excited for that. And knowing full well that we're probably going to see Ghost of Tsushima 2 this year. Right? Shout out to renowned leaker Joe Rogan.
Rogan broke the story.
For AI leaker Joe Rogan saying that he saw Ghost of Tsushima 2.
Yeah.
But I fully expect that to be announced, right, at some point, and it to be a step above the original. So yeah, Assassin's Creed it's got his work cut out for it. So I'm excited they're finally going to Japan. And I think the story they're trying to tell is amazing. I'm not gonna sit here and step into the shoes of an Asian person and say, what they should, care about in terms of representation or not.
Yeah, real quick, Saul. Sorry, I forgot to say, the only people that even should remotely be upset with this is Japanese people, because it's in their culture, it's in their region. I'm sorry. Most of you white people shouldn't even have a say in this matter. I'm gonna be real. Like, you shouldn't even be talking about this. You can give your opinion, but to act like your opinion is the definition and facts by law is wild to me.
Yeah. At the end of the day, for me, if I'm speaking for myself, right? It's twofold for me. Like, I would love to see more Latino protagonists in a story that is very Latino centric. Right. And from the perspective of somebody that knows the culture or whatever, whether it's, my specific culture, Puerto Rican culture, or other Latin cultures, right? As long as it's done from a place of understanding and knowing that and trying to bring that to a game in a way that's respectful and true. Absolutely. At the same time, I also want to see Latino protagonists in places where generally they haven't been, right? Where just say the protagonist of this open world, whatever, horror game or whatever the case may be, is a Latino just because, right? Because that's the line we want to get to, where it doesn't matter, right? And for me, the most important thing is having both things. And I think in this instance, just looking at it from the outside, there are a lot of games that have Asian representation, even recently, right? We just saw the PC release of Ghost of Tsushima, right? So they've introduced that game to an entire new audience. It did great on PlayStation. We got Rise of the Ronin, which is also a game that is sort of set in Japan. We have the Like a Dragon Ishin that came out not that long ago. Again, even things like a Ghostwire Tokyo, right? That have that level of representation. So it's there. So people pointing this out specifically, Assassin's Creed is always been about trying to contextualize real life events with supernatural things that happen, right? This entire thing of the Apple of Eden and the hidden ones and all this stuff. It's all creating fantasy around bits and pieces of real life history.
Not to interrupt you. Correct me if I'm wrong. Would you consider, because you're the Assassin's Creed, I keep saying you're the historian. So would you say that Assassin's Creed isn't historically accurate, but it's historical fiction? Like, how would you?
Fiction.
Okay.
That would be the best.
Because you guys are the diehards. Our friendship started because of Assassin's Creed.
What's funny is Destiny. I had my brother didn't like Assassin's Creed, and we bought him one of those Xbox Ones with like the 30 games, and one of them was Assassin's Creed. Yeah. And I had a review. I had codes for that, and he had Destiny. And he's like, "Yo, I'm gonna gift you Destiny," because I was talking mad smack about it. And he was trying to shut me up. And I was like, "I'll give you the Assassin's Creed games." I think it was Unity and Black
at the
Flag.
time. Yeah, it was Unity for Destiny at the time.
I gave him those games. Like, I played every Assassin's Creed. I haven't beat all of the newer ones, like the RPG ones, but I've beat all the old ones. I played as Connor in 3. I played as Ezio in the first one. I played as I just said his name for the second one.
Ezio?
Yeah.
Ezio. No, then who was the Altair?
Altair was the first one.
Altair was the first one. Because in Revelations, you go where Altair was, don't you? If I remember correctly. I played Black Flag. I can't remember. Or was that Connor? I think the third one.
No,
was
that
Connor.
was that. Third one was Connor. Fourth
Edward.
one was
Edward.
So let me ask both of y'all real quick to interrupt.
Yeah.
So again, you guys telling me this is not historically accurate. They've never been historic. They're historical fiction. So they're basically
they use the time frame and they do what they want in the time frame.
So they weren't like they were a bunch of like some magical freedom fighters and the animist stuff. Is that's what it is?
So basically,
Go.
So basically, the role of the assassins and the what the hell? Now I'm forgetting
the anime stuff and all this.
Right. So Abstergo, which is the assassins and the Templars. Right.
Yes. Okay.
So the Templars are basically they want control over the world, and they want to get the piece of
essentially
Eden
the Illuminati.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
So they're trying to get these pieces of Eden in order to be able to control. Now the thing is, what they did with the Animus is try to get, like, initially with the Animus, that all of this changed later on.
Trying to find out where they went, like
where they went, right? So they take ancestors of these of historical figures, right? Assassins, or in some cases Templars, of historical figures, and they go back in the Animus to try to locate where that piece of Eden was at that particular point in time. In the course of the story, what they do is, depending on the time period, they will use actual historical figures from that time period to sort of just fill out the story. Like,
so it's historical fiction. It's not a one-to-one. You're not playing as.
Listen, in Assassin's Creed 2, like Leonardo da Vinci is essentially like Ezio's cube.
Leonardo da Vinci literally made a hologram.
So they got liberties. They got liberties.
Leonardo da Vinci literally made a hologram in one of the Assassin's Creed. Like a legit Star Wars, Marvel, Iron Man hologram.
Got you.
And people are sitting here trying to tell me historical accuracy. That's why I know some of these people are just talking cap. That's why I got so upset, because I played the Assassin's Creed.
I got you now.
I could tell some of these people in the chat.
Frauded.
They've never played them.
Oh, so it's historical fiction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You see, that leg to stand on is BS. Now, if Assassin's Creed is your favorite, right, and you've waited for so long to have
to see a Japanese Asian
protagonist,
and that's why I said, if you want to take it that approach, that's more grounds to step on and say,
Yo, G Park roasted me in the chat. He said, "How you don't know this, Cog? You wasn't playing, bro. I got gaps." Then he said, "It's all good. My boy would have never done."
He didn't play this.
I didn't play it. This was
Saul. Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, Saul was the one that put me
Malcolm
on.
said it could have happened at it. The hologram was, you know.
All right, continue, Saul. I interrupted you.
He literally built Eltio a glider.
No,
literally, I'm
telling
you,
Leonardo da Vinci
he built somebody a glider.
Yeah, listen, You know Q from James Bond. That
Yeah.
was Leonardo DiCaprio to Ezio. Where is that in the history books? Where is that?
So dudes is really blooding out in the
you
street
can't-
over this?
You cannot have that argument because it's just dumb.
Okay, I get it now. I get it.
But
Okay.
again, if you're a person who's not drawn to something like Rise of the Ronin or a Neo, like we said before, which is, again, we'll talk about Edward the samurai in Neo. I get it if it's your favorite and you wanted to see a male samurai protagonist of Asian descent in that game. I get it. You just have to be careful about how you say things, because again, like the addicts, poor people say things. I know you're not racist. This sounds pretty racist.
But then here's the other. I gotta interrupt again because Yada asked asking. So is it? But then ain't they giving everyone an Asian protagonist? Why everybody's ignoring?
But again,
see,
these are other unsaid biases that people have, right? These are other unsaid biases that people. I guarantee you, there are people out there who are like, why does the ninja have to be a female? Why does it? I guarantee you.
Oh, so it's the DEI sweet baby people.
It is everything. They did everything the opposite of what, of what, and so people's feeling is they did it on purpose.
Oh, so it's like shut up and okay, I get it now.
Yeah.
Okay. Shut up and dribble and make my stuff. Okay.
And that's why I said, like, when it comes to, like, you can make the argument that, okay, there's so many, huge figures throughout Japanese history that you could have chose. That's a better argument, and I think that's a valid criticism. But to sit here and say historical accuracy, I know none of you played Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, so that's my take on it. Like, I think I really, really do think that this pairing is going to make for a great story. I'm excited.
If we didn't go so long, I would bring Gene in.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what they do with it. And to those of you not feeling it, go play something else. That's it. I'm excited. I get another Assassin's Creed and I get to play as a ninja. I'm super excited.
No doubt. Lord King called you this morning.
Someone said the Asian chick's hot. Lighted Master, calm down, man. Calm down.
There you go. Does she have stellar blade physics? That's all I care about.
She's definitely not Stella Braid but she's fine.
No doubt. Lord King, man, your thoughts on this? The trailer, did you see it? And obviously the controversy.
I saw the trailer. I sat there and I did a video on it, and I was happy. I was happy as hell. I was like, okay, so finally they have two different characters that play distinctly differently. That's intertwined. So it's not like Odyssey where you pick a male character or a female character and it changes based upon the sex that you choose. No, actually they took the step different and they went with two separate characters that are male and female. And to go a step further, one is Japanese and one is black, right? So, okay, those stories will not be baby swaps. Like, you won't be one black baby in the crib or one Chinese.
That's the thing, right? The prospect of playing through the game twice, right, King? Like two different play styles.
But isn't it? Oh, sorry, finish, guy.
So it's the fact that, all right, so I'm from that point initially seeing that. I said, yes. So now it's no longer just a sex swap. It's literally two different storylines that they're gonna play. Now I'm hyped and I'm looking at the trailer. I'm like, okay, so he's the brute. Because when he down the door, I'm like, oh, he's a tank, and a lot of his weapons and stuff is gonna be geared to him. And then I saw her running along the side of the wall with the kunai and jumping on the top of the wall and using a lot of stealth moves. So when she did assassinate the dude, her blade came out from the outside and from the side, and she was
side. Yeah, it was.
King, can I interrupt you real quick? I do want to say this. I need to say this. Shout out to IGN for apologizing to Kai.
Oh, they did it?
They apologized to him.
Wait, they put a tweet out?
Yeah, accountability is all I asked for, and that you said you were sorry and you accounted that you did it.
There we go. Make it right. Okay, we like that.
Million subscribers and you had no choice.
Oh,
and shout out to Kai for putting the most crazy reach. He literally has a video of him smoking a cigar in a chair and then jumping up dancing. He replied to it with that.
I just see it 2 hours ago. Yep, they just put it.
And Kai responded to it.
He responded to the message?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he has a picture of him dancing with a cigar.
Shout out to him.
Pretty much making IGN bend the knee.
And making you respect his reach. That's the only thing that you'll respect is power.
Oh,
you saying it's a content creator thing? You saying that the 2 million was too much? The subscribers?
No, he's right. He's right. It's completely content creation.
Howard, because once he said, "Yo, he not messing with y'all," and everybody, it was millions of followers that said, "Me too." Yeah. New dip, y'all did a Sony. In light of new
Not the Hell Divers. Come on.
you were around the sign-in thing to go away. We don't like this. Sorry, Kai.
Let's get back on focus.
So I saw this and I'm like, yo, I'm already saying in my head, I'm gonna dedicate hundreds of hours because Odyssey was wild, and now I'm gonna be able to do that with 2 different characters. I might have to do it adding. I'm doing this in my head, looking at it, and then the fact that I watched the Netflix of Yasuke.
Oh yeah,
and I love the story. And then Afro Samurai, #1 under the sun, Samurai. All these stories is being told about the black samurai in Japan. Naga himself looked over to this slave that came with that French dude and
the Jesuits, I think,
and brought him in to his fold. And I was identifying with his struggle trying to learn Japanese in a foreign land with foreign people. They made him scrub his body many times because they thought it was ink that he put on his body. They didn't believe that was his skin. So the people around him is like, what is this? This is a whole different thing. And I'm looking at it from that aspect of it. So my level of, wow, this man has passed on to the next life so many years ago. And his story is still being told to this day. He has made an impression upon our reality in a sense that you hope, that you pray that you can make this impression on this reality. He's doing it right now in 2024. And so many years ago he has passed. And these guys, I saw the tweet and it broke my heart that this racist tweet had to try to remind us of the atrocities that was put forth the black race. And I looked at the tweet and I was just like, damn. I thought video games, we had no color. We play with aliens, we play cats, some dudes.
That's a fact.
And a duck and Lego blocks. Like it should be no color in our space. And I'm like, man, I know I'm naive at this point because I was happy in my own space. I was just me as a kid right there, just like, wow, representation. I remember when I saw representation in comic books, Iron Man, Power Man, and Iron Fist, white and black people working together. That was one of my favorite books. You understand? Because that showed unity, especially in that time. It's just wild to me that something as pure as our video games, this level of infestation of this disgusting behavior is still prevalent, right? And I know for myself to just think that we can get past this because I celebrated every Assassin's Creed for whoever it was. It was just for the characters, but dag, we had a historical character that's going to be represented in a game that's going to live forever. First thing that you can say out of your disgusting, creepy, dirty mouth is what's up with his skin, and this is not historically accurate. Disgusting piece of trash. You take away from everything that Ubisoft has worked hard on. We anticipated them going to Japan, and I'm just like, dang, it's not gonna dull my excitement for the game. It's not going to dull my immediate purchase of the game soon as it's available to go on sale. It's not going to stop any of that. What it would hopefully do, they put out the greatest game that they have ever put out in the last whatever years as far as Assassin's Creed. I hope the game get a 99 on Metacritic. I hope it goes on to win Game of the Year. I hope it does so much just to on your narrative of we should never aspire to be better, climb higher, and reach for anything, and show children of color that you could make a dent in this reality that you'll be talked about for eons. No, he's a samurai. And then I heard people saying he's not a true samurai. Like, you silly fool. What samurai next to him is named through history like that? To be mentioned next to the great noble Naka, like, it's ignorance. It hurt me. I put out the video and people said I was down. My energy wasn't up in that video. I do videos in segments. My energy wasn't really live for that segment because I'm still facing that stupid thing in the corner that bothers me. And, unless you deal with it or have dealt with it, you probably don't understand. But if you can just look at some of the tweets, I'm just like, I just can't believe they did that. But I'm excited for the game. I want the game. I'm happy that they made the game. I'm thanking them that they did. And they gave us two different storylines. So I can't wait to play them.
Mm-hmm. You know what's funny? Because I have to leave here soon. So I saw, it's like I said, only people I personally feel, look, you can have an opinion on it, but to be upset, I feel is like off like crazy. I saw an Asian individual on Twitter that said, at first I saw this and was upset. But then I said, you know what? We make these people play Asians all the time. So he's like, I'm going to let this slide. And I'm thinking to myself, there is a lot of Asians in gaming. And there's not nearly as many black protagonists or antagonists or really anything for that matter. So it's like, it's one thing to sit there and say, I think they're doing forced diversity. You can have that opinion. But even if they wanted to say, you know what, we want to do a little bit more in diversity, we want to tell a story in Japan about a black person and go with that story, let's play the game. If it's bad, it's bad. Then you can make your statements. But until you play the game, because to me, it's like, I do think that, now obviously if we play the game and they don't, because in these kind of scenarios, especially back then, the demographic there's not going to accept him at first. Clearly they did at the end. If they don't tell that story correctly, then that's not true diversity. You know what I'm saying? Like, but we have to at least see something on the game. We can't go off just a trailer, guys. Like to go straight from just because you see a black person on the screen to immediately it's forced diversity without even seeing anything related to the game is wild to me. Now, when we see certain trailers at Marvel, you clearly see, okay, they trying to do something there. But we ain't seen nothing on this game.
It's a hot one. I'll jump in. Look, two protagonists, obviously one Japanese, fictional ninja, Kenichi, and obviously an African based on who is a legit historical figure, that we can say. And from the accounts we hear, he was given the title of Bushi. Now, from my understanding, you're given the title of Bushi, samurais do get that title, right? And then he's, I believe, a stipend and a weapon from Nobunaga, which is kind of like the highest honor, right? So we can confirm that, this is what we can confirm, that Bushi's a samurai. We can't 100% confirm everything because there's still things we don't know. But to say definitively that he is not, you can't say either. Right.
That's what I'm saying. We don't have enough information.
We don't have enough information. So that's the thing. I think the issue is stemming from the whole anti-DEI situation that's been bubbling up before. And
I gotta go, guys. I'm
do
sorry.
your thing. Now you gotta do your thing. And I think I think it's fair to have a legit issue with who the stewards of those organizations are. But I'm concerned that some are skirting the line of racism by not wanting diversity in gaming at all. And in this case, we have a historical figure here. You know what I mean? With two distinct play styles. My thing is this, forget all that. We need to see how the game comes out and if Ubisoft tells a good story. That the pressure's on them, obviously, to tell a good story. But for me personally, y'all know me. I'm the Shinobi. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a game I've been wanting from Assassin's Creed for a long time. As the resident Ghost of Tsushima fanboy here on the panel, you know what I mean? Who that game was phenomenal. I wanted to see what happens when, they tell a story like this. And yeah, of course, there's a sense of, like King said, there's a sense of pride to see, an African samurai, which we know actually did, exist in that time period and stuff like that. But look, I think this is a point, a good inflection point in gaming, and it is Ubisoft's gonna have a lot of pressure to really tell a good story here. But I'm for it. You know what I'm saying? I'm definitely for it. I think the real issue is like no one ain't talking about this paywall and this mission though.
no one talking about this always online.
Always online and this $200 that we got. No one. I think these are the issues we gotta talk about. But like my thing is, if you're so outraged about who they chose, just don't support it. But also you have to understand that there are people who this is a dream game for them, and there is some. The thing that I'm learning from you guys is that Assassin's Creed is definitely historical fiction. So if you're going to die on the story that this is not historical accurate, I think you are exposing yourself on some level. Mm-hmm. I think you are exposing yourself. So it's video games, people. It's video games. Vote with your wallet. Do what you got to do. I'm going to be there. I got to see that. Now, I would like to see gameplay Ubisoft, though.
I would love that because I just need this. I want to see the distinction between the characters. I want to see the fact. I don't want Naoe to be able to roughhouse people.
Yeah.
I need her to be able to behind people, slitting throats. I need all of that.
Yes, I need the proper stealth and jutsu from her. Obviously, with him, the powerful samurai. Like I need that. Also, the King's point. Nobunaga is important to me. Mm-hmm. I would like a depiction. I would like to see if they touch some of that, as well as Yasuke getting there. From my understanding, with this important Jesuit figure that he was with, and then so impressed by Yasuke that brought him in and then bestowed this honor. It would be cool. We saw like a glimpse of it in the trailer with him. It seems to be there, like with Nobunaga. Hopefully, I just want they to do that respectfully as best they can. But the cool thing is we don't know enough about Yasuke that there's enough creative freedom here to play with this storyline, right? Respectfully. So yeah, and I want to see, I guess I tell you what my concern is. My concern is being the resident ninja. We know the shinobi, the samurai are honorable. They, they fight a certain way. Jin Sakai's story is him not desensitizing, but going towards, hey, we're going to beat the Mongols. We're going to have to play dirty. Like they don't have honor. They're not playing this honorable samurai game with you. So we're going to do this ninjutsu to get them out of it. That's Ghost of Tsushima, that's Jin Sakai. What I want to know, the only fear I have is telling these two separate stories and to see how they come together from, the shinobi standpoint and the samurai standpoint. That to me is the key. And then obviously playing credit to some of the historical facts that we do know. So yeah, that's it. I'm excited. We'll see what's up. I'll be there. I would like to see some gameplay, and I want to know why it's like $275 for that damn collector's edition. Yeah, but
that's wild.
That is wild. No doubt. That's what I'm at. Look, vote with your wallet, people. And again,
edition.
What'd you say, King?
So what's in the collector's edition?
All right, so the collector's edition, they talking the base game. They got the ultimate three days early access, the season pass. There is a mission that is paywalled, I believe.
Yeah,
there's a mission, and then I think it come with a statue of Yasuke and Nanaue and
That's my point of contention.
Okay, what's your point of contention? Let's go.
All right, somebody asked me if I was going to purchase the collector. Mm-hmm. Let me explain something to you guys. I do not buy PVC. That's plastic vinyl collectibles. I do not buy PVC. I learned that a long time ago. These companies make them for $12 to the most elaborate one like I got was the Titanfall was $20 to make that is not a statue. It's a piece of plastic. It's crap. And then they go out and they sell these things for $270 something, right? I will not support that. Do not support that. If you buy a statue, go buy a real statue that holds its value. I'm talking about holding your value.
Right.
You can this edition of the game. Do that if you want to get that the steel box and all that other stuff. That's where the value is at. But that plastic stuff that has no value for you, there's no resellability, there's nothing. I'm working very hard on getting Cognito this one Ghost statue, and I'm trying to trade this guy. I've been giving this guy certain scenarios every week. I know it's tired of me, but it's a true statue that will really represent his fandom. And I don't think that these companies take you seriously enough when it comes to these little packages. Don't waste your money there. I wouldn't waste my money there. I don't waste my money there. So just a collector standpoint. And to paywall a certain mission, I hope it's not the black mission.
We got to see. Paywall for introduction to Yasuke.
Capitalize off my skin color. The black missions and put them behind the
No doubt. Anything else, or we good?
We're good. We're good.
All right, no doubt.
Excited for AC in Japan.
Yes, sir.
Right, time to pay the bills. Y'all ready to rock?
Yeah, let's do it.
myself.
Mute your mic.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
What is PrizePicks? PrizePicks is America's #1 fantasy sports app with more than 5 million members. It is the most fun, exciting way to get in on the action while you watch your favorite sports and players. You just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats for a shot to win up to 100 times your cash. For my gaming lords, the month of May is huge for esports, and all of it is on PrizePicks. Cash in on all the esports action this spring, including Counter-Strike's IEM Dallas, League of Legends Mid-Season Invitational, and Toronto's Ultra Call of Duty Major. PrizePicks offers exciting action with several titles across the esports landscape, including Apex Legends, Valorant, League of Legends, Counter-Strike, and of course, Xbox's own Call of Duty. PrizePicks offers all maps for every match and key stats like kills, headshots, first bloods, and many more. Testing my skills on PrizePicks this season is the most exciting way to play daily fantasy esports. If you have the skills, you can turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. This NBA basketball playoff season, the star players mean more on PrizePicks. Keep an eye out for starred players on the board, and you could receive a 10% payout boost if they're in your winning lineup. This week on the PrizePicks app, I've got Jalen Brunson for less than 46.5 points, and that's points, rebounds, and assists combined, to hopefully bring the New York Knicks to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in 24 years. That game is going on right now, so let's see what's going on there. Also on the PrizePicks app for Call of Duty Esports, I'm selecting Hook for more than 25.5 map 1 kills, and I'm also taking the breakout rookie Lens for more than 22.5 map 3 kills. So my fantasy sports and esports lords, what are you waiting for? Download the PrizePicks app today and use code IRONLORDS for a first deposit match of up to $100. Again, that's download the PrizePicks app today and use code IRONLORDS for a first deposit match of up to $100. PrizePicks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
No doubt. Shout out to PrizePicks holding it down. How they saying the Knicks? How's it looking, y'all?
Hey, how's it looking?
How's it looking? Yeah. They said somebody should spoil it. Don't look at the score.
Oh no!
All right, we got those PrizePicks in there.
Oh, bro.
Long as Jalen do his thing. That's all we care about here at PrizePicks. Yo, somebody said the New York Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals is not historically accurate. Yo, facts. Cowboys fan, that is foul. Go get on the PrizePicks and food. No doubt. Salute. Anyway, we got it looks like a couple more super chats flew in.
Hold on a second. Yeah, let me get those super chats. Let me get this.
That's funny.
THX 1138, $2 super chat. COG brings balance to the force, exposing the dark side.
No doubt. Much love.
Then we have Eastside Vandal, $2 super chat. Black Samurais are bad Tarzan for 80 years. Cool. GTFO. Okay. Then we got Lord Metroid, $2 super chat. The issue here is Ubisoft's absurd monetization.
That's what I'm like. Nobody ain't talking about this monetization and this missions and this pre-order. We ain't seen no gameplay yet.
Then we got THX 1138, $2 super chat. Latino protagonists are GTA 6. Let's go. That's right. Mommy looking right too. We got Spartan Go 17, £2 super chat. They think of, and what happened?
What happened, King?
Flag, right?
Oh, yeah, ready. Make sure they the Cuban flag in there.
Yeah, make sure you get the right one in there. Let's just do that. Then we got Spartan Go 17, £2 super chat. They think a boxing match with a pope is realistic. That's true too. I forgot about that. Yeah. Murdering a pope.
Historical accuracy.
Then we got Fresco with the $20 super chat. Ubisoft did a breakdown of the trailer, and they said they chose Yasuke because he ended up in Japan during the war, became a samurai, and nobody knows what happened to him after Nobunaga's death. And they can create a story from it. Yeah, there's a lot of empty spaces that they can fill in with whatever story they want to.
Yeah, and the betrayal of Nobunaga. I want to know. There's a lot, you know. It's dope. It's dope. I want to see what they do.
It's dope. Again, I'm excited to see what they do with it. Then we got David Hatright, $20 super chat. Shout out to the Realm and the Lords for bringing the passion and the bars on another great Sunday. Thank you.
Much love. Much love.
Blessings.
Spartan Go 17, £2 super chat. IGN apologized to Kai because it hit the pockets. FOH.
y'all want to accept the apology now. Damn. All right. Y'all agree with King. Y'all agree with King.
2024 is illuminating.
Then we got Lieutenant Hulk, $2 super chat. But Lords, even Japan had issues with the trailer.
Really? They did? You know what's funny? I saw someone from the culture that said, from Japanese culture that actually refuted. I'll find a tweet. I had pinned it. I was actually really surprised at how much they were like co-signing the Yasuke situation.
It depends. See, you can say that that's a very broad statement. I'm sure some people have
true.
and some people
very
didn't.
true. Very
and
true.
some people didn't. Again, chances are the person that had an issue with it has certain thoughts on things, because at the end of the day, there are definitely representations in other games.
Found it. This is a Japanese kimono stylist living in Osaka. She said the Yasuke was a retainer, so he wasn't a samurai argument. Makes my eyes roll so much. I've descended. I can't pronounce his name. Fujikakai Nagakatsu, who was a retainer of Oda Nobunaga, aka absolutely a samurai. Why are people like this? So yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting.
So.
And then she had like a post of how a cool post of how Yasuke has been featured in Japanese media. So how they are perceiving it, and it was very interesting.
It's very interesting. Yeah. So there are racist people everywhere. Let's just say that.
I guess.
Heck to the Macho Man, $5 per chat. Gamers be like, I'm tired of the same type of games. I need studios to be more creative. AC Shadows trailer hit. Gamers not like this though. All fronts. Yeah, it's a generalization, but yeah, it's echo chamber. Angry Hippie, $5 per chat. I'm mad my steelbooks are locked behind a PVC paywall. Yeah, people like their steelbooks.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
That sucks. That sucks. Yeah.
Then we got Champagne Supernova, $5 super chat. Love from Australia, Lords. The Raging Demon drops into Street Fighter 6 this week, Lord Cog. We will see Lord Sovereign Akuma all over you. Oh,
whoa! Relax.
Raging Demon on you?
Yo, put the Raging
Ain't no man put no Raging Demon on me. We are not doing that.
Like, Cog doesn't play enough Street Fighter to get that Raging Demon.
Shit, I don't like none of this talk, right? I'm gonna put the Raging Demon on you.
A lot of people asking me, and I've been trying to fight this. Think like I'm the purveyor of the fight, like I'm the gatekeeper of the fight. No, dudes, they've been having fight sessions without me. I was just privy to be there with one of them.
Yeah, I'm the one that hasn't been to any.
Right. We have to have the conversation with COD because we have to peg it down to a day that everybody gets a chance to play. We have a lot of fighting games that's out there. We have Street Fighter, we have Mortal Kombat, we have Tekken. I just want to get back to that group, that rotation, that fighting with everybody, and it was so much fun playing that day with the guys, and we had new people there. Yeah, Street Fighter has to get played, and I definitely would love to do that. I hope the tournament setup is just as good as Tekken, because Tekken has done it. But COG is the gatekeeper of that. You have to start directing your conversations to COG, and I know a lot of he don't follow y'all publicly with the ads. Like, Adam, you don't follow me. You ducking the fade. Put Akuma. Everybody go with a bunch of Akuma backs out there. Show Raging Demon.
Nah, I don't want a bunch of men sending me Raging Demons.
We got to get outside, y'all. We got one of him, son.
That's too much. Continue.
Let me see. Hold on a second. Damn. Okay, hold on. Country Big 94, £5
Oh,
super
the
chat.
homie.
Happy Sunday, Lords. You guys think there will be a current day storyline in the new AC alongside the Japan setting? Everyone hit that like button. Hashtag ILP.
Salute.
Shout out Country Big.
It's Country Big. Doing it big.
I don't. I have to. I'm gonna be call my fraud right now. I've yet to finish Mirage, and I definitely haven't finished Valhalla.
Oh, I heard Valhalla's long. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. So I don't know where that story stands. I know they had the protagonist Layla. I don't know where that story stands. I also remember them kind of saying that the modern day story was going to be kind of continued in Assassin's Creed Infinity, but I don't even know if the Infinity thing is still on. I don't really know what their sort of roadmap looks like. So it'd be interesting to see, because there was talk that they were going to separate that into that larger Infinity thing as opposed to having it continue from game to game. So we'll see. I don't know where they are with that.
Yeah,
but I always like the modern day story, man.
They out of pocket in the chat right now with me. That's crazy. Beefy
With
card.
you.
You be beefy for COD to follow you. They are ridiculous. Continue.
Hey, make them with the raging demons.
When the lights go out, the raging demon comes out.
Yeah, that's wild funny. Y'all crazy with that. Continue.
Then we got JWRLD 617, $2 super chat. Prize picks. Sav, pick me as your prize. Oh, we got another one. A new enter the new challenger. New challenger.
You got to do a raging demon on you.
I don't like that. Yeah, we got to move on.
Yeah, we got Angry Hippie, $2 super chat. AC Shadows, the last PlayStation game. Hashtag no PlayStation 6. What is AC Shadows in the last PlayStation?
What that got to do with this?
Then we got Sunjutsu Sage, member for 37 months, Lord Gold. The 9 red scabbards in one piece are all Cozy Odin's retainers, and they're all samurai. It's just plain racism that they question the new AC. That F them all, not like us. Thank you, Sage. Appreciate it.
Let me stop. Moving on.
Then we got Spargo 17, £2 super chat. Phil fighting the money man since ABK. Am I wrong? Yeah, absolutely. He's trying to listen. I don't think he's happy about having to come out here and say things and then months later having to change the tune, because that's just what it is. But again, once you get COD and ABK under your belt, you are beholden to a lot more.
I agree. I think it's tied to his legacy, honestly.
Yeah. Let me see. Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Raging joystick. Oh no.
Y'all doing too much today. I see what y'all doing. It's because the king, he started this foolishness, and now it's back over here. Y'all starting it. All right.
And we are caught up.
All right, no doubt. Third topic. And this is technically, I know when's topic, but it was just news that broke. It looks like Activision team is opening up Microsoft's Activision team is opening up a new gaming studio in Poland. Elsewhere Entertainment to build a new AAA IP. The studio boasts The Last of Us, Witcher, Cyberpunk, and Uncharted developers in its team. Shout out to Ches Corden of Windows Central. And what you need to know, the subsidiary revealed it's dubbed Elsewhere. The firm is comprised of industry vets. I told you about the games day. It said Activision revealed a new vacancies website from Elsewhere, which will host career options in the coming days. And they say obviously it's a narrative-based game and a totally new AAA franchise. And then he went on to speculate, as far as the investment, and that it's been kind of stealth, it's been in the stealth mode for a while. But he said the verbiage from the press release have an emphasis on narrative games, and it sounds that it could have some form of a transmedia tie-in. They said the fact that Elsewhere has goals beyond games could be a hint that they will try some new paradigms rather than leaning on existing ones. And then he said, maybe he's reading too much into it, but yeah, this is the news that broke, man. Again, big surprise, I think, for a lot of people, a new AAA ILP Xbox studio. So, Solve, or whoever, we can start with you in terms of what's your thoughts on this, man? Elsewhere, based in Poland.
I think the first thing that came to mind, and I'm not going to go down the path of like, you just shut down two and you open another one. It's just, the timing, whatever. It's not great, but what are you going to do? It is what it is. They opened the studio. They have to announce it. the fact that it's in Poland is interesting to me, right? It's only the second Activision studio out there. The other one is a studio that I think was just support on Call of Duty, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Infinity Ward Krakow, right? So, for me, as somebody who now is kind of looking at how they figure out how to make AAA games that aren't necessarily infinitely monetizable games as a service games. How do you do that while, not spending hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, going outside of the US and finding places that it might be cheaper to sort of run a AAA studio, and thus building games for cheaper is interesting to me, and I'm glad they're kind of going that route. So yeah, the fact that you have veterans from all of these games, Last of Us, Witcher, Cyberpunk, Uncharted, these are people that are used to working in the AAA environment, right? Top of the top. So yeah, it's exciting. That's exciting. We're not going to hear about what they're working on for quite some time. It's something that's brand new, which is exciting too, because I think another thing we have to think about is sometimes the bet on new IP is said to be scary, right? And sort of publishers don't want to take that risk. But at the end of the day, what you also realize that people are reluctant to step into franchises when there's a number behind it, because even if it's not the case, the feeling is that, I have to play all of these other games to kind of understand this new one that's coming out. I can't just jump in, even if that isn't necessarily the case. So starting something new is awesome, because everybody gets to jump in at the ground floor. So yeah, I'm excited to see what happens with this, and hopefully they can build something that's amazing. For not, that doesn't break the bank, because again, these are the studios that hopefully will give us the blueprint for how to move forward, right? If the idea is how do we continue to make these big AAA games for less money, and so that they make more money, and that they continue to be viable. When you open a studio like this, the hope is that it kind of paves the way and teaches that lesson. So we'll see, but it's cool to see.
No doubt. Lord King. Elsewhere, Polish studio, AAA, new IP. Where you at with this?
This studio is old. Remember when Xbox was inside Poland, and it was a while ago?
Yes, I do remember.
Up CD Projekt Red.
Yeah, go to CD.
Crazy. We was like, yeah, Cyberpunk is gonna be launched inside Game Pass.
I remember that.
I remember that.
Oh, nuts. Because I had, I heard they was out there poaching, and then I thought Warhorse Studios. My man told me Toby, please tell me. Let me know. I'm in the background. Toby, come on, man. Let it go. Let me know you're at the table, Toby. Come on, Toby. Let it go. All right, so Toby ain't say anything. So
come on, Toby.
Toby. Let a brother know. Right. I got the freak off tapes, Toby. Tell me what you know. Anyway.
Shout out Blackmail, Toby. Damn.
Toby know what's up. I'll never tell a soul. Just us and thousands of people watching. And then the fact that they went out there, they was purchasing. They was purchasing housing, and getting the studio up and running. I think I start to lean more into Sovereign's philosophy that Microsoft help us step on brakes. It's other people in the building that is having conversations and got a microphone in front of them, right? And to a week before, let go of Tango, and then to come out the following week.
New studio, y'all. What if this was they wanted to placate. They like, yo, you feeling bad about us? Here we go.
Excited. How can we get excited and y'all just close the studio, and for them to turn around and be like, what, you gonna close this one next? Shut up. Like you just got Tango, right? So again, I'm excited for the possibilities. And then the problem is we heard Quadruple A Studio, remember?
Initiative.
Oh, we still ain't get nothing from it. We still haven't received our first glimpse of anything.
Wait, we looking at you, Darren Gallagher. We waiting. I give you that.
From the studio that was years ago, before the ABK deal, all this other stuff. I gotta agree with Saul. Shut up. Just shut up.
But you can't announce it. I mean, you just say the time and like maybe right now was not the good time.
Nothing. Literally, after all the uproar, because okay, here's the stupidity. Somebody in the building said, "Yo, why don't y'all just put it out and let them know that we got a new studio?" Right? This will fix what we.
PR win. PRW.
Fire Calvin, because Calvin came out with the great idea. This is Calvin at his finest. Yeah, man. I know they down on us right now, but if we let them know that we hired new people
that aren't the people we just fired,
maybe a little timing.
This would have made it better. If y'all said, all right, we closed that off, we closed that studio, but all the people we just fired, we just hired over here.
You know that ain't happening.
But this is the way you spin that. That's the way that happens. That's the way that makes it sound better. The ignorant way, and this is the way y'all did it. We fired all these people, and we're going to open up a new studio. So it wasn't about the bread then, because that's going to be the conversation, right? It wasn't about the bread then. So what was it really about? You raised more questions in coming out talking about a new studio than you did when you fired. Like you just added on, you put another log in the pit of hate that you have in the middle of the room for you. And you shouldn't have did that. I'm down for the new studio, of course, but I'm gonna have to agree with my guy here. It's time for y'all to shut up. I mean, they're doing a studio, great. We already know that you got a whole bunch of developers over there, a whole bunch of talent over there. It just didn't look right. The optics is bad. I don't care how you slice it. The optics is absolutely terrible. Whatever idea this was, that thought y'all was going to garner some type of good faith. Yeah, I made a video. That's a satire channel with me having fun. Want the real honest, serious joint, I wouldn't have did it. Personally, I would have just let the studio, when the studio had a game, I would have introduced the studio. Okay. When there's a game to show, I would introduce the studio. There's no need for you to worry about a studio that's up and running and you have nothing to show for the studio, because I'm still waiting for the initiative stuff, right? So it falls back to that. It falls back to you still talking and we're still waiting and there's no game, right? So shut up, make the game, and when the game is announced, then you come out and say, with our new studio that we have formed, this game is here, and this is what we want to bring to you. That's how you're supposed to do it. You don't say, new studio, here's a building, catch you later. That you did nothing for me. You did nothing at all. All you did was just show that you were so out of touch that you just fired all these people, but you're opening up a new building. That's crass. That's not good. All right. Trust me, I'm on the ground level with this stuff. That's not cool. You could have did it better. Stop talking to people. Don't let anybody know about the new studios you're opening up until you have actual games to show. Do it. It's just a bad look, especially where we are as all the studio layoffs. And you're going to have more studio layoffs. This is the problem. So let's say now, in 2 weeks from now, you come out and you close another studio, you let more people go. You just opened up a studio. How bad does that look? Do you understand what I'm talking about? It's going to turn into layers of stuff that you could avoid, and you're not avoiding it. And you're just actually, just like Sabbath, this guy is so all the time. They're just stepping on rakes that is unnecessary, and I'm watching it in real time, and I thought it was a bad idea for y'all to even say anything about the studio.
But look, I want to give a little extra context in the article that Jez put. He said that Activision spokespeople told us that Elsewhere Entertainment is working on the narrative-based AAA game, completely new franchise. He said Activision also says that they have been operating in stealth mode up until now and is seeking to build up its studio with new vacancies websites for Elsewhere over here. And obviously, to your point, he says the announcement may seem strange given the context that Microsoft just shut down, Tango, Arcane Austin. He said, however, it should be noted that each subsidiary operates as a separate entity with a separate budget pools, and Activision elaborated that Elsewhere has already been operating for some time. So that was my only point. I was just going to say, I get what you're saying about the timing. The timing is rough. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. I think y'all both right with there. I just think that, remember, they're so big, Activision is still its own silo. You know what I mean? And remember, even Bethesda, the integration is still not finished. It's still not complete. They're more integrated. They're more farther along. But Activision has been something that they've been cooking for a while. But look, obviously I'm in the same boat as you. We still not going to forgive them for the situation with Tango and what happened with those games and stuff like that. Obviously, I am a little biased here. I've been the first to admit that I've been on the hashtag Just One train for Xbox for some time. Having the thoughts of a AAA narrative-based Just One studio is very enticing to me. So I am completely biased here, I admit. And I do like the fact that, Activision, they gonna budget out. I expect the production values to be higher, but also at the same time, I like the intelligence of it being in Poland for cost. What I'm saying? I'm hearing things as far as how it's easier, and then also I love the talent pool. But to your point, King, we did hear similar stuff like this with the initiative, quadruple A, more A's than, what I'm saying? And then we haven't seen anything come to fruition. So I understand your point with maybe you incubate and then you show when you're ready. But it seems like they're doing this for the purpose of attracting more talent, right? And to get, hey, we're doing this. And sometimes, remember we used to get mad with the vertical slices and stuff like that. But a lot of it is just marketing material. But it is an interesting choice to see what's up. But look, ultimately this is where I'm at. I like the fact that since the Activision acquisition, we all agreed, Solve, that we did feel that people were too much pie in the sky, that a lot of these other guys are just going to be making their own games, and Call of Duty is going to take a year off. And get into salt mines and do what you've been doing, right? Mm-hmm. That's what we figured was going to happen, and a couple of little things here and there. I am excited from this because this is not Call of Duty salt mine, and this is AAA single player experiences. And let's be real, Polish devs, shout out to my Polish devs. The Lords, we be going to a lot of these shows and these Polish developers, a lot of great experiences, a lot of cool talent out there, at least I remember a lot of the games that we covered, kind of thing. So look, I'm excited. We'll see what's going on. But I will say this though, it put a lot of pressure on the initiative right now, and Crystal D and where y'all at. Because we've heard this story about the best talent. We've got all the guys from the next minute, everybody's gone, and here come Crystal T coming in the room. You know what I'm saying? Pause. But we'll see what happens. But that's all I got. What you gonna say, Sof?
No, you're right, man. Let's see again. For me, it's just one of those things. It's like, if they're investing in big AAA games, fantastic, right? But I hope you're thinking about how these games get made and not, not being blind to what's down the road and making sure you're able to sustain these games. And hopefully that means that you're not building in like artificial ways to continuously monetize, single player games. That's the stuff that I worry about, right?
Fair.
Yeah.
No doubt. Shout out to Kid Santi. He said there's a lot of PlayStation energy with this, and I like it. Leo says studio closures. Look what we have. A COG just what? Nothing to see here. They definitely tried to silence me. This is to placate me. He's gonna keep COG in pocket. Anyway, super chat. Oh, we did miss one. I'll read it. He texted me, said Stage. What's his name? I'll tell you right now. The brother.
Stage 1X fighter.
Yeah. Oh, you got it. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, I didn't even see that. Okay, my fault. Stage 1X $5 super chat. We piss off the racists by having a God of War style scene where they hook up, looking at the camera and give them the finger.
Hey yo. Messy.
Yeah, why not? Why
Messy. What else we got?
Let me see. Robert Kelly. No, that was Rage Joystick. Cowboys fan 5404 $5 super chat. All these freaks in the chat, Iron Lord podcast should be sponsored by Blue Chew and Honey Packs.
No, I definitely want to get sponsored by Blue Chew.
I'll take that bag. No question.
Behind, and please send me 5 free samples.
Hey, please get that man a Crocs bag. The Crocs need to holler at him.
For real.
With my Crocs and some Blue Chews. That'll work.
It is.
Then we got Lord Metroid, $2 per tech. COG getting position for the Raging Demon.
Yo, I can't be visualizing me in these situations like that, bro. Y'all wildin' right
It's
now.
just wild because the screen goes black.
Black in the name of
all
it.
you hear is mad.
Mad,
sound.
yeah. It's not a cool visual. It's not a cool
He's
visual.
laying on the floor and he's just standing there with his back.
With his back. That's what make it funny. Y'all wild with this one.
Oh my God. Sujitsu Sage, $5 super chat. Is anyone else offended by these journalists insulting our intelligence? Did Microsoft not confirm COD and Game Pass in court to FTC, CMA, and EU?
Yeah.
That is a fact, but I want confirmation that once the deal is done, not to say that you're out of the sort of window of scrutiny, but once the deal is done, you can do whatever the hell you want. Technically, like you could be like, ha ha, I lied to y'all, whatever. Like,
Yeah, that's fair.
it's kind of like OJ
Got him.
saying, yeah, it's kind of like OJ saying, like, oh, what if I did it? You know?
Wow.
I don't know.
What'd you say, King?
I said, no, that's wild as hell. That's just
Yeah, that's crazy.
But yeah, I don't think they would be that dumb to do that, but you never know.
Yeah, you never know. I get it.
Donna Taku, $5 super chat. I know it's unrelated, but I'll take 3 AA studios as creative and original as Tango, then another AAA Naughty Dog clone that will put gameplay second. Yes, as a fan, 100%. I got that. Will those games sell as much as one
That's
Naughty
the key.
Dog game?
That's the key. And I feel Donald Taco because he's speaking to my gaming soul. And we all want those little games, and we want those, not little, I should say that, those creative games that take risks and that are actually dope games. But to King's point, the sad reality is the boardroom is looking at you as a spreadsheet. And if them joints do not move, sadly, that's the reality. And hopefully, if the defensive elsewhere, let's give them a chance to see what they do. You know what I mean? But I feel you, Don. I know where you're coming from and your sensibilities.
yeah. That first game will show up sometime in the next console.
Yeah, probably.
That's absolutely when it'll show up. Then we got Boonty, $10 super chat. Met my friend from Xbox yesterday for the first time in 12 years. Knowing him on Xbox, and I'm the best man at his wedding. Can't wait to see you all at gaming events. Keep up the good work and respect.
Salute. That's the man. Yeah, Bunty, you got to pull up if you at the gaming event for real.
Yeah, they told us all us video gamers dudes don't have girlfriends or stuff like
That's
that.
it. we just sit in basements and play video games.
Cheetos, bacon.
There you go.
Then we got Champagne Supernova, $5 super chat. Lords, can we raise some funds to get you all over to Evo Japan in 2025? There's nothing quite like it. You guys would love it. I mean, we're talking about TGS, but he's talking about Evo. That'd be crazy.
Oh, Evo
man.
be lit. Oh, shout out to Ariel Knight in the chat. He said, at what point is it gamers' fault for not buying the AA game? Well, there's some fair.
Yeah, we are at fault as well. It is.
That's my point, and he understands exactly what I'm talking about. I hear more conversations surrounding around the closure. I don't hear the conversation when the opportunity was presented to Xbox guys first. You didn't participate. You didn't buy. You didn't do what you were supposed to do. Then the ball got shifted over to the PlayStation dudes, and they were talking all this crap. It shows that they didn't participate. They didn't buy. They didn't do what they were supposed to do. The last bastion is that Nintendo Switch. Hopefully, this IP can actually live. Buy the game.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is right now, if you have the ability to write a tweet, then you have the ability to go and say, yes, click, cash out, purchase of the game. Speak with your wallet. If you're really angry, go buy the game. Go end the game. Show them that the game has some form of value. Stop talking just to talk. I don't want to see it. Go show me actions. Actions speak louder than words. And coming from a AA developer that's in our chat that's talking, support means more than your tweet. Go get the game.
Yeah, we got to support when it matters.
It still matters. I mean, I honestly believe it still matters. If they want the game part 2 to come out, it still matters.
Yeah. Good points. Got to play, got to support. Do what you got to do. What else we got?
Got Spartan Go 17, £10 super chat. Watched an ABK documentary on how Bobby backstabbed the original COD team, dodged paying billions, and stepped on Titanfall for 2 years. This dude burned money just to kill him mob style. What the F? I imagine that the original COD team, which is now at Respawn mostly, they didn't want to make Call of Duty every single year. it was Bobby that said, I'm going to turn this into a commodity and make this thing come out every year. And to his credit, it worked. You know, it worked very, very, very well. But if you look at the guys at Respawn, they're interested in making great games that still take, you know, whatever, 5, 6, whatever years to come out. They're interested in doing different things. So I imagine the idea of continuing to put out a brand new Call of Duty every year by you know, Infinity Ward at the time is not something that they wanted to do. So yeah, I can see Bobby trying to bully his way into getting what
Bobby
he wanted.
ain't leave the house in good certain conditions before he got that parachute. We gonna move on.
But he did manage to turn Call of Duty.
Oh no, he did. When it come to flipping money and making something the biggest in the world, we got to give him that.
Yeah.
Bobby, that guy.
Yeah, when it come to that, I can't take that away from him. You're gonna get in the salt mines though.
Yeah, he's a shark. Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Preparing for the TA test and y'all helping me focus. Fire. Shout out.
Get that test, bro. Salute.
Do your thing, bro.
For real.
And we have Don Otaku, $5 super chat with certain scenarios here.
Oh Lord.
Joystick and Strange Love grab saw. Fade to black. Intense pounding and sounds ensue.
Hey yo. Got the know how to on you. Raging demon. That's crazy. That's crazy. Perfect.
I'm looking at my sweaty armpits. I put my arms up.
Yeah, you on the DP Raging Demon.
Oh, hey yo. King.
What do you say to Raging?
I'm not repeating what that man just said. No style of Raging Demon. He said we not repeating that. We gonna move on.
Oh, he said a DP.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that. Let's move on.
Yo, actually, no, never mind.
Yes, let's not.
I could have sworn there was a super move that Ken and Ryu did when they both fought. When they fought Akuma together. Anyway, Ariel Knight, $5 super chat. What happens once all AAA games go to multi-platform and the industry hits another plateau and can't find any more growth?
It's a good one. It's a good one, man. Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, obviously, we see the walls coming down a lot in gaming as far as down. We're about to get to this topic with Square, with a multi-platform strategy. I think the interesting thing now is PC, obviously. You know what I'm saying? People are looking there. And then that's a good point because the circle of console gaming is...
Kill off the PlayStation, Xbox One. You want to see growth, and I know it is artificial growth, but it's still pushing us into the direction where we need to go to. All right, this is the only generation that is still holding on throughout our current generation. These guys are old, dead baggage. We got to get rid of them.
I get you, but we got to talk about new players. Where the new guys? Where the new growth will come from?
Yeah,
because it's still gonna be the same dudes.
Okay, so once we kill that off and we make force these dudes to get over, right? You force them all over into the next show. The new Bastion, the new Frontier,
the mobile.
I think Xbox's strategy, and this is Sony's strategy as well, not Nintendo so much, to make it that you're able to hit the app and you're able to play anywhere on your devices using your login and your stuff like that. The platform itself, I think that's an ingenious idea. Now, Microsoft has been developing that a little bit more when you're able to play through cloud, through your phone and stuff. I think that's where we get those active users. We always have our phones in our hand. We're always doing something. I think that's where the connectivity happens. It has to. I think that's the key, to be honest.
Mobile and PC seems to be the newer streams.
It's definitely. I don't ever think a PC user is ever gonna
come over. Yeah, they're gonna stay in their ecosystem.
What you have to do is make something attractive enough. Like, see, the Aerial Knights game is so attractive enough that you can play it on your phone or whatever, and that he will open up to a broader audience. What you want to do when you're playing Resident Evil, I haven't played the Resident Evil on my phone. I've seen my boy play it on his iPhone. It looks really good. Was it really enough for me to be enticed to come over? Not yet, but maybe another game will be. I think continually to attack the phone, the mobile aspect of it, I think that's the benefit. PC dudes will always give them, just make sure every game is available on PC day and date. I think more sense to get that revenue.
No doubt. You good, sir?
Yeah, to me the thing about it is that, and this is the problem we can't get away from. It's just the fact that because gaming is this cross section of like cutting edge technology and art, it's always going to be, especially with the big three publishers, the ones that are publicly traded companies, growth is always going to be the primary factor in moving forward, right? And you can't necessarily force art to grow, right? You're gonna get the people that are invested in it, and growing that, it's a different endeavor than to grow something that's purely something that's based on technology or whatever. When you have both things, it's very hard because you try to put a time frame on when the art comes out, but that's just not the way things work. So it's like everything's still going to be beholden to the almighty dollar. And I think until we figure out ways, or we have, such an exodus of people from big publishers and big development teams and making smaller teams where they're confident in being able to put out games on their own without publishing from bigger companies, maybe we see growth and expansion in that way. But again, as long as the big boys are kind of holding the cards and dictating how things are done, I don't know that the idea of plateauing once again is very real. It's very real. It really is. So it's a scary thing because once we hit that point again, then what's the breaking point?
Yeah.
What breaks at that point again to try to figure it out again? I don't know. It's tough,
point.
man.
It's a good question.
It's tough.
That's a great question.
Because you can't have all of these studios be independent studios, right? You can't, right? Somebody's not gonna be able to make a game. So
music industry is going through that right now as we talk. Everybody is.
Yep. No doubt.
So everybody gonna be selling CDs out of the trunk again, like we used to back in the day.
For the days, boy.
Yeah.
No doubt. We good?
Yeah.
All right, final topic. This is me, Square Enix, y'all. I'm gonna read a statement they put out. Oh, hold on. Shout out to the homie. Before we do that, Gaming Forte, member for 53 months. King is right. Please leave those old, dusty, generic consoles in the past. Already seeing people move over for College Football 25. GTA 6 is next. Yeah, I agree. And don't count out the Switch as well. I think those will definitely, start moving new units and stuff like that. And Ariel Knight said, y'all should see the 360 deals they got indie sided right now. He said they're giving out 360 style deals, bro.
I believe you. The only way to lock them up is you got to get them early, man. You got to get them straight out of college. As soon as they come over, they're making these games. Let them cook. Y'all on y'all on the table right now. The time clock.
Facts.
Yeah, facts.
That's a damn good game. And if one of these big houses can come and lock you up in a 360 deal, don't be surprised.
Yeah, it's crazy though. But they got to, and also, if you don't get the Game Pass back, there's a lot. That's a whole other discussion. But we gonna move on. Good talk, y'all. So basically Square Enix embarking on aggressive multi-platform strategy as profits drop 70%. As a result of the disappointing financial year, Square Enix will be implementing a new strategy going forward. The company's previous strategy included a target to rebuild its portfolio across both HD games and smart devices segments, streamline said portfolios, and expand its MMO business. However, it said its journey to better profitability in HD game development has been incomplete, stating, "We launched many titles, but some failed to live up to profit expectations, especially outsourced titles and some AAA titles." It's also noted in SD Games gaps in its management infrastructure and the cannibalization of our new titles due to launch schedules overlap. The company said it will also aggressively pursue a multi-platform strategy that includes Nintendo platforms, PlayStation, Xbox, and PCs. For its SD segment too, Square said it'll be looking beyond iOS and Android and its PC launches. So yeah, right on cue with what we've been talking about as far as where people are looking for growth. This is a big one from Square. This is my topic, and look, this is something that I kind of foreseen happening with them. I've always looked at them as kind of also like the mercenaries of the games industry, and they have a lot of great IPs, and they were kind of playing and taking these deals from different people, whether it be an exclusive bag from Sony here, an exclusive bag from Nintendo here, all these different, kind of things. And it goes to show you that this, in conjunction with some of their projections of what they thought certain games were going to do, didn't hit targets, and now you're seeing this aggressive move. And King's laughing, but I did feel people were laughing at me when I said them coming out on stage with Phil was significant, and them saying, "Hey, we're gonna put our stuff. We're looking at Xbox as something to put our stuff on." These games cost a lot to make, and I think they're at that point where they're looking to expand. Once profits, you don't hit profits, they're going to be a change in strategy. And as we saw the infrastructure change at the top, right? We saw new CEO and that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I think, we already got some initial evidence, at least on the Xbox side. We saw at the last developer direct, what was it, the new Secret of Mana or whatever, spiritual successor sequel launching there. There are thoughts that potentially maybe a Final Fantasy 16 or the 7 remake series at some point will come over. We saw inconsistencies with Octopath Traveler drop, one on one console and not on another console. I think all that cleans up. And the thing, to me, the biggest mistake they have made, in my opinion, and I don't know if it's due to whether these exclusive deals they locked up, contractually they didn't do it, but I always felt like, why didn't they have day and date PC releases? Like for some of their time, I never understood that. I'm like, that's a market that makes complete sense. So, and to King's point, you're seeing iOS, you're seeing Android being mentioned, you're seeing mobile being mentioned. These companies are trying to maximize profit. So again, I say this, all that to say this. These are not isolated to just one company issues. These are across the board. When dudes are saying profits was down 70%, oh, there are going to be some changes. Again, there's going to be some shuttering. There's going to be layoff. That's what's happening in the industry. And that again, I'm not trying to, be happy about what happened to Square. No one, no one likes that. But we're in this inflection point. So just wanted to bring this to the realm. What are your thoughts, Sav, on this? Square coming out saying they're going aggressive with their multi-platform strategy.
Yeah, I think it's about time. It's about time. We everything from COVID on, and even before then, right? We know that SquareEnix has always had this relationship with PlayStation, and their sort of priority has been development on PlayStation. But the fact of the matter is, as these games,
why is he buffering his kid? What is going on? I don't like this energy right now.
Is he painting a mosaic?
I don't know what he's doing. Continue.
So it was time that this happened. End of the day, with these games costing as much as they cost to bring to market, the best bet was always to put them on as many platforms as possible. It's just always the best bet. To your point, Cog, why they weren't going day and date into PC was always beyond me, and I understand the idea of that second sort of zeitgeist moment where you get the PC crowd excited about this game finally coming to their platform, but sometimes that can backfire, right? If something else big is out at that time, it could backfire. If a lot of people haven't made, if the original game just came over to PC or whatever the case may be, a lot of people may not have finished it, so they're not going to buy a sequel, things of that nature. It just they started doing too much. They started releasing a whole lot of smaller games that didn't really seem like they had a whole lot behind them, whether it was marketing, whether it was just, the general public knowing about them. And, it would be crazy to me when you watch a Nintendo Direct and there'd be 2 Square Enix games in there, and coming out kind of in the same window.
Time, cannibalizing each other.
Yeah, cannibalizing each other. It's like, okay, no, you guys you have to fix this. So, they're doing kind of what Xbox said they were going to do. They're going to focus on their big titles. They're going to make less titles. The smaller ones, in some instances, are going to go away, right? But still focusing on maybe bringing back some titles in their most popular franchises. They're probably going to do more remakes, and the idea of, and these games are probably going to take longer to make now because, hey, they're thinking about day and date. I want to see this on every single platform because at the end of the day, we're not in a position anymore where we can dictate where the player goes to play the game, right? Despite, PlayStation having however many millions of consoles out there, it's not enough because, again, people aren't looking at necessarily, okay, how do we make the games for less? They're cutting corners and eliminating costs in other places. So the games are still going to, within the structure, the games are still going to cost what they're going to cost to make. They're just going to make less of them, focus their priorities on these bigger titles and sort of get that back in line and make sure that everybody knows that when these titles come out, they don't have to have a specific platform to play them. They will be everywhere. So I think it's absolutely the right move as they move forward. Looking at these numbers from FF7, Rebirth, and then looking at FF16, this is something that they had to do. And I think in a way, I listen, I'm not happy for this happening, but it bothered me. It bothered me what they were doing with their Western studios, where all the blame was always on the Western studios for them not hitting these targets that when you look at the game, like, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense that you had this expectation for this game and this franchise. What are you doing? Why is this game costing so much that these expectations are so sky high? So, the fact is that a little bit of that hubris has sort of been whittled down a little bit.
Yes, I agree.
They have to go, they have to figure it out now moving forward. And I think it's only positive for the gamers. Well, now the gamers don't have to worry about what platform they're playing on. These games will probably come to your platform. So I'm excited to see it. It's about time, because it's really the first time ever, really, that they've ever said that. Going back to, to the NES days, the SNES days, their preferred platform for the most part has been a PlayStation. So, and a Nintendo, then a PlayStation. So to see this going everywhere, PC for me, obviously the Xbox guys are going to be very happy as well. It's time. It is time.
Before I get to King, Crow made a good point. He said even when they went to PC, he I think this is true. I think Final Fantasy VII Remake had an Epic Game Store exclusivity period. He said just one bad move over. I do remember that vaguely.
Yeah, so they need to stop taking those. They talked about a lot of that being dictated by super producers and stuff within the companies that had their own personal relationships, and that's kind of how business was done. So they're kind of going back to basics. Well, business is going to be done how business should be done. What's best for the company? Well, what's best for the company is putting the game in as many places as possible. So they're kind of going, I'm not saying they're going the Nintendo route, where Nintendo, like, they don't even want you to know who made the game. It's just a Nintendo game, and that's it. Like, they don't even want you to acknowledge the individual people that worked on the game. It's just a Nintendo product. And I don't think they're going that far with it, but it is good to see that they are focusing on what the company needs moving forward. And I think in turn that will be a positive for gamers. Because again, there's a lot of smaller Square Enix games that didn't get love, didn't get shine, and weren't as good as they could have been just because they were just cannibalizing one another. So let's get focused down and focus on what you're good at, and hopefully bring out some new cool stuff that everybody can play now.
Lord King, Square Enix restructuring, multi-platform aggressive approach. Your thoughts?
Here
we go.
I told you at the end of April, early May, Square was going to come out and have information for you dudes. And y'all was like, King, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. I said she for the and she do what she got to do to survive. They made deals. See, like Square's, let me tell you about Square. Square likes the money in hand. Cash in hand makes the world go round with Square. When you going with the bag, we go. We can operate. Daddy, did you put the money on the table? It is what it is. You can make it happen. So what happens is, they pick up their bags, and Sony dropped off their bag and was walking out the door real quick. It was like, yo, Playboy, slow down. Slow down, Playboy. How heard you took a loss in the field. I heard you lost like 10 billion. That didn't affect our deal, did it? It's like, nah. We good. So all right. So the bag is normal, right? Because that bag look a little light there, partner. What's up?
That's how it went.
Yeah, you know, Jim. Jim's getting out of town anyway. So it was like he already had his plane ticket. And he was like, no, I gotta go. Playboy, have a seat, Playboy. That bag looked light. They looked in the bag and the numbers didn't reflect exactly what it was supposed to. He's like, but you said that you was able to get me my money. Jim was like, well, the PlayStation 4 dudes, they never came over, and we thought, because we believe in generations. So yeah, man. So So about this deal I got with you dudes. You know, I'm about this bread and you guys, y'all can't make it happen. And then by that loss, they had to post 70% loss. Like, we looking at all these losses all over. This is a large loss. 70% of what's coming out of your pockets will make you look differently to where you got to get this money from. So at a meeting, where we going to get this bread from? Who don't we put our games on? Well, PC, we tend to go to PC a little bit later. All right, we got to fix that. All right, Nintendo, what's up with them? Well, they can't run a lot of our games. All right, good. What games can they run? Octopath Traveler and all that. Make sure everything that they can run, put that over there. Make that happen. All right, Sony. Hey, don't talk to me about Sony right now. They still owe us money.
That's money.
All right. So what about Xbox? Yeah, Phil's back outside. He's outside. Right, bring him in. We have a stage. We're about to go on stage.
Is the new CEO?
Yeah, so they got money like that? Yeah, Phil and them they got big money. So who idea was it to just our largest franchise, don't put it everywhere? Who idea was it? Oh, the dude you replaced. Okay. All right, so we're going to fix this right now. So, Phil, what you want? Well, I want the whole slate. I want the whole slate. Done. So you got bread? Yeah, we operate with cash on hand. Now Microsoft do. Cash on hand. Bags never light. Our joint is tight, so we keep it good. Cash on hand. So now y'all going to get a chance to see these games go all over the place. All that stuff that y'all was hoping and praying on, this is the last stand. This is the last foot for you dudes. And because this is the last, y'all, this is what y'all was holding on to. Y'all love to put up Square stuff that Square's exclusive for y'all, like y'all somebody special.
Here we go. This is the source of the issue, so this is what he's getting at. Let's get to it. Go ahead.
To the fact that now y'all all over. Xbox name is in that strategy.
That's all it is. This is you being petty, so we can say that you can say that we got that now. That's what this is.
But I would argue that they didn't need Phil's bag. I think this was of their own accord. I mean, the new president is not about all this. Like,
my story. This is not yours.
This is your account. This is your recollection.
Necessarily.
This is King's recollection of events.
Why can't it be that just bent the knee? That's all. Why can't it be that?
Because my man Phil, he paid for what he want.
Cash in hand.
Cash in hand. He's the cash in hand man. Remember, they paid for their stuff. Cash. You're used to that, right? So when you pay all the cash, you be like, nah, I don't know layaway. No, I owe you. No
layaway. Why the exclusive deals with Sony ain't up front? It's a payment program.
And they don't never. They always need a partner like Apollo. They always need somebody else with the money. So their money always funny. I'll pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
Oh, not the wimpy. Oh man.
Feeling them. They come with cash in hand. So that's how y'all roll? Cash in hand. Yeah. So what do you want? Well, that Final Fantasy 16 is looking good. All right, we can slide that over. That'd be at your show. That's how we come out. We'll come out with our worst that we put on the PlayStation 5. That y'all thought was gonna sell. I love this happening. Now we get a chance to see the market is where it's supposed to be. I mean, all jokes aside, you're not a mercenary. You're a third party. You're supposed to be a third party company. The business model that you had before with friendships and all this, I know him, my game should go over there to him, and super producers and all this other crap that's inside the background, that has run your company into the ground. You were once the prestige. You was once the untouchable. You were the one that moves the needle. You was the Call of Duty. You be the Grand Theft Auto. You was the mover. Remember when you was at Nintendo and then Sony? You the needle. You brought everybody over. You're no longer that your former shell of yourself because you was chasing the money instead of chasing exactly what you needed to chase. The fact that you needed to be everywhere, global awareness. People have forgotten about you, but they will remember you now because you're going to be smart. You're going to be smarter because you got younger talent there. And I see it and I appreciate it. I appreciate you fixing it now instead of just doubling down on something that wasn't working. It wasn't working. And I blame the PlayStation 4 dudes. I blame the Xbox One dudes. I blame the old generation for still holding on. But y'all have been trying to push it forward. The problem that y'all did was y'all locked yourself off to one fan base to push it forward. If y'all would have pushed it forward as the industry going forward with the current gen consoles, PlayStation and Xbox, I think y'all would have moved more units and it would have made some impact and you made guys come over. Your biggest mistake was putting Remake over on that PlayStation 4. That was the biggest mistake because those dudes, you thought they were going to come over because you gave them a taste. They didn't come over. You didn't want to forego that money. Now that money is back to bite you because Rebirth didn't sell exactly what it needed to sell. And same thing, Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah.
Y'all gonna fix it. Y'all gonna course correct. I think this bodes well for y'all in the future. Y'all already started with the Tales of Mana stuff over on Xbox. That's great. Continue that relationship, but also don't forget the PC crowd.
Yes.
PC is necessary. And y'all did take a lot of losses in mobile. Y'all have to trim down on the mobile, look exactly what titles do make money over on mobile and start pushing those. Don't push out frivolous titles on mobile just for the sake of filling up a storefront. Don't do that. I'm watching you guys now because the moves that y'all make now are the most important moves in your company's history. Because after this, if you don't make that, that 70% going to turn into 90%, and you're going to be sold to Xbox, and that's going to happen because we're going to get in there. We're going to buy you. I would love for that to happen. But then when we buy you and we start closing down stuff, then we're going to look at it as bad dude. All right. So I don't want to be looked at as the bad dude, but I do want to purchase you. Shout out to Xbox for getting it done. I told you in the end of April, early May, news was going to come out of you bending the knee and folding. How can I be so sure? Just say I know little things.
Look, I'll give you that as far as as far as the hubris. They were definitely those dudes. Whenever they drop, and they took a bet. They took a bet on exclusivity with a lot of different platforms, with Epic, with PlayStation, and I think we're seeing the repercussions of that. And now they're course correcting. To your point, King, yeah, this is a necessary course correction. You're 70% profits down. Oh, things going to change. So yeah, I expect things to be moving, in a different direction. And I guess my curiosity in terms of the Xbox side is because at one point the relationship under the old regime, the relationship was improving. And then it just stopped. Because remember, there was that period when there was nothing but Final Fantasy games just being flooded into Game Pass. And remember, it was early, but we were like, oh, it looks like it's improving. It looks like Final Fantasy, the remakes and all that stuff may come. And we thought we had a date, but I'm going to assume another bag may have been dropped.
That money, it was like, shut up.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And being a Destiny fan, I know how that is when you think you're going to get something when the exclusivity period is over and it gets secretly extended behind the scenes. So, yeah, I think they're making a lot of changes there. So, salute to them. And hopefully, like I said, they'll be around because they do make good games. And stop cannibalizing your launches, like Soft said. Just make sure things are separated. But that's all I got. You want me to get the poll questions, super chats, or what we doing?
Let me get these super chats on.
All right.
Let me see. We did that. Nindo94, $2 super chat. SquareEnix for the streets, or she trying to be a housewife? Then we got Angry Hippie, $5 super chat. Xbox about to have its red rat moment. Optimus is about to wake up and lay the smack down.
Messy.
Hey, we'll see. That's it.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. ILP poll with Xbox confirming the next installment of Call of Duty will launch day and date in Game Pass. Which Xbox strategy resonates most with you? A, mistake. Call of Duty and Game Pass leaves too much a la carte sales off the table. B, smart. Call of Duty launching Game Pass will boost hardware and reaffirms Xbox commitment to the Game Pass model. Or C, I don't care. King told y'all the hold the line movement was meant for the Call of Duty deal and was going through, and the general, damn it, was right. Vote to all those in the chat when it goes up. Make sure you hit that. Good to see everybody in there. 1,000. Make sure y'all hit that like button on the way out. Much appreciated. Solve, good to have you back, brethren. Where can I find people find you? What you got going on, sir?
Glad to be back. Once again, shout out and thank you to everybody who reached out with concerns. I appreciate that. Appreciate it very much. You can find me. You can find us 4 a.m. Tuesday morning.
Woo!
Talking about Senua Saga Hellblade 2. That's going to be fun. And we'll talk more about it in depth on next week's show. What else? Yeah, I got a bunch of stuff I need to play, man. Everybody talk about Animal Well. I need to see what that's about. And just continue to play some Prey. I'm playing some Fallout, playing a little bit of everything when I get a moment, but I never have a moment, so we'll see.
Good to have you, brother. We already know how busy things have been for you. Lord King, where can I find people find you? What you got going on, sir?
You can find me on Xbox Frontline News every day of the week, dropping a new video. And I just got some new information right now. So that next video would be on Sony delays live services, PlayStation 5 games to 2025.
Oh, whoa.
Nothing coming for you this year. So I'm going to go buck bananas on that. And live today where I give out coins and give out free food. Everybody that received their coins and their free food, I am so happy that you got that. They've raised the money of free food up from $100 to $150. So, boy, dig in, get all the gourmet meals that you can get. I'm super ecstatic that I'm able to do that. Also, I just want to give a shout out to all the people that do show up.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not taking you guys for granted because you guys are the reason why we do this. You know, you guys showing up 1,000 people, that's I will never get used to this. I will never get used to 700 people still here watching and listening to us.
Love.
And you know, and oh, listen, Attic is just joking around when he's talking about he'll ban you in the chat and all that other stuff. That's just jokes, and he's just it's not gonna be no dictatorship and stuff like that. Yeah. It's lighthearted, it's fun. Sometimes you got to get his humor. His humor is very funny. It's funny to me because I laugh at it all the time. But understand that you know he wasn't trying to be rude or disrespectful. If y'all don't agree with him, so what? It doesn't matter. Of his opinion, and he's going to be strong in his opinion. Trust me. The same way I got my opinion. I don't read the chat for those reasons.
Yeah, he'll find like one person.
And he looks for something to fight with.
Yeah, to fight with. I was just like, yo, he's funny.
Yeah, nah, I only read super chats. So if I don't see
it, you know what I mean?
I'm going to keep my same energy. But I'm so happy that Sovereign is here.
Yes.
Thank you, brother.
We all need an outlet from life. And if I can give an outlet to my brother and making him laugh for at least 5 hours at the end of the week, and I know he got to sometimes go to work from this, and I want my kids to have the same values and respect that Sovereign has for his family, for his parents. Because when I'm in that state, and don't ever get it twisted, guys, I don't care how young you are right now, life is going to throw a curveball at you at some point in time, and you're going to be in that state, and you will hope that the people around you care as much as this man cares.
Facts.
Cares so much. And I know it hurts him so much to see this situation, but there's some type of solace to it because his father is doing well and he's able to be there for his father. His father raised a very, very strong man, and he is a man. All right, so I understand why y'all give him these super chats, because y'all look at him like,
clearly he's a man with these super chats.
Yeah, I gotta say that. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that, bro. But I gotta say, because you gotta understand, like, I was the oldest. I had a lot of opportunities in my life that I squandered just being immature. And so in a lot of ways, I feel like I failed him, right? Because he worked, both of them, they failed. They worked really hard to get me those opportunities. And some I took advantage of, and some I just squandered because I was a young, dumb kid that didn't understand the importance of that stuff. And everybody has to find their way. But I think one thing, and I will always say this, like, tell the people that you love them.
Yes.
When they can understand it, and they know what you're saying, and they remember who you are, like, and that's just like a very real statement, like, because, you know, I tell my dad I love him and he tells me I love you back, but the details aren't there anymore, right? He doesn't, you know, he knows I'm there, and he knows, but there's a lot of things that I wish I would have told him, like, I apologize for this, you know. Sometimes as a kid you take it for granted that, you know, hey, my parents are supposed to provide, but, you know, you gotta give back, and you gotta be appreciative. And it took me a long time into adulthood to be appreciative in the way that I should have been all along. So just, so I try to do what I can now, and, you know, and help as much as I possibly can. And it's not easy when you're an adult, because you're an adult already. You have your own responsibilities now, and things you have to do. And that's, you know, I know my parents wouldn't have it any other way, but I know, you know, my mother told me, she was like, I'm glad for you just making additional sacrifices to be here and do this stuff, because I definitely need it. You know, and it's tough. It really is tough. But thank you. I appreciate you saying that, brother, because again, I in a lot of ways I feel like I failed him when I was younger, and I try to make up for it by being as good of a man as I possibly can, so he knows that he didn't get that part wrong. Everything else, because there were moments he blamed himself for, like, what did I do wrong that these kids are making these decisions? I think what you realize is that your kids are, no matter how well you raise them, there's certain mistakes they got to make for themselves. They gotta step on the rake themselves. You know,
got shut at a little studio here and there.
And just to figure out their own path. And you know, thankfully I figured out mine, and it's made me a better and more humble person, just to, you know, to get knocked down a couple of notches during the course of my life. So, but I'm grateful for having learned those lessons.
Yeah, powerful stuff. And as long as I've known you, you know, you've always been a person who prides itself on family. And, you know, as both of us, I think we share being the central person or the foundation that the family can focus on. And that takes a lot of responsibility out of us. But I think you're doing a good job being a good person.
I appreciate
it. That's dope.
Appreciate that.
And not to be remiss, Cog is going through some stuff this week too.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I totally forgot that we was in Boston, and he just came back from surgery, and I really wasn't paying it no mind, because he's such a strong individual, and he goes about it. He doesn't complain. He doesn't bitch. He doesn't moan. He does all this stuff, and he's always looking out for everybody. It's just to have these two as inspiration for me to do better. It pushes me further and faster, and definitely not to complain at all, because he's been through some stuff this week too, and he had to be, you know, the guiding light for his family in moments of time of pain. So just these two individuals, I'm telling y'all looking at some of the best individuals that you're ever going to see in your life, and just don't take them for granted. And I do appreciate the fact that y'all do super chat, you know, Sovereign at the pace that y'all do. I really do.
I appreciate it, man. For real, obviously it's been a rough 2 weeks for myself as well. And thank you everyone who, you know, obviously great Unc, you know what I'm saying, who passed away, and you know, everyone that sent really kind messages to check on me and stuff like that. It means a lot. It means a lot, because like I said, it's not easy. It's not easy, and a lot of times I'm not afforded the ability to kind of mourn and myself, because I have to be the strength for others and to kind of organize things. So I took some time for myself in that regard. I'm doing good. You know, obviously our spirits are up, and it was a beautiful celebration. But that's why I always tell people, like, I know this video game stuff is passionate, and we feel strong and gang, and I get it, but never let it get to that point of disrespect. And that was the only thing that disappointed me, you know, a week before, because I had some opinions about what was going on with the, you know, as far as you know, Xbox or whatever. And it's okay. Like, I'm gonna say things people disagree with all the time, and that's fine. You say, "Cog, I'm not with you on that. I disagree with that." That's fine. But once people were crossing the line and people call you out your name, it should never get to that, because at the end of the day, you're a gamer, I'm a gamer. We're supposed to be brothers regardless. We could disagree on things, but we don't have to be disrespectful. And that's the thing we gotta get better at. That's the only thing I'll push back at. But other than that, yo, everybody that hit me, much love. Love was felt, and definitely relay some stuff back to the fam. So, yeah, that's all I got. But shout out to you, King, for bringing that up. Thank you. It meant a lot.
Appreciate that.
I really do.
You too, bro.
All right, y'all. No more super chats. We good. Hey, look at Attic in the chat. Hey, man, we can agree and disagree and still be cool. Facts. I would disagree with you all the time. Let me stop. Shout out to my bro, Attic, doing his thing. And again, check out, before we go, Hellblade 2. The Lords have reviewed it. You're going to get our thoughts. Woo! We got things to say. Hope you guys like how we did it in the format that we did it. And we got that coming out, what's that, Tuesday? 4 a.m.
Tuesday, 4 a.m.
Eastern.
So set your alarm. So 4 a.m. Get up in the middle of the night.
Yes.
I don't care what you're doing.
No doubt. It is a good one. And that's all I got. Oh, another super chat before we go.
Silent Cypher, $5 super chat. Family always comes first. Glad you're taking care of the important things. We'll always be here ready for your return if you ever gotta take time. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
Let Saul have his time. No doubt. Anyway, that's it. We up out of here. We good?
Yes, sir.
Peace.